have muted the thing. Hello! Me am here. This is the most on time I've been. Hello, Geraint. We're going to do so much, but first we're gonna do the warm-up with Final Fantasy. Don't forget to like the stream and stuff. We are going to do so much today. My goodness. Look at this game. Look at it. Look at how it shines. Did you know that already the next expansion has been announced? And my character will be looking a lot nicer because they're preparing like a graphics overhaul. And I already think that the graphics are pretty nice. Also, I think I have created a very nice character. Would you not agree? Look at this. And now look at this. Samurai. Uh-oh. Samurai. Where is it? My higher level samurai. Up. Or 7. Wait, what's happening? Where's my samurai thing? There we go. Now this is the outfit that I like. Look at this sword. Me am here. I'm pretty okay, although I've been semi-okay lately because of many things, many factors. I'm gonna show you a different outfit. This is the Nier Automata themed outfit, as you can see. See? I am the Nier Automata. Do you know what's weird about this outfit? The weirdest thing about this outfit is that it makes my chest bigger. This outfit makes my chest bigger. Look at this. Big chest. And now I will change the outfit and the chest will be smaller. Perfect example. Okay, now it's, it's a bit smaller. See? Smaller chest. More small. I actually like this outfit, but the shoes are not very good. But overall, it's a nice outfit, as you can see. Wait a moment. And of course, I have the schoolgirl outfit. But I also have the I think I have it here. The traditional Vietnamese outfit. Do you see? I am now wearing a traditional Vietnamese outfit. How do you like it? Isn't it nice? I can wear it together with the traditional Vietnamese. I think I'm wearing the traditional Vietnamese. No, this is not the traditional Vietnamese hat, unfortunately. But the outfit is traditionally Vietnamese. And now we will do a roulette. Expert roulette. With all of you as my witnesses. Lulu, you ready to do fake Alec Kyle Parker challenge? Yes. I'm more ready than you can ever imagine. I am ready. They duty roulette. Average wait time 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Oh, I want to show you this. Look at this. Yoink, yoink. Boo. And now look at this. Yoink. Zoop. Boo. Didn't you say it was a $50 challenge? First video. Oh, it's a 25 per video. Okay, I see. I see how it is. Okay, let me see. Gamay. Quiet, Gamay. Potassium milk. Bird milk. React. Bird milk. Alright. What is this? We put Tom Holland into the Spider-Verse. What? Is this AI made?
Into the Spider-Verse is one of my favorite comic book films ever made. It made huge leaps in bringing...
It's actually an amazing film. It's the best Spider-Man film. FAKP is fake Alec Kyle Parker.
A more artistic appeal to CG animation, and it perfectly captured the essence of what a comic book feels like to read. I would love to see more stories told in this world, but the problem is, it took years of research and development to innovate the style of the film. It took so long, in fact, that at the end of the process, the creative team behind the film started to implement machine learning into their workflow. And since the film's release in 2018, it will be 4 years until we get the sequel. So in the meantime, the question I'm asking is it possible to replicate...
Didn't we already get the sequel? Wait. Didn't we already get the sequel to the... Is he talking about the first movie or second movie now? I'm lost. Hold on. We already got the sequel. What? Didn't we?
The style of the film in a procedural manner. We've been experimenting with a lot of AI tools here at the studio, in particular AI image generation. Last week I had a huge breakthrough with a program called Stable Diffusion, and I think this method will allow us to tell a story in the Spider-Verse universe by letting us take a real piece of footage and taking it into the Spider-Verse.
Dean, you have something cool to show me, right? I'm not looking
do
yet.
have something
I
cool
don't
to show
want- I
you.
want you to spoil it.
We put out a video called The Death of VFX. You broke new ground with AI image generation. I found some new ground, and I'm gonna break that ground now in front of you. Here is my first test.
Wow. It looks like you're in Arcane. Like, this stuff usually looks like garbage. And yours doesn't look like garbage.
Doesn't it though? Doesn't it? Oh.
Garbage. You got any more? Like, this stuff usually looks like... Wow.
I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it does. Maybe he was trying to be polite.
You're in Arcane. Like, this...
No, come on. It does not look like he's in Arcane. That's actually quite insulting to the Arcane animation. The Arcane animation was very good. The Arcane animation was excellent. Like, it's not like in Arcane. Arcane was a very good, like, artistically speaking, it was amazing, the animation in Arcane. Looks pretty bad. It's choppy, but I can see a little refining, making it something good. Like, no, it's not, does not look good. And keep in mind, Greater Rain, real animation is all about the small refinements. Like most, when you make a CGI animation, okay, I will spill the beans on how not hand-drawn animation is made. You select key poses, okay? You select key poses of your 3D models. Then the computer actually fills in all of the in-betweens. That is what actually happens. The computer fills in all of the motion between the keyframes. And do you know what happens next? A real person comes in and does all of the refinements and the corrections, etc. So in other words, if an AI cannot do the gentle refinements, etc., then it's useless. Does that make sense? Until the AI can actually do the refinements and work on the animation, then it's useless. Right, yeah. So it's like actually animating CGI is all about those refinements. That's the main thing that you do. Maciej Koczorowski. He looks like one of those characters from Salasom. Oh my god. That's rough.
Stuff usually looks like garbage. And yours doesn't look like garbage.
It does a bit.
This is me in the popular film Man of Steel.
That looks really good. That's like deepfake level quality.
I call it the stable fake.
The stable fake. The closest we got to like an animation run through
Wait.
Fusion that looked anywhere
Wait,
decent.
hold on.
That's like deepfake.
Steel.
That looks good. You got any more?
Let me show you a little more. This is me in the popular.
This is, but it doesn't even look like you. It's.
Film Man of Steel.
That looks like the stuff usually looks like.
It doesn't even look like you.
And yours
Like it looks different than you.
look like garbage. You got any more?
Let me show you a little more. This is me in the popular film Man of Steel.
That looks really good. That's like deepfake level quality.
No.
Stable fake.
The stable fake. The closest we got to like an animation run through Stable Diffusion that looked anywhere decent was like the low polygon.
Right, yeah.
Test. But even then, it's like
I agree with this,
all
I
over the place.
guess.
Just
Yeah.
every once in a while, there's a glimpse like, oh, that almost worked. But if you could fix that, You basically make it so people can make animations without having to actually hand draw every frame. They can just take video, and you appear to have fixed it. How are you doing this?
We're applying a process that you have used previously. When you were running those deepfake, the program you were using, Deepface Lab, would kick out these stabilized face sets.
Yeah.
I applied that process here, did a track of the face, punched in on that, exported that, and then ran.
But do they know how animation works? You don't draw every frame in CGI animation. That's the whole point. You don't draw every single frame. You just select, you take a 3D model, you select the keyframes, and the computer does all of the rest. You don't, what?
And that through Stable Diffusion. What that does is it really just allows a consistent character to emerge.
Are you using a locked seed here?
Nico, what does that mean?
All right, tech time. How did
If they're kind of animators, then why did they talk about drawing every frame? This process has nothing to do with hand-drawn animation. Nobody needs to draw every frame in CGI animation. You don't even have to know how to draw when you're an CGI animator. Like, hand-drawn animation is totally different from that. It's a separate thing.
How does Stable Diffusion, how do diffusion models work? In the simplest of terms, it's a noise pattern that the computer looks at and tries to interpret an image from. It's basically the electronic equivalent of looking at clouds and trying to see what they look like. It's like, oh, it's kind of a face with a hat. That kind of looks like an alligator. What you're doing here is you're basically telling Stable Diffusion, like, take this noise pattern and interpret it as Dean from Arcane. And because it's a picture of you with the noise put on top, you know, we kind of already have your likeness, but it has some flexibility to kind of put that style in there. The problem is, Stable Diffusion on each frame usually changes the noise. So you have a blotch here that gets viewed as shadow, but the next frame, now all the blotches are in different spots, so maybe the hair is a little bit different, and there's a shadow over here, and the eye got adjusted weird. But what you're doing is you're locking the noise, so it's the same noise pattern in every frame. Problem with that is when things move under that noise pattern, you're gonna see everything kind of like stick to the spots.
And it's like you pause on one frame and it looks really good, but I'm wearing a wristwatch in this one frame, and then the next frame I'm not.
But you're solving that problem by locking everything to the face and having the face just locked to the middle of the frame, so the noise stays locked on top.
So I'm able to achieve this art style thanks to a guy named NitroSock on this website.
Isn't all animation manipulation of how many frames you do or don't and agonize over, like cut every few frames and step and make the illusion or of a fast slump or whatever? I'm not sure what you mean. I actually not sure what you mean.
Site called Hugging Face. He's created these different Stable Diffusion models that have specific training on different art styles. And he's also created a model for Into the Spider-Verse, and you can apply the same process. As a matter of fact, I took a scene from Spider-Man 2 and applied the Into the Spider-Verse model.
I drove Spider-Man away.
He was the only one who could have stopped Octavius.
Yes.
Whoa.
Is the result.
Wow.
So that's J. Jonah Into the Spider-Verse.
Wow.
It looks bad. Do you know why?
Model.
It looks bad, and it looks bad because it violates one of the very basic rules of animation. You can see these people are not animators, actually. Because if they were, and you don't even have to be an animator to notice it, but it helps being an animator to be able to name the thing. Okay, I'm gonna ask you if you can notice this. I'm gonna play the Spider-Man 2 scene once again, and you're gonna tell me if anything's off. And I will tell you what's off. I will tell you what's off if you cannot sort of tell me.
I drove Spider-Man away.
He was the only one who could have stopped Octavius.
Yes.
Whoa.
Is the result.
Wow.
So that's J. Jonah Into the Spider-Verse.
Once again,
I drove Spider-Man away.
what is wrong with this? The answer will not surprise you, actually. I'll give you a hint if you need it. It's related to an animation technique called the rotoscoping. It's related to a thing called rotoscoping. And why rotoscoping is not the best technique to create hand-drawn animation. And it's related to one of the core rules of animation. I do animate. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I do animate. I do hand-drawn animation. My Discord profile picture is animated by me. So do you know? Do you know what's wrong with the picture? With the animation? Okay, I'm just gonna say it. So the reason why rotoscoping, which is basically just tracing from our live action video, does not work very well is because what is natural in real life movement, if you just trace it, will feel very stiff and unnatural. And there's a reason for that. Our movements in real life are full of subtle, very subtle micro expressions, small gestures that we do not see on a conscious level, but we register them, okay? And if we try to turn that into animation flat out, it will look very unnatural to our eye. Which is why there's a very important rule in animation. It's called exaggeration. The rule of exaggeration in animation means that you take most of the movements that you animate and you exaggerate them. You make them bigger, you make them sort of more expressed, because what is exaggerated in animation will seem natural to our eyes, even though it's actually not natural. It's exaggerated, as the name of the rule implies, or rather as in the name. And we actually have this in action in here. This is basically like a rotoscoped movie with glitches on top. Look at how stiff Jonah looks in this AI animation. The movement of the lip is minimum, which looks very weird and unnatural. Look, let's see again.
Model.
I drove Spider-Man away.
It looks very bad.
Yes.
Whoa.
It looks very what looks pretty good in live action, because the face is full of micro movements that, you know, happen all the time. When you just do this rotoscope style process, it just looks bad. And then we have the AI glitches on top of it. Does that make sense? To actually make this good, a person would have to step in and exaggerate the facial expressions, etc. Like basically do the whole speech, the facial.
Is the result.
Wow.
So that's Jay Jonah Into the Spider-Verse.
Wow.
The face is the most important thing, and in the face, the eyes are the most important thing. I can see where he's looking, and I can see what he's thinking.
I really want to
This is really amazing because this was actually a presentation of what I was talking about. The comparison of the CGI to the actual face. Like that was amazing that they actually showed the faces side by side and literally just illustrated what I was talking about. Amazing. Thank you. Wow. This was actually what I really needed, this comparison. What looks natural on a real-life human look extremely stiff and unnatural when you translate it to animation. And of course, there's a reason for that. Because you do not copy all of the micro movements, etc. that happen on a real face. So you're saying an animator would do that intuitively, whereas the AI can't intuit that because it's not human. Well, humans don't do that intuitively either. Like when you study animation, you study the rule of exaggeration. You learn to exaggerate the poses, the expression, etc. You exaggerate it. You step in and you manually exaggerate it to make more natural, ironically enough, you know? And the AI simply translates all the expressions as they are in the movie. They do not sort of do any of the exaggeration. Oh, because I don't change it. I forgot how to change it. Should I change it? You wouldn't draw the frames where the face looks goofy on purpose. You'd also exaggerate the face so that all the frames look good. Yes, of course. Like, keep in mind, I might have to explain what I mean by exaggeration, okay? So, let's see in real life when I want to show high five, I do this, right? It looks okay, right? And in animation, we'll probably turn it into something like, you know, we push it. We'd push the movement. We wouldn't just go like this because that would look pretty bad in animation. We'd probably go into something more like, you know, very exaggerated, expressive movement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually really important in animation to make things full of life, full of expression. Even when a character is lifeless, you know, even a lifeless character has to be lifeless in a pretty expressive way that will articulate to the audience via animation that the character is in fact lifeless, if that makes sense. Yes, flat, yeah. Exactly. You know? Which is what happened in the whole Jonah Jameson AI thing. Should show off your animations. I should. Yes. I might do it in a moment, actually. One moment.
take this process we're seeing here, because this J. Jonah Jameson shot is my favorite. I would love to see this apply.
Your favorite, huh?
Maybe the MCU films.
Wait. Spider-Verse took 4 years to make and thousands of artists. You have the arrogance to think that you can just, one man with one computer, make any shot a Spider-Verse shot?
Well, I might need one other man with one other computer, and that guy's name is Fenner. I think with the help of Fenner, we could maybe take a look at the style of the Spider-Verse films and try to replicate that in Nuke. Not only would we have procedurally generated faces from Stable Diffusion, we would have a procedurally generated.
I think these people don't understand animation. I'm gonna be blunt. I think they don't understand animation if they think that it's just about copying the style. Yeah, I do.
look from those films.
I have one challenge for you. Can you give me some new Spider-Verse shots that aren't just other frames, the filter? Like, can you show me that you can truly create Spider-Verse on your own using this technique?
Any excuse to put on a Spider-Man costume is a worthy one to me. I will make my Spider-Verse fan film. All right, Fenner, we have decided to move forward, putting the MCU into the Spider-Verse. We're gonna pull up the movie and we're gonna dissect it frame by frame and figure out how can we build a system that procedurally replicates that look so that we can plug a shot in and look like it's coming out of the Spider-Verse.
Animation isn't about the look. Animation is about the movement. How you create the movement. Oh no. Oh no.
Spider-Verse.
Sweet, I love it. Let's do it. All right, let's do this one last time.
The first thing I'm seeing here, anything that has exponential glow has that comic book kind of halftone pattern.
The transition from dark to light always has that halftone pattern. You'll see in the shadows on Spider-Man's face, you see the cross hatching.
That's not a crazy effect for us to do. Like, you just have basically a simple luma here. We can have the highlights reveal a halftone pattern, shadow areas,
Oh boy.
crosshatch pattern.
There's another post effect here that I think is critical.
Working on the movement, that's the longest part on animation. Oh boy. Oh no.
To achieving the look. You guys can see in the deep background, the colors begin to separate and break apart, and that's chromatic aberration. Without using depth of field, this allowed them to create a separation between the subject and the background.
And also, this is the sort of stuff.
I just want to note that they're not talking about the animation at all. They're talking about creating animation without talking about animation at all. Which, oh no.
Adding in like the Spidey sense squiggle lines and stuff.
Yeah, and here like motion blur is, it's almost kind of like a ghosting, stepping.
So that's something to pay attention to as well.
A lot of times in the movie, the foreground character will be on twos, so they'll move every other frame, but the background is on ones, and it'll move every frame. Anytime we have a character on an abstract background, we should totally do twos. The biggest thing about this film's aesthetic.
Wait, I'm sorry. I have to listen to this again.
Only do two. Move every frame. So they'll move in the movie. The ghosting, stepping. Yeah, and here like motion blur is, it's almost kind of like a ghosting, stepping.
So that's something to pay attention to as well.
A lot of times in the movie, the foreground character will be on twos, so they'll move every other frame, but the background is on ones, and it'll move every frame. Anytime we have a character on an abstract background, we should totally do twos. The biggest thing about this film's aesthetic, they embraced imperfections. They brought imperfections back into CG, which is so perfect. Whether that's the offset lines you see on a character's iris or sudden pop frames that are from a completely different art style, all of these things lend themselves to AI-generated imagery. Well, I feel like have it.
No, it does not actually. Because in Spider-Verse, each frame was done deliberately. So you cannot just say, oh damn, AI makes glitches, so this, this is great because AI makes glitches that are sort of like this. No. That's no. You're just looking at the frames and not the animation. They just think of it as art. Like, those were chosen deliberately where you change the style, etc. You cannot just say it's good for AI because AI randomly changes things.
Themselves to AI-generated imagery. Well, I feel like we kind of... All of these things lend themselves to AI-generated imagery.
No, they actually don't. They actually don't.
Have it.
Highlights are going to reveal our halftone patterns. Shadows are going to reveal crosshatch pattern.
Chromatic aberration.
Chromatic aberration for separating out background from
Oh
foreground.
boy.
Also paying attention to those style frames, and that's just like maybe we run like 3 frames through Stable Diffusion. Just lean heavy into the Jack Kirby art style, lean heavy into like an anime art style. Like
I think what we need to do is test this process on a shot from No Way Home to see if it's actually possible to bring a real Spider-Man
Also, you're not creating new animation. You're just...
into the Spider-Verse. All right, guys, we have our first Spider-Verse test ready to watch.
Yes, please.
2, 1, go.
Wow. It looks like he's in the Spider-Verse.
No.
Oh, dude! Holy smokes! It's like it's so consistent. Yeah, Fenner just did like a little bit of magic on 1 go.
Oh boy.
Wow. It looks like he's in the Spider-Verse.
No. No. Actually, no. The style to begin with is totally different.
Dude! Holy smokes! It's like it's so consistent. Yeah, Fenner just did like a little bit of magic on it. And then it just looks perfect. It looks like something that a professional animation studio created for Across the
No! What?
Spider-Verse. So with this Andrew Garfield test working,
No, no, it does not.
I think we have our
Hello, Maya Major.
and we're ready to start diving into this Spider-Verse short. We're gonna write and edit a little piece using footage from the MCU films and Into the Spider-Verse.
Wait!
And Fenner's gonna take
You cannot just use existing footage. What? You're supposed to create a new piece of animation. So this already disqualifies it. What do you mean we're gonna take some footage from elsewhere? What? You do realize that a lot of the thing was actually, a lot of the creation process was creating the new scenes, planning the new scenes, storyboarding, etc.
a bunch of those shots and run them through his nuke script, thus applying the Spider-Verse look to these MCU shots. In the meantime, we have a few original scenes that we need to film. So I'm gonna squeeze into
Okay.
the dumbest Spider-Man suit and hop in front of the green screen. And with the help of Matt, I'm gonna shoot some plates that are basically just gonna end up as reference for Stable Diffusion. We'll run my face independently through Stable Diffusion to get me looking like a Spider-Verse.
So it's gonna be basically like rotoscoping. The AI is just rotoscoping the real life footage. Because I know for a fact that the AI is not gonna do any of the actual animation work that is done. So it's not gonna be good, in other words.
Tom Holland. And then we'll isolate the
Look at the movement of the lips.
Stable
Look.
Diffusion to get me looking like a Spider-Verse Tom.
It looks bad.
Independently through Stable Diffusion to get me looking like a Spider-Verse Tom Holland. And then we'll isolate the pajama suit in Stable Diffusion and really push it to look like the suit from Spider-Man Homecoming. All we need is one usable frame, and then we can use this program called EB Synth to do a style transfer of that image back onto the original plate. And when
It looks stiff and uncanny for the reasons that I already explained.
Fenner combines the face with the suit and his nuke magic, it'll look like an animated shot of Tom Holland in the Spider-Verse.
No.
It's like, I don't know what, I mean, it looks great. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I can't tell if you're just playing me clips from the Spider-Verse movie or not.
No, this is what I
That's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's just bullshit. Yes, you can.
wanted to show you. So you saw me yesterday. I was like, Sam's gonna think this is super lame. But you add once you add the cool filter, you become the real Spider-Man.
Whoa, what?
And so then on
You're
this
running
side-
through EB Synth 2?
So the costume is through EB Synth and the face is through Stable Diffusion. So that
That's
was,
so crazy.
at the end of the day, I was just in stupid pajamas.
If you guys want like a free Oscar, just do something original with this too. Like,
I think that's the
That's
next one.
next.
Okay, let's see. Maybe it will.
So we're having a freaking blast. And
Oh boy.
some really cool results. I have like a few reservations, I feel like. There's an element of this where I just hit generate on this button and just get this sweet face out that looks just like this film I love. I kind of question myself. I'm like, are we just stealing from these artists that we super respect? I don't know. You've been messing with this stuff longer than anyone here, and I just wonder like what your perspective is on that.
I mean,
That's actually not the biggest problem, by the way. This is actually not the biggest problem.
sounded like being open about things, right? Like, you guys didn't make the Spider-Verse style. If you made like a short film and you just used the Spider-Verse,
Animation is not just about the style of how something looks. It's about, primarily, it's about the movement.
style, and you didn't credit them or acknowledge it, and you just said, no, this is mine. Like,
Name the problems. Well, the primary problem is that they're ignoring the main ingredient of animation. You know, things being animated, movement, how things move. They've never mentioned that once in this entire video. They've just been talking about style, shading, style between frames. They've not mentioned things like pacing, timing, about exaggeration, about acting, staging. None of it is present here. None of the things that actually make animation are here. That is the problem.
yeah, that'd be a dick move, right? There's nothing wrong with using someone's style. You just have to be honest about it.
The only one time when they actually mentioned something animation related was when they said that the characters are animated on 2s and the background is animated on 1s. That's the only time when they mentioned anything animation related.
Oh, you took inspiration from that person? Then don't pretend that you invented it. Just give that person credit. Who cares if you use an AI? It's no different than using tracing paper, right? It's like, so what? Like, give credit where credit's due.
So you're saying that you're tracing, and you do know that rotoscoping, when done mindlessly, will just create shit results because of the reasons that I've been talking about all this time. Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise.
If you want it to be yours, bring something to the table that's yours. Make something fun, bring your own voice to it. Everybody stands on the backs of giants. Everybody's benefited from all the hard work other people have done. So we can't act like now, something like, oh, you can't use someone else's style. It's like, no, you can use their style, but just say it's their style. It's what you create, it's what you say. It's like, yeah.
That makes sense to me. You know, if the AI is trained on billions of images, I mean, we're trained on billions of images, you know? It's like hip hop. It's like samples, you know?
Yeah.
But there is a...
Also, no. That's bullshit. That's also absolutely bullshit. Humans are not just computers that basically upload millions of styles into their brain and Frankenstein them. You know? Even when you learn someone else's style, it will be different. Like, no. That's actually bullshit what they're saying right now. And there's an amazing artist that explained this in a really great way. That AI just has a data set of styles and just Frankensteins them together. Okay? And humans, when they learn a style, they will draw it slightly differently, even if the style is identical. Hence, they will add something from themselves into it. So no.
There is a line.
It's up to the audience to be moral people and support people that, you know, create.
Oh! Okay. So actually, you know, it's okay to steal. It's all up to the audience.
And don't just support people that rip people off, you know? I mean, you're in it, right?
Oh yeah, because it's so easy for the audience to tell the difference between who rips other people off and who doesn't. Oh yeah, because it's so easy for the audience to just figure out. What?
Right? You're in it. So you've acted, you've performed, you're saying something, you're doing something, even like, yeah, you're good.
All right, Nico. I'm pretty set at ease now. I think we have...
I mean, what were they supposed to say here? No, it's actually unethical and it's shit and we shouldn't do it. Of course, they're not gonna say that.
the creative energy now to wrap this piece out. And I can't wait to show it to you.
So we are using AI at every level of this piece, from AI generated roto to AI generated images, all sorts of crazy things. But the main thing we're doing with AI is we're using it as a tool. We're not using it to create this entire piece. It's not actually, taking away creativity. It's actually enabling it.
You're right. You're not just taking the piece. You're basically just stealing other people's piece, and then you're right. Just vote with your eyes and wallets, forehead.
In particular, this shot here where we have our Peter Parker being sucked into the Spider-Verse. Basically, what I was able to do was bring our PNG image sequence into Stable Diffusion and run every single individual frame through as a different art style. So it creates a really cool effect. Another thing we're doing to blend these two different...
No, it doesn't. It looks like shit. This thing that was shown here looks like shit. I'm just gonna be blunt here.
So
this is not a cool effect. It looks like a mesh of shit.
PNG image sequence into Stable Diffusion and run every single individual...
You don't need AI even to make this, by the way. You don't even need AI to create something like this. There's no need for AI to create something like this.
Frame through as a different art style. So it creates a really cool effect.
This is literally not something that you even need AI for.
Another thing we're doing to blend these two different cinematic universes and art styles in a cohesive...
Like, this is basically, what if we used AI to automate rotoscoping? That's it. This is just automated rotoscoping, unironically. You know what rotoscoping is, right? I used the term a few times, but I'm not sure if everybody knows what rotoscoping is. Do you know what rotoscoping is? Yes or no in the chat, if you know what rotoscoping is. I do. But Lucy, this makes it all futuristic. John thumbs. No. Okay. So rotoscoping is basically if you take a live action piece of media, you take a live action film and you just draw over it frame by frame. Okay, you trace the frames of a live action thing. This is what rotoscoping is. When you just trace the live action footage to create animation. Right? And what they have been describing throughout this whole thing is quite literally just automated rotoscoping. The AI looks like at the live footage and just rotoscopes something else onto it. That's it. Rotoscoping is nothing new, innovative, or anything. And as I've explained many times during this segment, if you don't do it with a brain, the results are uncanny and natural and bad.
cohesive way is basically taking parts of the Spider-Verse that are really iconic, such as these Kirby dot elements. We actually start to see those really cool graphic images from the Spider-Verse appear in our real world scene. So once our Peter Parker is
This is just seizure-inducing. I'm sorry.
appear in our real world
This is just seizure-inducing. It's not cool. I feel ill looking at it.
scene. So once our Peter Parker is sucked into the Spider-Verse, we
When your animation makes people ill, that's not a good sign.
need to kind of take some iconic MCU shots and reimagine them in that classic Spider-Verse style.
Rotoscope. You say reimagine, I say rotoscope.
We're basically taking our foreground characters and making it so that only every second frame of them is animated. It's something that the Spider-Verse movie uses to sell that 2D animated look.
That is, by the way, also not something that you need AI for, to make something animated on 2s. Yes, it is.
Despite it being CG characters. What I'm also doing is adding in that little comic splash. We added
So you're rotoscoping and you're basically just slowing it down. That's it. Because animating things on 2 makes them slower. So you've just basically rotoscoped and slowed it down. That's it.
this big kaboom element behind when the little drone explodes. Another example of how we're kind of pushing the graphic style in this video to take some of that Spider-Verse feeling.
You're not pushing. See, this is, oh God, we have, like when they show the actual animation, you can see what I mean. This is not some rotoscope bullshit.
In this video to take some of that
This is actual animation is involved in here.
Spider-Verse feeling is a shot like this where we're really going over the top with all the graphic elements. We basically took this Hulk from Ragnarok, ran it through Stable Diffusion to generate our face here. It just made this such a, graphic looking shot. He has the white outline around him.
So we just rotoscoped it once again.
He's got, we went in there and rotoed specifically his teeth so they really pop. So you can see here as we step through, we're not just basically,
And you don't need AI for this, by the way.
taking the Hulk and throwing a Snapchat face filter.
You've just automated it.
We're actually taking these images, breaking them apart, rebuilding them, piecing together
Yeah, it's already CGI animation. Yeah.
different graphic elements, and ultimately adding on our own kind of look and style to this thing that's inspired
Now look at this.
the incredible art that was done for the Into the Spider-Verse movie. So we still have a bunch of work to do on this project before it comes out this weekend, but because we did all of this work on the front end using all these AI tools, we're able to basically just be in this sandbox where we can pull all these different images that we've created using AI and create this really awesome final collage of images.
Fenner and I have been cranking on these Spider-Verse shots. Almost every shot of this piece we've edited together is a VFX shot. We're essentially
They don't understand animation.
making an animated short film. And it hasn't just been us. Jordan has been working on some sick renders, and Peter is working on the final shot of the piece. So we're getting really close to the finish line, but I realize it's not complete unless we have as many Spider-Men as humanly.
Oh. Will you mention animation at any point?
And for that, we're gonna have to do a deep dive on the most obscure Spider-Man. So, we are sitting down here for a very important reason. We are going to find all of the Spider-Man. We're gonna find all of them. And we're gonna figure out which ones will appear into the Spider-Verse. Now, they're working on the sequel to Into the Spider-Verse. Spider-Man 2099 is in the trailer, but we gotta get the cream of the crop.
You got to get the ones that truly reward the die-hard.
70s Japanese Spider-Man.
Yes. Was that a freeze frame in the actual thing? I mean,
It's that.
Yeah.
It's that.
So we got that guy, of course. I just thought of one. Remember this game, dude? When we were kids, this was like
Cutting edge.
cutting
graphics.
edge. You're like, this is real.
Yeah.
And the whole city's like a cloud.
I have one that I'd like to submit, and it might be the greatest Spider-Man of all time. Golden Sponge Cake Spider-Man. He can only shoot Hostess snacks.
Yes!
Yes! It was supposed to be, I guess, like a cross promotion, but then it became canon. Who would win? Golden Sponge Cake Spider-Man versus Superman. You can only shoot Twinkies. Yeah, he's going in there, son. Do you have another,
I
like,
believe it's the PlayStation 1 game.
crazy one like that? Oh, maybe you're familiar. I think they call him Spider Monkey? Marvel Apes. Marvel Apes, that's what it's called. And honestly, Stable Diffusion puts hands for feet anyway, so. What if we grab a shot of Caesar from Planet of the Apes? We Eevee synth a Spider-Man costume onto Caesar.
Yeah,
And then you.
That looks awful.
it's pretty good.
He'll be on the list. Yeah, I think we got it, guys. I'll edit the final sequence together. Hopefully, we'll be able to fit them all into the piece and fulfill the promise that everybody's home. All right, everybody. I hit a button on my computer a week ago. And a video has popped out. And Fenner and I did nothing.
That's true.
That's not true. We spent a lot of time on this, and we're really excited about it because there's some cool new tech in it, but also there's a lot of love
I hate this so much.
for the original Spider-Verse film.
I hate this so much.
I just want to hop into it, see what you guys think.
Hey, what is this place?
It's the nexus of the multiverse, kid. Now shut up, because I don't remember which potion to put in this little cup. Oh yeah, this is the one.
Doctor Strange! What's happening to me?
Are you okay?
If they say that this looks like the Spider-Verse, I'm gonna shoot myself. I'm actually gonna shoot myself. $50 is not enough for this, okay? If they say, oh, it feels like we're watching the Spider-Verse, or it feels like we're watching literally the Spider-Verse, but we did it in a fraction of time. They don't understand animation at all.
I think so.
Are you from another
His mouth didn't even move here.
dimension?
I think so.
His mouth didn't even move. Come on.
Are you from another dimension?
Well, it's a long story, but
This is awful. All the things that I've been complaining about, they're here with a vengeance.
I'll make it quick. All right, let's do this one last time.
Shut up. No. Shut up. No.
My name's Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and for 6 years, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. Well, I was dead for 5 of those years, but that's another story. I saved a bunch of people, fell in love, saved the city, and then the world. I even joined a team. You might have heard of them. Nah, not them.
This is what happens when someone that has no clue about animation wants to make animation.
Also, we had Hulk, Thor, Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Falcon, the Winter Soldier, Vision, and that guy with the bow and arrow. And I'll never forget my mentor, Mr. Stark. What else?
They use so much rotoscoped footage. Animation is not rotoscoping. What the? They were supposed to create an original short.
Oh, there was this big purple guy. His chin kind of looked like...
This looks... I'm gonna be honest. Do you know what the worst part about this is? Do you know what the worst part about this is? You can clearly see which parts of this are rotoscoped from existing footage, and you can clearly see which parts are original footage. This right here, right now, this is original footage because it looks much worse than all of the footage rotoscoped from existing material.
Who are these guys?
This looks awful. Yes, I've been given money to watch this. $25.
Pizza time.
Oh, here we go.
Not again. Who are you guys anyway? I gotta say, you look just like me. Say my name and I magically appear.
What?
Who's next? I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Oh my god.
Is this still part of the experiment?
Beware my tasty hostess snacks!
You don't need CGI for this last effect, by the way. If they start saying, "Oh my gosh, this feels like the actual movie," I'm gonna lose it.
That might be like the best use of Stable Diffusion up to this point on the planet.
That's depressing.
Taking that meme and taking it to the power of 10,000, there's just like thousands of friggin' Spider-Man.
Special shout out to Peter, that shot.
If you had to guess how many different iterations of Spider-Man you guys generated with AI,
Hundreds. Yeah. Same with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is a cowboy for a couple frames. It's pretty awesome.
And the twos there on freaking Thanos, animating on the twos like you guys did is such a great touch. It just makes it feel so much more like it's a part of that universe.
Yeah. Like watching this right now.
If they're gonna say that it feels like the Spider-Man's first movie, I'm just gonna say they're lying.
It's like, I forget that this is being AI, like a lot of this stuff is AI generated. I just get lost in the sauce of it. It's just like, you guys have like seamlessly integrated the style of Spider-Verse.
No. Actually, no, by the way. No, actually, no, they haven't.
What we didn't expect going into this was how Stable Diffusion would be so useful just for generating like still frames of backgrounds and like of course like the Spider-Man.
It's easy to dismiss how much actual hard work is here. It's like there's some AI stuff, but like 80% of this is just grit.
Then what's the point? Then what's the point?
You guys just like knuckling down and making it.
Fenner, like you brought that extra level of it having an artistic appeal to this thing, man.
There is no artistic appeal to this thing. I'm gonna be quite honest about that.
Spider Boys.
It's worth noting too that I don't think that we would have gotten such good AI results here if we didn't already have such a realistic Spider-Man costume.
That was the biggest thing.
Dean? Good job, Fenner. Good job.
I'm just gonna note once again that nothing about actual animation was mentioned in this video throughout. It was just rotoscoping. Fancy rotoscoping.
If you guys are interested in seeing how
No.
we keep pushing this technology here, hit that subscribe button.
I'm not
Like the
interested.
video, I don't know, ring the bell.
How many subscribers do they have? I'm gonna be really depressed. 6 million. 6 million subscribers. $6 million. That it looks amazing, probably. I love how every member of the Corridor crew has their own subtle genius that makes the Corridor crew world a place, well, we all want to be. I love how Corridor really shows how AI can be used as a tool for artists rather than something that replaces them. This is just fancy rotoscoping. This is just fancy rotoscoping. Is this atrocious? Yeah, should we care so much? Nah, let them think it's cool. And don't be so annoyed by it. I know I won't be feeling bad about it. I mean, do those guys even make real movies? Sincere question. I can't help but to be annoyed. I fancy myself a bit of an animator myself, okay? I fancy myself a bit of a scientist myself, Peter. I'm a bit of a scientist myself, Peter, so I do care. To be fair, corporate execs want to replace their stuff with AI, so we should care. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna prove to you that I can make. I'm gonna show you a thing that I've done. It's part of a challenge of making one short animation every single day. That is a thing that I've done. Where's the art? I'm gonna wait. Apologies, I have to look for it. The gallery. I guess that's here. $50, boy. You're gonna hate this one. Okay, we're gonna watch it. But first, I'm gonna have to show you, I don't know, what I make. This animation. I have to find it. Oh, God. I have to find it. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna show you a few of the daily animation things. Look. Even, I'm gonna be honest, this is pretty chaotic, and I'm gonna say, I don't know what you call it. I'm gonna toot my own horn, and I'm gonna say that it's better than the AI thing. I'm gonna toot my own horn here, and I'm gonna say this still looks better. It's not very good, but it's still better than the whole AI thing, okay? I'm gonna be honest. Hey, I'm the most wholesome giggler. Jesus. So yes, this was part of my doing animation everyday challenge. This one was done within one day. I do understand that it's sad what companies always do push. We got much worse stuff to truly worry about than animation, sadly. We do, but it does not mean that I don't have time to get annoyed by this, okay? Okay, Hawk Strike 18 plus. I'll make you a deal. I'll get annoyed by this and really infuriated by the more important stuff, okay? I have space in my what do you call it? I have time in my hierarchy for both. Okay, let me try to find another example of an animation that I've made. Some are funny. I'm gonna look for more. Some are really wacky, but But gosh darn. You know? Gosh darn, gigglers. This is also done within one day. A loop. Is he gonna need alcohol or whatever Alec has in store? See? This is like a loop. Jump. I'm gonna look for some more. A few last ones. Some of them are more stylized. Like the Sailor Moon one that I've made. Here you go. You know? And of course there's this loop. This is gonna be the final one. And then I'm gonna go to the toilet and then I'm going to watch that video. See, so I do some animation. I do dabble in animation, okay? So I did study the technique. I did study the technique. I did study the rules of animation. Was it rotoscope? Was it rotoscope? No, it was not rotoscope. Also, I'm gonna type in. It was not rotoscoped. It was just, I looked at the live footage and I drew it myself. It was not rotoscoped. The timing, the everything, I worked on it myself. Might have presented a wrong message, just said these because I used to care too much and nitpick more. I definitely agree with the activism part though, and it's nice to know how people care. I'm so glad. So I'm glad. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay to tell me to calm down a bit, I guess. Because I'm gonna get mad now. Also, I'm gonna ask you to join the page. I'm gonna go to the toilet now, and when I'm back, we're gonna watch the... And yes, you can send me art, of course. You can send me art. Of course you can. So I'm gonna be right back from the toilet. I'm gonna go cry in the toilet, and then I'm gonna be back for more punishment. My goodness. Also, subscribe to the channel. Always subscribe to the channel. The hair animation looks great. Thank you. Thank you. It is not AI. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be back. we go. All right, we're done with this. What's so cool? Sorry. Hello? What's so cool? HRT is cool? Yes, it is. Oh boy, here we go again. It is time for the second one.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could film yourself and easily turn it
Oh no! It's this?
into anything you want, like a cartoon?
Like a rotoscope. Oh god. Ah, thank you. Hungry sucks too, though. I'd hear some rant of that kind since due to the title. Oh, you will. Oh, you will. We'll be talking about Poland today, don't worry. We will be talking about Poland still. Have you emailed where to send images? You can send it to the email that is in the description of the YouTube. I actually did put an email in the YouTube.
Character. Like, what if this could just be a means of capturing performance, and you can visualize whatever your imagination wants afterwards? This kind of...
Like, I swear, these people don't understand how animation works at all. They just think animation is fancy rotoscoping, when it's not at all.
Limits creativity is only accessible to films or animations with multi-million-dollar budgets. But
Like, this person thinks that mocap means that no additional touches are being done. That's so far from the truth.
part of our humanity to try to visualize things that don't exist. Like, let's talk about traditional 2D animation, cartoons.
Yes.
The most creatively liberated medium is also the least democratized. It takes incredibly skilled people drawing every single frame of your movie to make it happen. But I think we came up with a new way to animate. A way
No, you have not, actually.
to turn reality into a cartoon. And it's one more step towards true creative freedom, where we can easily create anything we want. So how do we do this? How do we turn a video into a cartoon? Well, we've been making a series of videos where we experiment with AI image processing. This is similar to AI image generation, but in our case, we are transforming images rather than just
This looks horrible.
generating them from scratch. So one of the newest pieces of technology is a machine learning process known as diffusion. At its core, the diffusion process lets a computer generate an image from no...
You wanna know the worst part? They actually talked to big names in the industry and told them the same thing you're saying now. Wait, you wanna know the worst part? They've actually talked to big names in the industry and told them the same things they're saying now. Wait, they have told big people in the industry the same things that I'm saying now, or did the big people in the industry tell them the thing that I'm saying now? You have to elaborate for me, please. Elaborate. Elaborate, please. Please, please do it, please. My goodness. No, the big names told them. Oh, okay. Interesting. I like to see that. Now that's the thing that I want to see. That is the thing that I would like to see, how the big names tell them the thing that I'm saying right now. Which are basically the things that anyone who does animation knows, by the way. Okay? Like, anybody who does animation knows this, because animation is not about style. They are about motion and how you create the motion. Okay, let me check the email. This is actually really annoying on one hand and really encouraging that the big people told them that. Oh yeah, that's actually really nice art. Yeah, that's actually really nice. I might just... do you want me to show it? Or... oh, this is really good. Yeah, these are really nice. Do you want me to showcase them, or... do you want your arts to be showcased? Showcased? Okay, let me see. How do I know, wait, I know. I'm lazy, so I'm thinking how to do this in the best way possible, but I think I got it. Oh god, I'm so lazy. Okay. But I got it. I got it now. We got him now. This is really good. And AI free, I assume. This is the art. It is satisfying to see actual pros agree with you. I don't apply your own pro, I just don't know yet. I'm a super pro. I am the most professional amateur in the universe. Alright, let's continue with the video.
Noise, much like how we imagine an image from an ink blot or looking at clouds. So if we take a picture we already have and we put a little bit of noise on top, we can have the computer clear up that noise while drawing in new details that weren't
So rotoscoping, fancy rotoscoping.
there before. It's a lot like looking at a picture and squinting your
I'm gonna do a segment dedicated to your art.
eyes and trying to imagine you're looking at something else. And if you squint a lot, well, what you're looking at becomes really fuzzy, and you can imagine that you're looking at something different. So current technology can do this amazingly with one image. So why haven't we seen it applied to video? Shouldn't we be seeing mind-blowing?
Because animation is more than just rotoscoping. That's why. Animation is more than just about rotoscoping. The way you apply the motion is very, very deliberate in animation, okay? You plan the timing, the spacing, you time it out. Okay? It's the difference of the movement in animation being, and it's the same movement, okay? I'm taking my comb thing and I'm doing either this movement or this movement or this movement. That's a big difference. There's a big difference between these movements, okay? There's a big difference between punching the table like this or punching the table like this or like this. It's different timing, a different pace, And those choices are done deliberately. You cannot just trace one-to-one live action footage and expect it to look good.
Visuals all over the internet. Unfortunately, the moment people tried applying this to video, everything fell apart. Because the first step of the process requires us to noise up our image. Every single frame ends up looking different and the video gets super flickery. The very nature of this tech seems to make it impossible to ever work with video. And well, I nearly gave up on using it, but Dean here at the studio kept experimenting, and he showed that with a little bit of VFX problem solving, this might be something that we could actually overcome. It was at the time that Dean and Fenner went out and made that Spider-Verse short.
I can see this being a good tool in the hands of actual animators though. But used like this, it's just fancy rotoscoping and nothing more.
And I set off on a personal quest to use this tech to enable me to make my very own anime. So it was time to Sherlock Holmes our way through this and engineer a solution.
Yes, you can talk to me about art, of course.
This flickery problem. And the first clue was Jurassic Park. 6 months ago, a user on YouTube named Hops uploaded an experiment. He had processed Jurassic Park to look like low poly Zelda. And he used an interesting new technique to noisify the image. And he had achieved excellent results. So I'll explain. Every time you...
Excellent results.
The noise that you put on top changes. Therefore, the forms in the image get changed every frame. If we freeze that noise, things become a lot more solid in the image, but now it kind of feels like the image is moving underneath a weird warp layer, and the details stay inconsistent. So the new trick used in that little Jurassic Park video is simple. If we can turn noise into an image, let's just reverse an image back into the noise it would have come from. Literally just do it backwards. Therefore, the noise is no longer randomly changing every frame, nor is it locked. If the two frames are nearly the same, so is their fuzzy, noised up versions. And therefore, they get interpreted in a similar way.
But as you can see, all the animation technical problems remain. It looks stiff and uncanny because there's zero exaggeration between the live footage and the animated footage. This really looks like a filter or something. Yeah, it's fancy rotoscoping. Yeah.
So we had one piece to the puzzle solved. No more random noise on our image. But I tried to make my video look like a cartoon, and every frame was being drawn with a different cartoon style. So we fixed one problem just to encounter another problem. Dead end? Well, no. Because around this time, style models were becoming a thing in the stable diffusion space. A person named Nitrosock started creating some amazing diffusion models built to convert your image into one specific style. So then it dawned on us. This was the key to eliminating the style flicker. Like imagine telling 100 different people to draw a cartoon dog. You're going to get 100 different dogs back. Now imagine giving everyone a character style sheet saying, draw a cartoon dog exactly like this. The images are going to look a lot more similar. So we had to train our own model, specifically on only one style that we wanted to replicate. Another big step forward, but it only uncovered another new problem. On tests I performed on myself, the features on the face were still changing and jumping all over the place.
What about the actual main problem? The animation. How about that? What about that problem? Because all of this is talking about the look, the visual. None of it is talking about the movement. None of it is talking about the motion. They actually don't even see the problems with the motion, which is most infuriating. I think people should be dissing AI instead of being too excited, to be honest. But as always, I'm gonna wait to see and before forming a real opinion, judging unlike most. Like the biggest problem to me is that nothing about the motion is being discussed here. Nothing.
So the idea hit us. We made a video where we trained ourselves into a diffusion model so that we could tell an epic fantasy story. Why not do that here? I trained a model to not only replicate a specific style, but also specifically know a character, me. I trained it on images of me wearing the same clothes on the same green screen background that I was using for my test sequence. And suddenly, boom, everything locked in. The consistency between frames was hugely improved. Well, almost. It still wasn't quite perfect. But we're VFX artists who have worked with crappy video files.
I mean, of course it's not perfect. You're ignoring the most important part of animation, the motion.
We must have a tool in our arsenal to deal with light flickering. So we applied the DeFlicker plugin in DaVinci Resolve, and we set it to remove flickering light. And it was that simple. Suddenly, we were there. It was working. We had a consistent, moving, emotive cartoon character. And it was all just driven with video of us on a green screen.
Whoa, man!
I think we've cracked a work.
Except one problem, it looks uncanny. And I've already explained a lot of times why it looks uncanny.
For getting something that looks like a cartoon, and it's pretty bonkers.
It doesn't look like a cartoon.
It's working, you know. I think we could do maybe a couple more experiments, but it's like ready to rock. I think Nico has figured out the key to creating a consistent character.
So now it was time to make that anime that I've always wanted to make. Because as you've seen on the channel, we have our anime videos, anime fidget spinners, anime self-driving cars, anime bass.
Because I see many praising it in an absolute and one-sided way, like most of the time with most topics. Every frame is an uncanny valley. Yeah, because there's animation principles are not being applied here. That's why. That's why it looks uncanny. Because when you translate real-life movements into animation, it will look uncanny. It's one of the most basic animation rules.
But they're all filmed for real because we don't run an animation studio and it's very hard to do so these days. So I've had this idea forever. Anime, rock, paper, scissors.
And anime is especially exaggerated, just so you know.
What is the ultimate rock, paper, scissors game? Two twin princes, born at the same time, equal claim to the throne. And it must be decided that day if the king has died. And rock, paper, scissors must happen. So we wrote this short film. The next step is to treat it like a cartoon, which means recording the dialogue first.
So Nico, who are you playing today?
I'm playing Philip, and I have no idea what voice I'm gonna use. I figured that we would start and saying like,
yeah, just go through a few lines, and then like we'll throw a filter or two on it to help nail the vibe.
My character is Jules. My research here, I just remember the shot of Clint in here screaming into a microphone. I'm just gonna channel Clint today. Nico has said that you whisper and then you scream, and there's no in between.
Full dynamics. You go really quiet, and you get really loud, and you do full volume compensation on there, so it just sounds like somehow you have this incredible presence where even your quietest moments are as loud as your screams. So Dean and I, we did the voice acting first.
If there's one thing I hate, it's the choose a side and swing your silly, parroted, short-sighted, and subjective sword opinions mindset. Well, I'm not sure if I'm doing it, to be honest. Like I can see this as a tool if an actual animator did it. But as it's being used here, it's just rotoscoping, nothing else. And they're not gonna improve on the things that I'm talking about because they don't even perceive those things as problems to begin with. Which is a problem.
And we just blew out our vocal cords, yelling as loud as we could. So after we did that, we then designed the costumes for each character, basically just went on Etsy and bought some goofy clothes.
Well, look at this high-level costuming here. Oh no, we lost like half the tape. What we're trying to do is, you see all these doodads here is not gonna be great for the anime style because this kind of intricate detail wouldn't be included in the illustrations because it would just mean more pencil mileage for the animators. So we're covering all that up with a color that's similar to the rest of the costume. Once this is put into the animation space, all this jank gets covered up with beautiful illustrated lines.
What we did on the green screen is we basically imagined that we were puppets, right? We were puppeteering a cartoon character. So we're posing like the cartoon character, and we're not doing any audio recording. Instead, the audio is already recorded like a real cartoon, and we're out there just going.
But you're doing regular movements. Like no matter how hard you try, you cannot do the exaggerated movements of animation in real life. And that is the biggest limitation of the technique that you are implementing here. That is a crippling limitation of what you're doing here, actually. True, fake Alec Kyle Parker, unironically.
We're basically just puppets.
Because, once again, we're trying.
Like, the AI rotoscoping will not do anything more than your movements, and it's gonna create this uncanny valley effect.
To treat it like a cartoon.
They're gonna show it in a moment. They're just gonna prove me right in a moment.
So there's a specific way we have to film this.
And the biggest painful part about it is they don't even perceive this as a problem. They're just glad that they can make real life footage to look like something else. They don't even consider the animation part.
Gathering assets, almost like we're gathering paper cutouts that we're going to then pose in our comic book. A lot of these shots are just us standing in a position, and we just need a single frame, because a lot of animation is just single frames of characters standing there against the background while you hear dialogue. And there's a couple of rules that we've discovered that we have to follow for this. So first and foremost, the style that we're matching, it basically has single direction lighting. It's not like you have characters that are painted with a beautiful edge light and a key light and a fill light and a different direction for an underlight. Like, to actually have to paint that stuff onto a cell would be a lot of work. And so a lot of cartoons don't do that. They just stick to a basic light tone, dark tone shading system at most. And oftentimes it's just a single paint color. At the end of the day, we get to take risks. We get to try things.
Microwave and chef.
Boy, look at this giant crew we have. Oh wait, we have like 2 people and an actor. Right? It's like in Hollywood, you'd have 100 people on set doing a big movie. So we don't need costume department, we don't need makeup department, we don't need a crazy camera department. Right now, we're just being very, very simple and very, very straightforward, and just focusing on the concept. Sam and I spent a lot of time
God, I have to show you this, okay? I have to show you this, because this is actually insulting to real animators. Did you know that all the classic Disney movies were actually shot live first? Did you know that? We're just gonna see a few seconds not be copyrighted to hell, but there's gonna be... And people didn't just blindly rotoscope it. People looked at the live footage and drew the things, because animators understand that you need exaggeration. You cannot just copy the movement one-to-one, because it'll be uncanny. I saw some of it. Okay, look at this. Do you see the live action versus the exaggerated animated image? Do you see what I'm talking about? This illustrates it amazingly well. See? You can see it.
Beg your pardon.
You can see it. You can see that it's not just copied movement one-to-one. Even though it's clearly based on the live footage, you apply the rules of animation to it. You know? Do you know what I'm saying? Does this little comparison basically...
At the end of the day, anime, it's just really all about tying your visual language to the story and really getting into there, stylizing it, thinking about things metaphorically.
No, it's also about animation, about the rules of animation, about the motion, about the timing, about the spacing. So no, it's not about just tying a bunch of effects together. It's actually pretty insulting, to be honest, to say that.
All that kind of stuff. Once again, it's your ideas that matter, right? It's your direction, your story. Because the AI takes it the rest of the way. I love it. It's such an awesome way.
No, it actually doesn't. That's the thing. The AI doesn't take it the rest of the way. It just rotoscopes existing movement. So actually, no, that's the problem. The AI does not take it the rest of the way. Okay. Nice. But I think the more examples I give, the more it's driven home. God, I didn't realize that I would have so much to say about animation, but I guess it makes sense since I actually studied it pretty religiously for quite a bit. So I'm very familiar with I'm quite familiar with the laws of animation. I'm quite familiar with what makes animation look uncanny. Yeah, it's true.
So, we are commemorating the launch of this Anime Rock Paper Scissors video with an awesome limited edition shirt. It's only available for the next 7 days, available in tee and long sleeve tee. It's super cool. It's designed by humans.
6 million subscribers.
7 days only. These are limited editions, so snag one right now. Also, if you want a little tip here, come over here. So subscriptions to our website cost $3.99 a month, but subscribers get a 15% discount on all merch. So if you really want to get cool, you could go and subscribe to our website and then use that discount, and then basically it's the same price, plus now you have a free 1 month of subscription to our website. Just saying. Don't tell anyone I told you that. This is between us. Cool. All right.
So now that I walked you guys through the theory and the techniques that we're going to try to apply here, let me show you the workflow that we came
Yeah. And I've noticed you have not mentioned a single animation technique, which is bizarre considering that you're creating animation.
that led us to 120 effect shots for this piece. So here's the video of me on the green screen, in costume, doing all the acting with the lip sync, right? So what we want to do is we want to have the AI basically trace this, to trace it in a cartoon style. Train a model.
Trace it in a cartoon style. Do you see what I mean? Animation is not traced real life. That is not what animation is. That is not what American animation is. That is not what Japanese animation is. Yes, that's actually a very specific animation style, the rubbery style. But yes, you cannot just rotoscope it.
What I look like, as well as what style we want to apply. So when we were on the green screen filming, once we were done, we also took a bunch of pictures of me. My face, my body, different poses, some full body shots, pictures of my back, different lighting. A picture of Nico Perringer. Hey, there I am doing like the weird Fonzie point. So then we went and we took a bunch of frames from Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, which is an anime that came out in about the year 2000. It's actually free on YouTube, you can just go watch it.
Oh no. This is very insulting because... Did you know that Vampire Hunter D character design was done by the famous character designer for Final Fantasy, Amano? Did you know that?
If you want to. It's actually pretty cool. And we tried to grab...
It has this very special Amano look. It's very...
different people, some face shots, some torso shots, full body shots, hands, hair, even some abstract things like flowers. Because with all these different objects, with each picture effectively being a different object, a different character, when we train the model, it's not going to learn any single subject. Instead, it's going to learn the style in which all these subjects were drawn.
Oh no.
Thing here. If you look at the Vampire Hunter D data set, you'll notice there's no characters with...
This person is going to claim... I have to double have to make double sure that I remember the name right. I remember the surname, but name? One moment. That's right, Yoshitaka Amano. So they're going to claim that this is in Yoshitaka Amano's style. If you've seen any of the Final Fantasy artwork, you will know who Yoshitaka Amano is. And I mean the older Final Fantasy games.
Full beards, because there aren't any characters with full beards in the movie. And this was a problem actually when we first made the model, and it tried to represent me. Sometimes I'd have a mustache, sometimes I'd have mutton chops, it'd be all over the place. So I generated a bunch of...
This is nothing like the Yoshitaka Amano style, by the way. Nothing. So now that they've actually said that they were trying to copy Yoshitaka Amano's style, it failed. Like, oh my god, did it fail. It looks nothing. It's not even theft, because it doesn't even look like Yoshitaka Amano's style. Yoshitaka Amano's style is extremely specific, extremely distinct. You probably are. Okay, have you played any Final Fantasy games? Unless you've never played a Final Fantasy game, then you probably are familiar with Yoshitaka Amano. Oh, never? Okay, then you might not be familiar. I'm gonna show you then. We're gonna look up Yoshitaka Amano in a moment. Once we defeat the boss. Just defeat this last boss. Okay, it's not the last boss. Oh. No, that one was not done by Yoshitaka Amano. The design for that one was not even done by Yoshitaka Amano, so... That one was done by Nomura, I'm pretty sure. Also, I'm playing a very good Final Fantasy game right now. Just so you know. This is an excellent Final Fantasy game. 14, even though it's like an MMO, it's really good. In fact, today I'm gonna show you the trailer for the new expansion. One moment. We've almost defeated the boss. The boss has been almost defeated. Okay, it's dead. I'm gonna show you. Yoshitaka Amano. Look at the style. This is the style of Yoshitaka Amano. Okay? Take a look at this. Okay? And now tell me if anything from this reminds you of Yoshitaka Amano's style. Tell me honestly, did the AI do a good job of capturing his art style? Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say not at all, actually.
Pictures of me, some of them look good, most of them didn't, but I took the good ones and I re-added them back into the data set and then trained the model one more time. I made a new one, Nico Perringer, in the style of Vampire Hunter D.
This looks nothing like Vampire Hunter D or anything Yoshitaka Amano made.
Me, as an anime man. And notice it's got the costume details correct, it's got my face features correct.
Looks awful.
It's the same character every single time. At least consistent enough every single frame. So we got the model done, and now we can use this for all the shots of me.
So I've just received a fantastic plate from Nico. What I'm gonna do now is take the individual images and we're gonna run each one through Stable Diffusion to get an animated character. You have our positive prompts, which are Vamp Hunt D, aesthetic, style, cell animation of Nico Perringer, man, beard, profile, fist, hand. But we also have this negative prompt section, which can steer us away from certain things.
A what?
Like detailed, intricate, lazy eye, photography, render, CGI. These are all the things that we want to avoid coming out. And then basically there's a bunch of freaking sliders and it's really boring. And there's all that stuff that Nico goes into way more depth over on corridordigital.com. Because we don't want to bog you guys down here with the really silly specific stuff. But there's
Oh boy.
processes that are laying on top of that image to image process. And the output is this. There is a really cool animated frame of Nico.
Yeah, it's a glorified filter AI. That's a good
There's blue
way to
shading
describe
on
it.
the fur on his shoulders and basically two-tone shading in his face. It's a really incredible process that we've gotten way too used to at this point. We kind of forget how crazy this technology is. So what's great is that we can just now run the entire image sequence with this prompt and these settings
Yeah, it does look
really
hideous.
well. But you know, there's a few
I do dabble into some Warcraft classic.
janky frames, like his head just pops in for a second and then pops back out. Little inconsistencies, but they only exist on a single frame basis, you know? If only there was a way to kind of remove a little bit of this flicker and smooth out this sequence into a nice, consistent character.
All right, so Dean's given me this whole image sequence now. Let's check it out. Not bad. It's a little flickery, but like it's consistent, right? You can see the character, you can see some of the mouth moving. All right, so I'm gonna take this shot, I'm gonna pop it open in Fusion here in Resolve. So the next thing we need to add is the deflicker. There's two different modes, one for time lapse and one for fluorescent lights. And if we turn on the fluorescent light deflicker, check out the difference. Much better. And if it's not good enough, here's how I fix it. Copy, paste, 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 paste. So now we have all these. Look how stable my face and my costume are. The next step is just to
Hello, Maya Major.
and remove the background.
You're here to see me angry.
Reduce the frame rate from 24 frames per second to 12 to look a little bit more like animation and remove even more of that flickering feeling. Now that we have an anime man, we need an anime world for him to live in.
So according to this person, animation is when you just rotoscope and stylize live footage. Literally. And just, that actually makes me angry. That actually makes me pissed off.
That's where Sam comes in.
So very early on in the process, we're thinking, how do we get consistency in these shots? We want one environment, one location. So I'm using a environment in Unreal Engine as the foundation for everything. And just like the video, how we're taking a video still frame and then applying a style to that, I'm taking a render from Unreal and applying a style to that. That allows us to have consistency. We can go close up, we can do wide angles, all the same objects in the scene, stay consistent. Here's our cathedral.
If only you did any animation on the side of that
here. I
project,
think it was
of that graphics project you're doing.
Pack. The moment I saw the screenshot of this environment on the marketplace, I knew it was perfect.
If only
A little tweaking.
there was any animation involved.
Here and there to make it match the vibe a little bit better. It is just bleeding with sweet, intricate, detailed Gothic style. And it's just ripe for taking cool pictures of. I have a camera placed for every shot in the piece. And if we go back out here, look at that. Look at all these cameras. Every single one of these cameras is a different angle for different background plate. So shot 250, it's waist up shot, maybe something like here-ish. Yeah, there we go. So I'm not even gonna render these out with like the normal renderer. I'm literally just gonna take screenshots of this stuff. So screenshot, boop. All right, it's a whip pan, so let's pan over, boop, pan over, boop. And maybe one more just for kicks, boop. All right, so now I've gotten 4 images. Stable Diffusion kind of takes it from there.
They bought the map, they didn't make it. Well,
Of all the different little prompts I've tried out, believe this one right here, expressive oil painting, dark, beautiful, Gothic cathedral.
at least delete this from your watch history quickly after you're done.
1990 90s anime movie background, oil painting, matte painting. Negative prompts, blurry. I'm all set, let's take a look. All right, so that's basically what the process looks like for all these background plates. Now that these background plates are processed, the shot has everything it needs to get composited.
Basically in anime, there's no 3D moves. It's all either painted backgrounds or cell animated characters. So we wanted to stay true to that. So for these shots, we have a script that was created by Nico that has everything we need. It's got lens distortion, it's got glows, it's got light rays, it's got all this cool stuff. Basically we just drop our foreground,
Oh no.
background, and the final output is pretty close to what you want. And you just go in
Is it so?
and add a little bit of flourish. Here you can see I have the backgrounds that Sam made, and I actually just went into Photoshop and blended them together so you can see the edges kind of smooth out. I took those backgrounds and I just literally animated them scrolling past.
Animated them.
We've added some directional blur, some lens blur, and then we land on these two windows and do a final little push in. So once we drop Nico on top of that, you can see there's this very dynamic effect that's achieved just by literally moving.
There's no dynamic effect. This does not look dynamic.
2D images behind him. On top of that, we have this cool plugin called Light Rays, which creates these beautiful rays of light, and we're using the plate of Nico to actually obscure those rays. So it really marries Nico to the environment. What we're also adding to emphasize this motion, we took some of the 3D elements of the candelabras from the Unreal scene, we isolated them, and we also turned them into kind of animated candelabras. So you can see here, as the camera's moving, you just whip a candelabra by as if it's in the foreground to kind of emphasize the idea that the camera is literally orbiting around in classic anime fashion to really emphasize the motion. We bring in these speed lines. Right here at the end, we have a couple more anime lines to emphasize the point, because that's a very important character moment. He's challenging my character. So all of that together with a little bit of lens effects. And then the final piece are these glows, which kind of emulate a film camera, because that's how anime used to be shot back in the days. Animation cells would be filmed through a film camera. So we try to emulate those glows. And after all that, we get a sweet shot that I can send back to Nico and he can drop it right in the edit.
There's only one problem with this. Yes, you have unfortunately caused this in a way. There's only one problem. The lack of any rules of animation applied, which makes the movement of the character. Okay, I'm just gonna say it shorter. There's a total lack of character animation in this. And character animation is a whole art. People study character animation alone.
One thing I want to talk about is the democratization of this process. This is a situation here where we're looking at a piece of software that's free, that anyone has access to. A process here that we're sharing openly with everyone, because everyone's openly shared knowledge with us, with everyone. And the way this technology is developing, I want to be able to create really cool things. But the only way I can create really cool things is with the help of other people helping make the technology to create those really cool things. And so, since we've learned and are utilizing...
You do know that you have to learn the technology, which technically speaking means it's not democratized either, but okay.
An open source program with a lot of contributions from people. I want to give back and I want to contribute our knowledge and put it out there so that you can go and make animations and people can experiment and improve upon the process, helping all of us get better.
Yeah.
In this video,
someone please actually add animation to the animation.
I'm trying to make a point of really going through the process in a way that's interesting, but I'm not necessarily getting into a click-by-click tutorial. For those of you who want that, we actually have that on our website, corridordigital.com. I'll have a link in the description below. And of course, with everybody's support, that's why this video is even possible. That's why we're able to take, 4 or 5 people and spend 2 months just working on an anime about rock, paper, scissors. It's thanks to all the support and the members at corridordigital.com. So with practice, we've got this process dialed in. Shot by shot, we just started getting faster and better. And at this point, we are blowing through the piece.
This looks...
And it is working.
Awful.
Now, most people in the office haven't actually seen much of this yet. So we're gonna get it wrapped up here with the sound and music and all that good stuff. I'm gonna show it to them. Let's see what they think. Let's see if we can blow their minds.
Yes. Let's see, they forbid us from going to their website. Unfortunately, I cannot forbid anything. I feel empowered and scaled right now.
It's done.
We theoretically have everything dropped in, haven't watched it yet, just exported it, and everybody's gonna watch it with us.
I think it's safe to say that most of us here have not seen anything.
I've seen one completed shot, and it absolutely blew my mind, and I can't wait to see the rest of it.
I have not seen it with the sound design, and that is what I'm super excited for because Kevin Senzaki is so good at what he does. And man, mwah.
I'm here for Kevin.
Damn right you are.
Oh wait, why wasn't the sound done by an AI? Hold on. I thought the whole thing was supposed to be done by an AI, including the sound design. What's up with that? Why didn't an AI take care of it? Animation is also sound, by the way. So I guess it's not an animation created by an AI, is it?
Feels like a real anime in real life. And that's
No, it does not. No, it does not. It doesn't. Maybe if I get enough donations.
That's what it is. There's like all sorts of wacky AI jank that creeps in, but you're so used to it that it doesn't feel like jank anymore.
The song that Sam
Yes.
for the ending.
Yes, it does feel like jank because there's no animation in this animation. It's only rotoscoped.
Fender made this amazing shot where my fist comes down and there's just this anime blast that happens and then you just have this drum roll coming.
They're proudly bragging about blindly rotoscoping a piece of life footage and they're calling it animation.
Yeah, it just all melds and then you just get kind of lost in it.
Are we gonna get another one? Dean is coming back to seek vengeance.
At the end of all the anime videos, we always do one of those montages of like, and now here's all the things that happen afterwards, which are like supposed to be like the end credit joke, but this one is the ultimate fast forward a whole season in this montage, and it subconsciously makes you go, oh yeah, there's a whole story here. But we were just like spitballing random shots.
If we get to do another one, it's entirely up to CorridorDigital.com subscribers. We have a tutorial on how we do this whole
No, don't make another one.
plus a whole bunch of other cool stuff.
Please.
Check it out, support us, help us make more stuff like this. Super cool.
Nico, you know, this is a fun video and all, but I'm genuinely curious.
Oh!
Brother.
I'm proud of you both. Yeah.
I'll make you proud.
You dare?
One.
In real life, it happens at normal speed.
Okay. 1, 2, wait, shoot, wait. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
I donate $30. Will you forgive me for this? Maybe yes. Like, did you find a briefcase or cash under the bridge? My goodness. Can I have some? Listen, this is my main source of income, okay? This is my job, okay? Explaining the minutia of animation. We democratize using a new filter that we think is professional work. We're so cool. Unironically. I'm just glad that the professional world actually replied with the same thing. But yes, I think $30 can make me a bit more happy with life. Especially since I'm preparing a few things that will need me to make money. You should all donate. What? Thank you. Here you go. Please forgive me now. Okay, you are forgiven. It's actually $35. You are forgiven. Oh my goodness, gigglers. And do you know what the worst part is about all of that? Also, if you've okay, I'm not gonna say enjoyed. If you managed to get through this segment and you think what I do is valuable in any way, oh, actually, if you would like to hear me speak of animation in the future, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell, etc. Also, if there's enough interest, I will start making animation on stream. We can actually make animation on stream. That's also a thing that we can do. And yes, I'm sorry, Lucy, I can give you money right now. It's okay. In the future, maybe. Wow. Greta Rain has been cancelled into oblivion. But yes, the worst part is that there are more things for me to get mad about today. Okay. We have more things to get mad about today. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I will say, Lucy, I think this has been one of your best segments yet. Wait, really? Wait. Has this been really one of my best segments yet? Okay, I have to hear from more people. Has this segment really been good? I feel like I've been just ranting blindly like a raging duck. I feel like I've just been raging blindly. And just got here, Simon Partial. Damn. I thought so. Oh. I should make more animation related stuff. It's been good. Damn. Maybe I should. Yes, you were very pun not intended, animated, and you gave a lot of info. Learn how to animate. Like, gosh, I'm not sure if I can actually show any parts of the animator's survival guide animated, which is the best tutorial on how to animate ever. It was created by the... Do you know a movie called Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Do you know Who Framed Roger Rabbit? To be honest, I was a little stressed, but it was interesting learning about animation, so I don't know what you will. It was a mixture of live action movie with animation about a cartoon rabbit being framed for murder. And the director of animation for that taught animation. God, I wish I could show you some of a quick tutorial. Maybe I'll risk it for all of you. Building walks. Don't risk it. Okay, I won't risk it. I'm just gonna link those things in the Giggle card, or we can just we can all just watch it off stream. I can just create watch sessions and talk about it with you all off stream, okay? Not everything needs to be streamed content. So if you're on Giggle Card, we can organize some sort of things where we can watch copyrighted stuff in peace and comment on it. But yes, now we've got a whole thing that we need to look into. Now is your segment? Wait, what is your segment? Wait, what is your segment? I'm sorry. What was your segment? I'm confused. My art segment, you indulge Alec. Alec paid. Okay, I indulged Alec, but Alec also paid to be indulged. And you know what? Just for us to be a little bit more relaxed. I think I don't like to watch people suffer. Okay, I'm gonna show a few more of your... You sent me free. So I'm gonna show a few more of your art, and then we'll continue to more pain. I'm gonna copy link. Watch this. Look at this. And them giving views to the wrong people. Right? How do you like this? And then one more. This is actually really nice. Okay, so we've watched some art between the segments. I cannot do that, I guess. One last piece of art, and then we're getting to the segments. Kind of alien too. Yeah, Lucy's kind, Lucy's gracious, it's true. All gigglers are kind. This is nice art. This is actually nice art. It reminds me, I guess, is this based on Warhammer 30k? On Warhammer? It's a Tyrande from Warhammer, and this guy is a Chaos Space Marine also from Warhammer. Yeah, I thought it was... Yeah, I thought it was from Warhammer. Yeah. Okay, it's time for pain. Nurgle champion. Okay, it's time for pain. Time for some hardcore pain. So, Poland. Poland's been in a bit of a carfuncle recently. I have a few stories that I would like to talk about. And There are basically three big things that Poland has done recently, the Polish government, that is. And I'm gonna allow you to choose the topic. Topic number 1. The dumping toxic materials that were supposed to be stored out there in the field where the little kids can play near them and get intoxicated. Let me put it that way. So toxic waste in Poland. That is topic number 1. Poland negligence in letting in 2 Belarusian choppers into Polish territory. That's topic number 2. And Polish officials laughing when people called to report that there are choppers flying over their heads. That's right. That's part of topic number 2. Topic number 3. The Polish government speed running to ruin the Polish-Ukrainian relations over the grain crisis that was caused by the Polish government incompetence. We have 3 topics. It is your choice. Actually, if you're feeling generous, donate while writing which topic you want. And also, I'm gonna link the page on YouTube chat. So yes. Write which topic. And hopefully donate on the page while doing so. That's optional. You don't have to do that, but it will be appreciated. And then we'll jump into the topic. And then to really cleanse our palates, we're gonna play some game. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually forgot to advertise the stream anywhere, as I do. Now I remember to. Lucy, remember to link the stream 2 hours in. Better late than never. I'm stuck between 2 and 3. I'm picking 2. I'll be able to donate soon. Actually, after getting that new laptop. Ah, thank you. Thank you. But you should join the page. You should join the White Forest page, Hawk Strike, unless you can't right now. In which case, don't. There you go. Here we go. There we go. Two was the choppers, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna do that later, but I already stopped here at least. True! And thank you for that. Wait, Are you a new subscriber? Does that mean that we are... No, we're not. I thought you were a new subscriber. We're still at 866. Also, if I can make a nice... Well, not PSA, but if I can make a nice request of all the gigglers, if you could please, how should I say, leave comments under the videos. That would help me a great deal. Oh, a new one. Okay, nice. Thank you. Are you new to the stream? Is this the first stream that you've seen of me? I want to emphasize, if I haven't already, that these are based on pre-existing artworks that I used as visual reference. I don't know who the original artists were, but I'm not gonna claim total credit. Okay, that's fair, but it's not tracing. You did not trace it, which to me makes a big difference. Okay, that's a big difference to me. Okay, we're gonna go with the chopper one. We're gonna go with the chopper thing. I think there are some articles about the chopper thing. Yeah, no tracing. Yeah, okay, that's cool. To me, that's actually still cool. Quite cool indeed. Where is it? We're gonna look it up ourselves. Poland. What are you up to? Two Belarusian helicopters have violated the Polish airspace, and Poland did not even notice, because the first reports were that nothing happened. The border patrol laughed at the people that called them to say that they're choppers flying overhead, but you know, who cares? Who cares really? Nobody does. It's all good. It's all fine. Let's see this article. It's all good. Nobody cares really. Most definitely. You did pick this up for some reason. For me anyway. Okay. Are you enjoying yourself? Hawk Strike 18 Plus. Do you find this stream to be entertaining? Are you entertained? To quote an old movie about a gladiator. The movie being called The Gladiator. Are you entertained? Two Belarusian helicopters have violated the Polish airspace. The helicopters were spotted by the locals. And guess what? The locals were totally and utterly ignored. 'Cause it's fine. Nobody cares. It's fine. The Polish government... Oh my god. I guess I could also add... As a bonus round, I could also add that literally, as a bonus round, I could add that in like a few, very, very soon, there will be a voting, and I'll have an opportunity to like vote to against the current government. It's a tense period, gigglers. It's a battle for democracy. I was all chatting, watching stuff. Thank you. Like, it's a battle for democracy here in Poland. Because a big election is coming. And we are on the cusp of deciding if Poland will continue being ruled by the far right or if we'll have a change in leadership. A big, big election. I will be voting, of course. Yeah, hopefully. Is there polling data like we do here? Yeah, there is sort of something like that. But so far we don't even have the lists of candidates yet. So, you know, we still have to have the lists of candidates at least. But, you know, today I made this joke. Haven't you noticed how brave all the alpha males want to be exploiters? Villains always are, but many people enjoy them trolls for real. True. True. So what I want to say is... Oh my gosh. I lost my train of thought. I have lost the train. The train is gone. But yes. Oh yes, the train is back. Okay, we're back on the train. I've made this joke to my mom today. I said, listen, you said grandma from your side had relatives in Lviv, so I guess if things go south, we're just gonna move to Lviv and we're gonna be, instead of Polish Jewish people, we'll be Ukrainian Jewish people, you know? From being Polish Jews, we will switch to being Ukrainian Jews. It's okay. It's all good. If things go super south with the government here. The conductor was at the toilet. True. So yes. Here you go. I made a joke while having a walk with mom in the forest. Okay, let's read. Well, probably when not during the war. But you know, maybe Lviv would be a better fit than Warsaw. We'll see. I also want to spend a lot of time in Vietnam. That's a real plan that I have, to spend a lot of time in Vietnam. Okay. The tension at the border between Poland and Belarus remains high after two Belarusian helicopters, an Mi-24 and Mi-8. I have no idea what these mean because I'm not a big expert on military hardware. Briefly violated the Polish airspace in the Białowieża region on August 1st, 2023. Which is interesting because August the 1st is actually... Oh my gosh, look at my hand. It's been imprinted with the watch. Oh my god, my hand's been imprinted with the watch. Oh god. Oh, jeez. Are you seeing this? There's a huge imprint of the digital watch on my hand. I should calm down with how tight it is. People losing hope and becoming cynical and accustomed to tolerating stuff they don't want to vehemently resist should be the main reason for those choices, by the way, from what I've gathered. Because they've told to pay attention and fear other crazy stuff by innocent circles, right? Now it hurts a bit. Damn. So this is interesting that it happened on August the 1st, because August the 1st is the anniversary of the Warsaw Uprising. which is actually topic number 5. Yes, the way the Warsaw Uprising anniversary was handled in Poland is actually topic number 5 about Poland. I've given you 3 topics, but actually there are 5 topics. Surprise! There are actually secretly 5 topics, and I've only given you 3. My God. There's always something wild happening in Poland. But we're just gonna continue with this for now. I don't want to overwhelm you with the Polish BS. Mi-8 is one of the most widely produced helicopters in its Russian. Mi-24 is apparently a gunship, also a Russian design. Poland needs to chill. I wish Poland would chill. I wish Poland would chill and became a Chile. That would be so nice. But you know, it is what it is. However, later on the same day, the Minister of Defense released a public statement on the incident that confirmed the intrusion, because at first the government said that no intrusion happened. So I guess this article is sort of omitting that part. After the commanders and service chiefs presented conclusions from the analysis of the situation, how wordy. It was established that today, August 2023, or August 1st, 2023, there was a violation of Polish airspace by 2 Belarusian helicopters that were carrying out training near the border. The Belarusian side had previously informed the Polish side about the training. The border crossing took place in the Białowieża area at a very low altitude, making it difficult to detect by radar systems. Therefore, in the morning announcement, the operational command of the armed forces branches informed that the Polish radar systems did not record any violation of Polish airspace. Locals called the border patrol and many other places saying, hey, there are literally helicopters flying above our houses. But I guess that's whatever, right? I guess nobody cares about that. Everyone needs to chill. That's what I was pointing at. Though facing reality is mandatory too. Balance is key. I will never chill. I'm a ducky. Or at least a duck is my symbol. And ducks are notoriously evil and not chill. Or something. Also like this stream. Okay? I cannot chill. Mariusz Błaszczak, the Minister of National Defense, Chairman of the Committee for National Security and Defense Affairs, ordered to increase the number of soldiers on the border and allocate additional forces and resources, including combat helicopters. NATO was informed of the incident. The evil, evil NATO. In addition, the committee agreed that the affair of Belarus would be summoned to the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs to explain the incident. Well, I guess that will happen at least. We would like to remind you that Russia and Belarus have recently intensified hybrid activities against Poland. Oh no! Topic number 6. Hybrid activities. Okay. What emote can I even choose to ask you this? Okay, if you know what hybrid activities mean, then use the ducks emote. If you don't know what hybrid activities mean, then use the dicks emote. So dicks if you don't know, ducks if you know. This is topic number 6. Because I keep forgetting about topics regarding Poland, and the more we read, the more topics pop out like, I don't know, like mushrooms after the rain. How would Poland or any country chill if everyone refuses to chill though? That's why I mentioned self-inflicted prophecies, but I understand it's easier said than done. There's no simple solution. Well, I think Poland would chill more if it wasn't ruled by the far right. I think that would be a big step towards dicks. So nobody knows what the hybrid activities mean. And when I tell you, you will be surprised. I'll not be talking about this for long, about the hybrid activities, but that deserves many, many segments, okay? I assume it's just divergent tactics or adhering, but otherwise I don't know. Okay. So, hybrid activities is when refugees want to go through Belarus and enter Poland. Unironically. Hybrid activities is when accepting refugees from the Belarus border. Refugees that are mostly from Afghanistan, I will add. Hybrid action is when accepting refugees. This is it. This is literally it. And the Belarusian-Polish border refugee crisis has been a big topic now for a long time now. And yes, once again, Poland is weaponizing an incident with Belarusian helicopters to push anti-refugee rhetoric, because that is what the Polish government does. And I'm here to quickly inform you that behind the intensified hybrid activities against Poland, the government means refugees. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm angry too, obviously, especially after trying to understand people and wait for them to catch up regarding some stuff, and only for them to even crazier and selfish, fanatical, right? So yeah, we will be making a lot of segments about the refugee crisis. And the refugee crisis was a big topic during the conference in the Polin Museum called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust. It was a big topic. Because refugees are being forced to be on the so-called no man's lands, which are small spaces between borders. There are refused food, drink. They're refused. Paramedics cannot go help them. It's a big thing, and we need to talk about it as much as possible, because the Polish government is committing atrocities against refugees, and nobody talks about it, basically. Belarus is Russian ally, but still maintains its own will. Wouldn't Russia not want to involve NATO agreement to take effect in the Ukraine war? Well, I don't think this will escalate to anything, the chopper thing. I'm more worried about the very real atrocities of the refugees, actually. So this tactic is we hurt random people until you follow our orders. Well, it's more like, in the case of Poland, it's more like we are racist and we don't want refugees from this part of the world in. That is literally it. The Polish government is just racist. There's nothing more. It's not any deeper than that. We don't like refugees from Afghanistan. So we're gonna call it hybrid warfare from Belarus. That's it. That's it. It's racism. Actually, in the past on stream, we've watched a really nice material on it when reporters from abroad actually grilled Polish officials about it, saying, so it's basically racism what you're doing. It's basically racism. Due to possible further provocations, we call for responsible dissemination and commenting on information that may be used by the Russian and Belarusian regimes. Meanwhile, the Belarusian MOD denies the incident, Reuters reports. According to the Belarusian MOD, stated claims made by Poland on the airspace violations are far-fetched. According to Minsk, the accusations made by the Polish MOD have an underlying purpose. They are to justify the enhanced military presence on the border. The Belarusian authorities also claim that as the radars did not detect the violation, the evidence of helicopters being spotted over Poland is anecdotic. Isn't it anecdotal? Shouldn't it be anecdotal? What do you mean anecdotic? Is that a word, anecdotic? I know anecdotal, but anecdotic? Every elitist capitalist government will exploit anything they can and care to take advantage of. I admit it's not easy to run a country, but come on. I've never heard anecdotic. Same. I've never heard anecdotic. It has no actual confirmation. Even though the official narrative is that the potential violation may have been a part of a military exercise taking place in Belarus, it cannot be ruled out that it has been done purposefully to raise tensions while still remains below the thin threshold of a real aggression. It is also clear that the information chaos surrounding the incident is also created on purpose to make it impossible to explain what really happened. Let's not forget Poland has been quite vocal lately with its concerns about the presence of Wagner Group mercenaries along the border and the risk of provocations, as Michał Piekarski, PhD, explained. Well, I'm going to be honest. When it comes to the Wagner Group in Belarus, the government has been just weaponizing it to say to the population, look, these bad Wagner boys are gonna attack us, and only we, the current government, are the ones that can protect you. So you have to vote for us. This is unironically the rhetoric that is being utilized in Poland right now. See these bad Wagner boys? We're the only line that separates you from them. We vote for us. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. The Polish air defense system indeed struggles and has issues, but in general, the incident shall be viewed similarly as the flexing of the muscles, as it used to happen during the Cold War, when airspace violations happened on a daily basis. This means that an investigation of the incident is a must anyway. But the problem here is placed in the area of communications regarding what happened. It is not a disaster. A Belarusian chopper landing in Warsaw would be more troublesome. I think it's fallen out of use, but it's a word. My phone doesn't recognize that word, too only anecdotal. I guess it's like, maybe it's like Sukhoi is saying it fell out of use. Summing it up, the violation may have been the result of a navigational error, as many we have seen in the past, or just another act of the current Cold War between NATO and Russia. So what do you think? Mistake or not? Mistake or provocation? Write in the chat. Write provocation or mistake. We have two options, provocation or mistake. Probably a mistake. I can't imagine Belarusian leaders being stupid or crazy to the level that they would risk conflict with NATO. Well, they do skirt the line a bit, so... Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was AK for a sec. We'll rewind, but I always go with provocation, knowing how all these guys think. Interesting. They're both of those things, but I don't think they're that stupid. Well, who knows? Who knows at this point, right? God. I've used so much energy. I used so much energy complaining about animation that I only had strength within myself for one. I only had the power for one Polish topic. So we're gonna have to continue Poland tomorrow. Was I at least able to paint a little bit of a picture that things in Poland are not going well? Have we achieved that goal? Have we done it? Have we did it? Okay. I guess we're going to do a thing now. Because it will not be, we're going to do a little bit of a spying session on people. How about that? We're going to make sense. Do take a break whenever it needed. Thank you. We're going to take a break to play a little bit of a game. And we're going to steal content from other people. That is what... Hello, Moose Watcher 123. We've done so much things today. It's wild. It is wild, wild, wild. Wait. President Sunday is streaming right now? I did not know. Did you know that President Sunday was streaming? Were you made aware? Apparently there was a really wild thing going on recently. XQC doubles down on contents that Donald Trump is cooked. Oh my god. New kitten hisses at me. Okay, we're gonna... What is a tanky? I'm gonna do a little bit of Keffels. Keffels. Any Keffels watchers in... Any Keffels watchers in the chat? Any Keffels fans? It's time. You actually answered quiet here. It's hot though. That's considered normal here in Greece. Okay. It's right. We have a Wiggler. Where is it? Where is it? I think that's the wrong channel. Apples has 2 channels. Apples Live, that's the other channel. How Kaimi is so effing wrong about, well, everything. How Tankies lie to you. Okay, let's. How Tankies lie to you.
The way.
How Tankies lie to you. Yes, I guess if I count. You always count, Moose Watcher. Why would you not count? Go check these channels out if you recommend. Thank you. But of course, Moose Watcher, why would you not count?
Way that they try and minimize what the actual mistakes were. So this is Luna Oi's most recent video.
We would never discount you, Moose Watcher. That would be horrible. And unethical.
What did Lenin say about democracy?
Oh no.
Series. I know I'm gonna be real mad watching
Lenin.
this video.
Lenin.
Let's do this.
Hi, I'm Luna. Welcome back to Luna Oi. This is
Oh, we have to beat the game. Can somebody link the game? Because I assume you play it in a browser or something. Link me the game and we will beat Keffel's record. Link me the game. Link me the game. And I will try to beat Keffel's record, okay? When did I turn on my old Nintendo DS Lite? Right now. Link me the Luna Oi game. Is what I mean by link me the game. I mean, I don't really show up for her live streams, save the most recent ones, but I do watch her non-live content. Thank you for counting me. Ethics achieved. True. True. You are now ethical because you watch Keffels, or as I call her, Kefales, because I do the accent thing. Nobody can link me Luna Oi's game.
in my series on democratic centralism.
Unrelated to any actual commentary about like her political positions, I think it's funny how wholesome the intro is. It feels like a show the kids would watch where she has like a talking pet hamster. You would not think this is a political.
There we go.
The intro. It's Blues Clues or Tankies.
Thank you.
Fucking right.
Back to Luna Oi.
Oh my gosh. We don't have time for that. We need to listen to the cutscene now. To this burly game. So she's good, nice. Yeah, Keffels is nice.
You managed to kill a granddaddy crab.
Granddaddy?
Couldn't lug it up out of the caves for us. Could have made quite the chowder out of it. No matter. We've got one less reason to fear the dark. But I've got one more thing to thank you for.
Thanks. Ooh. Goodbye. Stay alert. Stay alert. I don't know where to go now. I have no clue. Do you see this? Do you see this innocent skill tree? Oh, Sukhoi is here now. Okay, you can look at this innocent skill tree. Well, think again. Think again. Okay? This is the skill tree. So think again. And it's one of many. Oh my god, it's one of many. You thought it was innocent, but it's not. Okay, where do we go now? Nothing hotter than a skill tree. But does it have to be this big? Does the size really matter that much? Don't you know that sometimes it can be too big and then it just hurts? Get the Helven mana nodes. Oh, nice, Maya Major. Intelligence. Minions. Okay, I guess this then. You're playing the Path of Exile? Yes. Okay, that one. Two hours, one life. Okay. That's a good idea. Okay, we've done it. Bam! Okay, so we've got quests. Travel to Prisoner's Gate. Where is the Prisoner's Gate? Somewhere the ledge, right? Yeah, I was in the ledge. Yeah, the ledge. All right. Here. Are these the free rocks? Is this it? Here? This is it, right? Yes. All right. Let's do this. I know it's most popular in Poland, but in case you haven't played it, try Warlords Battlecry RTS games or the mod for them. Haven't checked it. I might check it out. Yeah, Warlords Battlecry. You'll have to remind me if I forget. Okay, let's go. Let's unpause the video. This is going to be serious business. Also, we have to make the game quiet again.
This is part 3 in my series on democratic centralism. There are links to parts 1 and 2 in the description, but to recap what we've learned so far. Every group of human beings, including organizations, communities, and governments, has characteristics of democracy as well as characteristics of centralism.
What?
Democracy deals with representation of the people in making decisions and directing the group.
Wait, that's not true. This is already off to like a really fucking wild start. Every group has characteristics of democracy. What were the characteristics of democracy in Nazi Germany? This is one of my big problems with democratic centralism as a concept. They say democracy, as long as there's one body, even if it's a completely unelected body, that is...
What was the elements of democracy in Nazi Germany? The Nazis running elections, got 'em. The Nazis running elections. Got 'em. Got your Keffels. See? Got 'em. Isn't that right, gigglers? We've got that evil Keffels. Also, you should use SRS. It's gonna be more effective than Fireball. You can change your spot in your skills. What is SRS again? Oh. Wait, you mean as a base skill? I guess. I guess that works.
Is not accountable to the
Got 'em.
population whatsoever. As long as they vote amongst themselves, it still has characteristics of democracy.
True, got
What
him.
democracy is.
It is. Haters gonna hate. And Keflos is a hater.
Reaches into the ground and raises up our slain imperial foes. He beats the fallen from their graves and drives them to fight us beyond the end, rotting tooth and jagged nail. Our own women have joined their cursed ranks. No longer may we give our beloved to the birds, messengers of smoke to the sky, conveyors of flesh to the earth. Khaln has commanded us to destroy our remembered with axe and fire. Khaln is the bravest of us, willing to bear the ire of the ancestors for the survival of his people.
Democracy is when no freedom and you can vote for the selected one-party candidates. Got 'em. Got 'em. Owned. Pwned.
refers to unity in thought and action in a group. Democracy and centralism mutually impact and develop one another, and both democracy and centralism can have positive and negative characteristics. Good democracy can help build good centralism by building harmony and productive unity in thought and action among group members. Good centralism can develop democracy by making sure everyone can have a voice and can comfortably
Wait, since when is democracy about centralism?
Centralism can develop democracy by making sure everyone can have a voice and can comfortably place trust.
There were democracies in extremely decentralized environments. Democracy is not tied to centralism at all. That makes no sense. Of course. You can also check the box when you open up the spell in the action bar. It's good to keep on for most skills. Okay.
In a democratic system. And of course, the opposite is also true. Bad forms of democracy will degrade centralism as unity dissolves. And bad centralism can undermine democracy by putting too much power in too few hands. Marx and Engels defined
What is good and what is bad? What?
Centralism as unity. Opposite is also true. Bad forms of democracy will degrade centralism as unity is also true. Bad forms of democracy will degrade centralism as unity dissolves. And bad centralism can undermine democracy.
What? Bad democracy will degrade centralism? What does that mean? What the hell? Oh wow, this is actually much better. Are you seeing this, Sukhoi? I think I should exchange the Darkwood Scepter, Driftwood. I think this is better. Actually. It's small? What's small? The game. Yeah, I'll make it bigger for a second. Okay, so one moment. Can I move the inventory window? You cannot, of course. Oh well. So it's stronger. The one that I'm using out has 2 blues and 1 red. You really want a 1 since it's buffs spell damage. Scepters tend to buff elemental damage. I unfortunately don't have any 1s. Okay, let's go.
By putting too much power in too few hands. Marx and Engels define democracy as a system in which the will of the people guides human society.
Wouldn't a bad democracy, or in practical terms, say a one-man dictatorship, in some cases result in a hyper increase in centralism? But a one-man dictatorship is not a democracy. It's not a bad democracy. It's just not a democracy. In some cases, result in a hyper increase in centralism, presuming demon governance, like with a super surveillance. But that's not a democracy. A surveillance state with a dictator is not a democracy, like, at all.
Society through the use of elections and other democratic systems.
You know?
In contrast, they pointed out that monarchies, feudalism, and bourgeois democracies are not truly democratic at all, since only a small minority wield power and influence.
Wait, hold on.
Democratic at that monarchies, feudalism, and bourgeois democracies are not truly democratic at all, since only a small minority wield power and influence in such societies. Marx and Engels saw democracy in all its forms as the primary driving force of humanity.
By that definition, the
Soviet Union was not democratic. Vietnam is not democratic. China is not democratic.
Soviet Union wasn't democratic either.
Also, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had kings, and it was more democratic than those countries, so... Whoops.
Like, by that very definition, Vietnam isn't democratic.
True.
A democratic centralist system, by definition, concentrates the power of the state into a few hands. Like, it was actually Lenin who said, there is no freedom until there is no state.
Tyranny of powerful minority classes, leading to class struggle, which changed and developed human society throughout history. Marx and Engels understood the power of democracy and knew that a working class revolution would have to be democratic in nature in order to be successful. They laid the philosophical foundation of studying democracy through the lens of dialectical.
I love how you listen to these people and the most that he can say is what? Because, and that's not a dig against Keffels. It's just that Marxist-Leninists speak so much nonsense that all that you can really say is what? Right. I don't have a gem that gives bonuses to minions. Fair point. By bad democracy, I guess to shift to autocracy fully takes... Right, yeah.
Imperialism, which paved the way for the development of...
Wait, but Karl Marx literally advocated for the overthrow of the state. I'm so confused how she's coming to these conclusions.
Democratic centralism as we know it today. This brings us to Vladimir Lenin, who was the first to define the field.
To be fair, there were socialists who were advocating for working from within a state, for building socialism from within states, so... And they were opposed to the so-called revolutionary socialists. I might sell you one soon.
Philosophical concept of democratic centralism based on the...
Wait a second. Marx wasn't a statist as bad as Engels would want him to be? Yeah, no, 100%. It's crazy.
Groundwork laid by Marx and Engels in the analysis of democracy. Like Marx and Engels, Lenin was a scientific socialist. This means that he used dialectical materialism as a philosophical framework for fulfilling the mission of the working class in dismantling capitalism and building communism. Scientific socialism upholds democracy as the basis for successfully overthrowing capitalism, and Lenin fleshed out these ideas in both theory and practice. In The Revolutionary Proletariat and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination,
Oh boy.
in 1915, Lenin wrote,
The proletariat cannot be victorious except through democracy. By giving
It's just bizarre to me how disingenuous that she's being. We're not even that far into the video, and already...
Also, did you know that Marx and Engels said that the international revolution would not be able to happen unless Poland had its own country? Did you know that? They wrote a whole thing called In Defense of Poland. We might go over it one day, in which they said that only when Poland gets its own independent country will the international revolution be able to happen. It's actually not a lie or a... I'm not memeing you. It's actually the truth. It's not a meme. Wish I was memeing, but I'm not.
It doesn't make any goddamn sense. And I'm not even defending the monarchy in Russia, but how is it why would they need to kill the Tsar's children in a democratic action? That doesn't make sense.
Giving full effect to democracy, and by linking with each step of its struggle, democratic demands formulated in the most resolute terms.
Lenin, like Marx and Engels, considered the masses of the people to be the makers of history, not any heroic or divine individuals. Under capitalism, just as with...
That's not true. If Lenin thought that the masses were the tools, or if Lenin thought the masses were the movers, then why did he insist on the vanguard party? If the masses were the most important movers of the country, then the vanguard party would be redundant. There would be no vanguard party. So that's not true, clearly.
Previous forms of class society like feudalism, the majority...
Oh, by the way, very funny contradiction in Marxist thought, or tanky thought, I should say, is this idea that it's the masses of people that make history and move society forward, but do not criticize the handful of guys who did more than the masses, apparently. Never criticize.
So in other words, the so-called vanguard party. We're talking about the same thing here.
Criticize them. You say the wrong thing about like Marx or Lenin or Stalin to this crowd, and they will never shut the fuck up.
People have to struggle against a minority ruling class. This struggle between classes based on a...
It's very interesting because when Marx lived, Marxism was not the only school of socialism. You have to keep this in mind. It was considered the most developed school of socialism, but it was not the only one.
Desire for increased and improved democracy is what has driven human society through every stage of development, from slave societies to feudal societies and on into the current stage of capitalism. Through all the history of class struggle, democracy has always been both a battle slogan and a revolutionary goal for the oppressed classes. What distinguishes capitalism from previous forms of society is the nature of class division. In previous society, power and other characteristics...
Also, capitalism is not a form of society. Okay? Capitalism existed in monarchies. Capitalism is a mode of organizing economy, not a mode of organizing society, at least not directly. it did end up being a tool for organizing society as well in a way, but keep in mind that capitalism was a thing that existed within monarchies. So it's in my opinion, okay, as a person that studied this period, monarchies were not replaced by capitalism. I guess you could maybe put the thought paid for by Thomas under that category was anti-capitalist and was said to have been inspired by some Marx. Like, you could make more of a case that monarchies were replaced by nation states. Okay? You could make a case that monarchies were replaced by nation states.
Characteristics were distributed among a variety of classes, including monarchs, slaves, peasants, nobles, religious leaders, merchants, crafts.
See, I see when tankies use this as the model to show people either capitalist society or feudal society, but how does this pyramid structure for the division of class society look any different from society in any of the
feudal societies? Wait. Does Luna Oi not know that not all monarchies had a feudal system? Many absolute monarchies embraced capitalism, especially like in the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution happened under monarchies. Do people not realize that? The Industrial Revolution literally happened under monarchies.
the Marxist-Leninist states that currently exist. You could very easily replace the church and the king with the Communist Party, replace towns, merchants, and craftsmen with like the national bourgeoisie, and then replace the one lower than it with like party members, the lower ranks of the parties, and then replace serfs with the working class. Doesn't even, like, come on.
Man, and so on. Capitalism has reduced the complexity of class structure, so that today the vast majority of humans compose one class, the working class, and a very tiny minority of individuals, the capitalist class, control society. If the working class could manage to overthrow...
What? The working class and the capitalists class? What? No, that's not how that works. And also, that's not how it goes. Because the classes in the feudal systems, were about your social standing. Okay? And those classes were actually replaced by one thing: national identity. You were no longer just a serf. You were no longer a priest in the church. You were first and foremost of your nation. Quote unquote. But I guess nobody will mention that, which is interesting to me.
Man, and so on. Capitalism has reduced the complexity of class structure, so that today the vast majority of humans compose one class, the working class, and a very tiny minority of individuals, the capitalist class, control society. If the working class could manage to overthrow the capitalist class entirely and build a democratic system that represents the will of the working class as a whole.
The working class is a capitalist class, literally. All classes within capitalism are capitalist classes. What she's referring to is the bourgeoisie, not the capitalist class. Both the bourgeoisie and the working class are capitalist classes. So that makes No.
then class struggle will be eliminated.
Oh yeah, I did love in the earlier frame that fucking Reddit rules you. Reddit is part of the ruling class. Using corporate...
I'm sorry, I have to listen to this
Reddit
again.
rules...
Eliminated
Oh yeah.
represents the will of the working class as a whole. Then class democratic system that represents the will of the working class as a whole. Then class struggle will be eliminated.
Oh yeah, I did love...
Actually, what Marx said was that if you eliminate division of labor, that will destroy the class struggle. Like Marx actually posed that in order to avoid or even eliminate class struggle, you have to eliminate all of the things that create it, and that includes the division of labor.
Love in the earlier frame that fucking Reddit.
That included also getting rid of the state, getting rid of the currency.
Reddit rules you.
Etc.
Reddit is part of the ruling class. Using corporate Memphis in a democratic centralism video is fucking wild.
The struggle to...
And to my knowledge of this hierarchy, was his solution to the problem. Right about laissez-faire capitalism, but I'm rambling.
Towards achieving that goal can only be achieved through socialism. And socialists must do all we can to put power in the hands of the working class. Lenin put it very simply in an article called All Power to the Soviets, published in 1917.
Democracy is the rule of the majority.
But it should be pointed out that this rule of the majority doesn't mean oppression of marginalized minorities. All working class citizens must have a voice and enjoy freedom in order for a society to be called a real democracy. According to Lenin, an organization or society must have the following of 4 characteristics in order to be truly democratic. Equality of all citizens under the law. Political freedom for all citizens. Decisions made by a majority.
Well, that's definitely not what the Soviet Union was. Humans feel like behaving whatever is convenient and profitable.
Of all citizens. Citizens decide by vote, which is the essence of peaceful, pure democracy.
Does anyone else ever feel like when you have to listen to tankies talk about politics, you're just being consistently gaslit? Like having Luna Oi, who stands of Vietnam, North Korea, China, Cuba, put up a thing from 1919 by Lenin where it says that decisions made by a majority of all citizens is a core tenet of what democracy is. Democratic centralism inherently puts power into the hands of a very few people. It puts it into the hands of the Politburo and the Central Committee of a Communist Party. It's not rule by the majority. It is very much a rule by the minority. And the point in their own thought is that the party represents the will of the people. But it doesn't. It's not elected. No one has decided that. And they can make any changes that they want, regardless if it's a good decision or if it's even a popular decision.
Whoops. But Lulu, about how capitalism, how will the Communist Party of Vietnam control its people? True. You're right. I haven't thought of that. I haven't even considered that. How silly of me.
If these 4 criteria are met, then a society can be said to be truly democratic, according to Lenin. Lenin developed this criteria for a true democracy through his revolutionary work in Russia, not just through theoretical hypothesizing, but through practice as a revolutionary leader and organizer. But Lenin also knew that in order for democracy to be used to empower the working class and fight capitalism, it has to take a certain form. Lenin argued that in our current
Oh yes, of the Vanguard Party. Ah yes.
of development and material conditions, in order to enable the working class to overthrow capitalism and build towards communism, democracy must take the form of a government. So Lenin believed that the task of communist revolutionists was to develop a form of government which would give the working class access to true democracy.
The Vanguard Party.
While still being able to fight against capitalism, imperialism, fascism, and many other threats to the revolution. Lenin called the formal government which the working class would use to fight capitalism and build democracy and power for the working class, socialist democracy, or proletarian democracy. Lenin famously described the socialist democracy as a dictatorship of the proletariat, but this term is awfully highly misunderstood. When Lenin talks about the dictatorship of the proletariat, he doesn't mean we should have a tyrannical or authoritarian government. He was
Okay. So
Nobody understands the term this way, by the way.
I want to do a bet right now that she is not going to talk about how democratic centralism has a ban on what they call factionalism. So, chat, what this means, let's say you are a member of the Communist Party and you are representing them at the Central Committee. And they're currently having their party congress. They're making the decisions on what the party believes.
Wow.
Now it is we who must bend and bow like saplings before the sea-born gale. The firstborn of the kingdom of calm greeted us this day. The firstborn of the kingdom of calm was buried this day. Even our children are not spared the Black Spirit's touch. What have we done to enrage Waycrest? We look to calm. Our king will lay the spirit of this land at peace.
All right. That's cool. Also, in theory, in the Soviet Union, you could say that the one party was supposed to be many parties folded into one party. So you were supposed to actually get the dissent of people within the party. Of course, that never happened. That was never a thing. That was never allowed to be a thing. But technically speaking, you were supposed to have many different clashing opinions within the one party.
And what policies that they want to implement in the future. And one of the policies being voted on is whether or not homosexuality should be legal. Now, this is just an example. It could be anything. You could put abortion there, interracial relationships, literally anything could fit in this category. I'm just using homosexuality as an example. It gets voted on, and the vote passes that homosexuality should be illegal 51 to 49. As a result of that, you would not be able to, as a member of the Communist Party, be able to say, I disagree with this policy. Because if you publicly disagree with the policy after it's put forward, you are engaging in factionalism.
Right.
Which means that you are an enemy of the party and you need to be immediately...
Which, interesting enough, again, in theory, that was not supposed to be the case. But in practice,
excised from the party. This is part of the reason that I quit the Communist Party in the first place.
Oh, that's interesting.
Simply inverting the idea of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, aka the bourgeois democracy. As Marx and Engels had explained, in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class holds all the power. Therefore, a small minority have power over the vast majority of workers. The dictatorship of the proletariat, on the other hand, would put power in the hands of the vast majority of people.
This is very interesting because according to Rosa Luxemburg, the person who will be doing a big prepared segment about, Rosa Luxemburg criticized the Russian Revolution and said that the vanguard party is the bourgeoisie. She said that the Russian Revolution was the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. That the party was basically the new bourgeoisie. There was the revolution of the bourgeoisie. Just so you know. You know what I'm just gonna say? Lenin sucks. So yes, this is what Rosa Luxemburg said. The Russian Revolution was the revolution of the bourgeoisie. So yeah. Unfortunate but true. Okay? Very unfortunate, but also very true. All right?
People in society. The working class would have a power over the capitalist class, which would help society to begin fulfilling the 4 criteria of a true democracy. Let's compare bourgeois democracy with socialist democracy, one criterion at a time. Equality of all citizens under the law. Under a bourgeois democracy, there is no equality.
I'd like to have a longer talk with Keffels about that, by the way.
All citizens under the law. Capitalists.
But it's so difficult to get a hold of Keffels. So next time when you watch Keffels, right, talk to Lucy in the chat.
Expensive lawyers. Pay off politicians through law.
She's living in a country that doesn't have same-sex marriage. Fuck off. It's such a misunderstanding of both what the law is and just incredibly disingenuous. She's literally hung out with far-right nationalists who did gas attacks against queer activists. She wants to talk about equality under the law as a prerequisite for what a socialist government is.
Lobbying and bribes, and gain all kinds of legal protections through corporate structures. Meanwhile, workers have a very few resources.
Wait, hold on.
Protections through
socialist government is.
Lobbying and
Happy now. This is capitalists can hire expensive lawyers, pay off politicians through lobbying.
Equality under the law as a prerequisite for what a socialist government is.
Lobbying and
bribes. Luna Oy is saying this. This is very interesting because one of the biggest problems in Vietnam is the corruption. Like you can bribe your way into skipping most, if not all, paperwork. I'm not gonna give real examples on stream. Let me just say, okay, that handing money to people made it easier in certain instances to get certain things done, okay, when we've been to Vietnam. So Luna Oy talking about bribes in capitalist societies feels very funny to me, okay?
gain all kinds of legal protections through corporate structures. Meanwhile, workers have a very few resources to protect themselves, and bourgeois legal institutions offer them fewer protections and benefits. A socialist democracy...
That's very funny.
...all citizens equally. Every citizen, no matter how poor, should have the same protections and benefits under the law.
Well, that's not what happens in Vietnam. Lulu, how can Vietnamese capitalists, they have a communist party? True, of course. Yeah.
Freedom for all citizens.
But of course.
Bourgeois democracy. Capitalists have far more freedom than the working class. For example, look at freedom of speech. Capitalists have far more of a voice.
You mean the bourgeoisie? Everyone's a capitalist. Every single person that participates in capitalism is a capitalist. That includes the working class. So what Luna Oy means is the bourgeoisie.
Voice in capitalist society, where they.
I'm sure all of the labor organizers in Vietnam and China and Cuba that get beaten down by the cops in the name of protecting the state have political freedom. Because they went against the one union in their country that is controlled by the state.
And own entire media institutions and pay to have their propaganda disseminated to millions. millions upon millions of people. Workers
Keflos is just a hater.
and also like
It's
access
okay.
to other basic freedoms, like freedom from
Don't be a hater, Keflos.
disease and houselessness. A socialist democracy
Haters gonna hate.
to everyone, and every member.
That's fucking wild. So, when I visited China, I made a friend. She worked in a noodle shop. The noodles were...
Oh my god. The noodle dog whistles flow like noodles. Here come the noodle whistles. Listen for them, everybody. Listen for them. And the workers are traitors to the revolution. True. True and real. Also, we need a skill. Life and mana. True. The noodle soup thickens. True. And now I crave noodles. For some reason.
Quite tasty, by the way. And she could not afford to live on her own anywhere in Beijing because the prices for rent are way too high there. So she had to live in a worker dormitory with dozens of other workers. These prerequisites disqualify any of the countries that she says are socialist as being socialist. And if she were...
Yeah, of course. The living standard is very low for most people, of course.
If you were to push her on this in the slightest, she'll drop the Stalinist act and she'll start weaponizing like Western liberal idpol. Like she'll just start saying, well, you're not Vietnamese, so you can't make a comment on this.
True.
They would enjoy the same freedoms
True and real.
with protection from the government. Nobody would have more freedom than anybody else just because they are more wealthy.
Didn't she do this to Vosh? She did, and that's how I know she isn't a Marxist, because the workers of the world have no country. You can't just weaponize national chauvinism like that.
True. Actually true. Socialism actually... Well, revolutionary socialism. I should specify. Revolutionary socialism stands in pretty stark opposition to nation states as a concept. Yeah, true. And ironically true. And I assume Luna Oi describes herself as a revolutionary socialist.
Private property. Decisions made by a majority of all citizens. In a bourgeois democracy, the capitalist class controls society. Elections are illusionary.
Because the lack of nation is technically speaking not true for all schools of socialism. But for the schools, for the school of socialism that Luna Oi is subscribing to, yes. What Keflos is saying is correct.
In nature. They exist to make workers feel like they have a voice, when in reality the capitalist class controls all aspects of government. The working class may have some token input, but the working class will never be given the power to make any decision, which would jeopardize the power.
How is she describing a system that is any different from the system that she lives under? This is exactly how these states operate.
Well, don't be a hater, Keflos.
Yeah, it's not true of local ones. It is true of federal elections. But I wish that they would just be honest. The dishonesty is part of the reason why after several years of being a Marxist-Leninist and being a proud member of the Communist Party, I ended up quitting. Because they're constantly lying. All of their recruitment tactics are based on lying and giving these snuff propaganda pieces that never tell you the full truth.
Keflos is a hater.
In my opinion, if you're looking to make a change in the world and you meet up with people like Luna and you're taken in by it, you probably have a good heart. You probably want to see the world be a better place. But if you continuously learn about Marxism-Leninism and learn about the intricacies of all of the things that movement is responsible for and what they actually advocate for, you're only staying if you're an ideologue. At that point, people generally leave. The exodus I saw in the Communist Party of Canada was because of the people who had been there for several years and decided to start looking into things. They decided to start looking into things. And the more you look into it, the harder it is to tolerate Marxist language.
Oh, God, I really need to have that talk with Kafos.
And they're constantly
For real.
Power of the capitalist class.
For real, for real. We need to have a debate.
Member of society to have an equal
Debate me,
voice in
Kafos.
decision-making.
Right
Nobody
now.
would be
Right
excluded
here.
from participating in
Or
collective
something.
decision making just because they are poor or otherwise marginalized. And the government would be truly be in the hands of majority of society, the proletariat. Citizens decide by vote, which is the essence of peaceful, pure democracy. As I've already said, elections in bourgeois democracy.
Yes. You decide by voting for the pre-selected candidates, which happens in the Marxist-Leninist countries, by the way. Yes. Choose and vote for these pre-selected people.
Democracies are not real. Decisions aren't really made by popular vote, and representatives don't really represent most people. Capitalists control and rig elections in any number of ways, through spending vast fortunes on political propaganda.
Is a person from a Marxist-Leninist country really going to be talking about rigging elections? Is that really what's happening? Don't make me laugh. Poland used to be a Marxist-Leninist country. I know the game. I know how the game is played. I understand the game of Marxist-Leninism, of Marxism-Leninism.
Through gerrymandering.
So I want to give you all a history lesson, chat. Some of you may know, and others may not know, where the term tanky actually comes from. And I think that this is particularly important because earlier on in this video, Luna references Lenin's work on the rights of nation to self-determination.
Uh-oh.
In 1956, the people of Hungary
wanted
independence. They wanted to form their own government.
Uh-oh.
They wanted to be separate from the Soviet state.
Oh,
The
no.
Soviet state responded to the burgeoning independence movement in Hungary by rolling tanks in and crushing all dissent. In Britain, there was a schism in the Communist Party of Great Britain between the people who supported the Soviet line and the people who were opposed to the Soviet line. And the people who were opposed to the Soviet line started calling the pro-Soviet side of their party tankies. And that is the origin of the term tanky. It was members of a communist party that opposed the Soviet Union, crushing the dissent of a nation that...
This story repeated itself, by the way, in 1968 in Czechoslovakia, when Czechoslovakia also wanted to get some more freedom, more democracy.
wanted
So, yeah.
independence.
Pandering and redistricting, through lobbying, campaign contributions, and other sorts of bribes, through corporate media, and in a million other ways. A socialist democracy would empower workers through more meaningful forms of democracy. It should not be permitted to bribe politicians and political leaders in any way. And every citizen, no matter how poor or marginalized, should have the same access to elections and other democratic structures as everyone else. Once full socialism is established, then a society can then begin transitioning towards a stateless, classless society, which is a dream of all communists.
Oh my God.
Correct.
It's crazy how they think that they can get away with this stuff. As if this hasn't been the lie for so long.
It has been the lie for so long.
States are going to somehow transition into communism just by magic. It's a pipe dream.
By friendship.
Many people didn't know about this, but in Khrushchev's speech in 1980, he said communism in 20 years.
Don't worry, Hawk Strike 18 plus. I live in Poland. Poland is just... Woof. So yeah. All right. Let us continue. Lucy's editor is up.
We are strictly guided by scientific calculations, and calculations show that in 20 years we will build mainly a communist society.
Where?
They were making promises like this. Well, I guess when 20 years they were actually correct. The state did dissolve. So you know what? Khrushchev W.
True. Well,
Unfortunately, getting to full socialism is a very long process, one that takes many generations. And so far, no country on earth, not the Soviet Union, not Vietnam, not Cuba, not any other country, has yet achieved full socialism. Lenin knew that it wouldn't be possible to simply throw the socialism switch, especially in Russia, where centuries of rule by the Tsar left the Russian people poor, uneducated, and indoctrinated into reaction, belief, and ideology in countless other ways.
Now let's take some quests, because this is silly. Remind me that we did in Greece at some point in time have some sort of military coup. Like, I told you, me shall tell thee tomorrow. Wait, what will you tell me tomorrow? I'm sorry? Wait, what will you tell me tomorrow? What happened? Oh! The big challenge, yes? The big challenge with the nuclear videos, yes? Is that what you will tell me tomorrow, or no? Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you, Giggler. Let me see. All right.
Building a
Oh yeah, we were supposed to look at some quests now.
The tale of Brutus was a popular one in the schools of Theophilus, taught in the hopes of deterring students from ambitions not condoned by the Templar. Brutus was warden of Axiom Prison and one of the most feared men in the Eternal Empire. But
Damn.
And the myth begins, with Brutus commissioning a witch to transform him in a mad attempt at immortality. A moment of hubris that didn't end well for anyone. If it's true, then Brutus has my pity. Some of us pay too dearly for our mistakes. Yet if you insist on learning from your own mistakes, then please, take one of these.
What do I need? Uh-oh. Come on, let's go. Support minion. Minions from supported skills deal 25 more damage. From minions from supported skills have to less maximum life. I'm gonna do the... I'm gonna switch the window for now. There we go. So we have this one. Lightning support. We have this one. Minion damage support. I'm thinking of taking this one, by the way. Void manipulation support. Unbound element support. Combustion support. Minions from supported skill take 40% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Minions from supported skill deal 90 points of fire damage per second to enemies near them. Supported skill deal 5 more damage to overtime supported skills. So which one should I take? I'm thinking of this one, minion damage support, but what do you think? What do you think? Sukhoi. Like, minion damage. Okay.
Take care.
So... There we go. We've done it. We've done it, everybody. What is wrong with your SRS? Arcane Surge support is linked with the SRS. Why? Oh, okay. Alright. So the summon Raging Spirit will do more damage now, yes? Okay, that makes... Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. That makes sense.
There's a fine line between man and monster.
Brutus.
The warden of Axiom Prison. He crossed that line long ago. A big lad. And as you know from Hillock, big lads are slow. Hit and run. That's the way to cut them down to size. Unless there's thaumaturgy involved. Then forget the hitting bit. Just run.
Oh my god. You want your zombies to be healthy so they can just eat damage meant for you instead. That lowers the amount of life they have. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll use it for SRS. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense to me.
Still alive, are we?
I'm alive, yeah. For now.
Farewell.
See, now we can make the game quieter, smaller. And we unlock
Socialist
capsules.
democracy will be a very difficult task for any nation, and a lot of mistakes will be made along the way, and this was definitely true in...
I hate when they use the word mistakes and then what
True.
they're actually talking about.
Genocide.
Mass death. That's fucking insidious.
Mistake
The way
was
that they
made.
Try and minimize what the actual mistakes were.
Genocide, whoops.
Russia. For instance, Lenin knew that the Russian people would need to be educated about democracy. Previous ideas about democracy and self-determination, which were established and disseminated by the capitalist class, would need to be fought against and negated. In Russia, that meant fighting against Tsarist indoctrination. In former colonies like Vietnam, that has meant undoing decades of colonialist propaganda. In capitalist nations, that would mean fighting against ideas of bourgeoisie.
Okay, so I'm no Vietnam expert, but okay. Also, why is the Freedom Convoy on screen? I just got jump scared. What I was saying is, now I'm not a Vietnam expert, but as far as I'm aware, Vietnam was not even it wasn't even a democracy by name before the Vietnamese Revolution.
Right.
So what ideas of democracy was the capitalist class teaching the Vietnamese peasants?
That's
bourgeois democracy, which hold back the working class and hinder the development of socialism. Today, just as in Lenin's time, there are many misperceptions about democracy, just as there are misperceptions about socialism. A lot of people fall for capitalist lies. They believe that bourgeois democracy is good for the people.
What, in Vietnam?
And they fall for the scam of capitalist control.
The scam. Fortunately, no one's fall for me. Oh. That's actually pretty good.
Vote elections, thinking that their votes actually matter in a bourgeois democracy, when in reality, capitalism.
I mean, do votes matter in Vietnam? Spoilers, no they don't.
Is actually control the agenda of society behind the scenes. Today, workers in bourgeois democracies are also led to believe that since socialist and former socialist nations like the USSR, Vietnam, and Cuba have never been perfect, and since we have never achieved full socialism, we are complete failures and liars. For instance, a lot of Western leftists argue that Vietnamese communists are lying about wanting to build communism, since we haven't yet to achieve.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a poorly made Second Thought video right now.
Uh-oh.
But I really want to know in what way Vietnam is materially different from a capitalist country. As I don't believe that it actually is. The only thing that they lack is liberal democracy. They have an authoritarian top-down system, and I'm not shilling for the West by saying that. Obviously, Western nations also have a very top-down system, but it feels like the main difference is literally that they don't have elections.
A stateless, classless society, and because our road towards socialism has been very difficult, with many mistakes and setbacks along the way. The expectation is that we just need to push the socialism button and all the problems will disappear. They don't realize how many problems we face and how many internal and external threats we have.
Okay, that's a skill issue. If I was the president of Vietnam, I would just press the socialism button.
True.
I mean, she just said it exists. Press the fucking button.
True, do it.
Make it very difficult to achieve our dream of building socialism. The problem here is that they treat socialism and democracy as an idea rather than a practical processes of development. Lenin, however, was quite aware that building towards full socialism and create a true socialist democracy would be very difficult. Socialist democracy is a brand new form of government, something that humans have never tried to build before in all of history. And it will take a lot of
Oh boy.
I want to say something that has been bothering me for years now.
Yes.
About Marxism, Leninism, and you can really tell in their worldview with what Luna's saying right now. She's talking about a government that formed over 100 years ago and using
True.
language like something that human beings have never tried to build before in all of history. One of my biggest problems with Marxism-Leninism as a worldview is they're so
how full of
focused
on how full of bullshit it is.
on the future.
Yeah, in America, I feel like there is that to some extent with the Republican Party. For some people here, the only issue on which they vote is which party has lower taxes, ignoring everything else.
But they live in the past. They're looking for their idea of what the future is supposed to be by looking into the past. It becomes tradition. It becomes conservatism. They view history like it started in 1850.
True, and ironically.
Or in all of history, and it will take a lot of experimentation and failure to achieve it. We can't simply think of socialism and democracy as utopian ideas, but rather as pragmatic systems which must be built over time through scientific development, which unfortunately includes a lot of trial and error. Building socialist democracy is a process
Okay, genocide is not trial and error.
of constantly developing theories and then applying them creatively in real life.
Trial and error.
A socialist revolution. Of course, this struggle has to be systemic and organized. There has to be an underlying framework for developing theories and testing them in the real world. We have to have a shared set of values, principles, and characteristics, which we apply as we build towards socialism. And this is exactly what Lenin succeeded in developing in his formulation of the philosophical concept of democratic centralism. Before we dig...
Wait a second. I want to correct the record here, because I know this is wrong.
Though you might be shackled by the tribulations of the past, the trials ahead
Damn.
both freedom and glory.
Glory.
Is yours if you're bold enough to reach out for it.
Is it mine? Is the future mine? Did I mute Kaffles? No. It's like for a second I thought I muted Kaffles.
One sec. Also, I saw someone in chat say they're bored. Please entertain them while I look up some boring ass nerd shit. Give me a second, Mom. Mom, I'm owning the tankies. I'll be out in a sec, Mom.
Nice. I keep thinking I muted Kaffles. For some reason. What's this?
Okay. I actually don't even know what I was... All of my history shit is all mushed together in my head.
Deeper into Lenin's formulation of democratic centralism.
That's why
Understand that
that's why it's important to review historical material. by the way.
centralism actually has a few different definitions. First, there is a philosophical concept of democratic centralism. This is simply the recognition that democracy and centralism exist in all human groups, and that democracy and centralism have a dialectical relationship with one another. They mutually impact and develop each other over time. The philosophical conception of democratic centralism is universally applicable to all human groups. You can use this philosophical framework to study and analyze all.
I gotta say,
That's actually really stupid because there existed in history highly decentralized societies.
this is the most boring Bill Nye video I've ever watched. It's
Just saying.
It doesn't even have music.
I do like
And
music.
it needs to cut to a bunch of kids who are like really fucking jazzed about democratic centralism, just like every 15 minutes.
human groups of all forms and sizes. For instance, you can do a democratic centralist analysis of a family, or of a political party, or of a government, or of the entirety of human civilization.
I guarantee
Civilization.
and she's just making shit up. No one has ever done a democratic centralist analysis of their family.
Study the democratic centralist properties of not just communist parties, but of fascists, of liberals, of monarchies, of any group of human beings. This is the philosophical foundation from which Lenin formulated as a more specific set of democratic centralist guidelines for political parties. You can think of these democratic centralist guidelines as a philosophical framework to help guide communist political parties toward revolution, and then
God, this is such nerd shit. This reminds me of when I was still part of Tanky Twitter and I saw this one tweet where it was like some 19-year-old or 18-year-old was saying just got into a fight with my family trying to explain democratic centralism to them. And I'm just like, why are you trying to explain to your family how a communist party functions and how that's somehow relevant to anything that they would ever possibly need to know? Why did it cause a fight?
Because
to have communist governments build toward a fully socialist democracies. As we build toward socialist democracy, step by step, we can use these guidelines of democratic centralism to ensure that our democratic forms and our centralist unity mutually develop one another to make our organizations and government as strong as possible. Finally, at the most specific level, they are specific.
My God. Bees, my God. Prison Act 1 completed. Thank you.
In the court of the goddess, every
I have finished the first prison thing.
though you might be shackled by the tribulations of the past.
My days drag and my nights fly away. It's sad. Nothing sad. Only sadness is sad.
Specific implementations of democracy.
Oh my God. They literally put them all up. I see the Communist Party of Canada logo. Come the fuck on.
Democratic centralism, which are adopted by specific communist parties, governments, and other organizations all around the world. These can vary pretty widely from place to place.
Hold on a second. I need to see something very quickly. I'm sure,
Parties that only operate in the abstract, by the way, and don't really do or hope to affect anything. I, on the other hand, live in a country that actually was under Marxist-Leninist rule, so I think I have.
I'm sure the
some
Communist
things to
Party
say.
of Canada is outraged that their logo has been used without permission. Let's see what they've said on Twitter. Oh. Well, now we have their full statement.
And over time. For instance, the democratic centralism of Vietnam has changed significantly over time. At first, way back in the 1920s and 30s, there were various communist parties, unions, and organizations which had different implementations of democratic centralism. Over time, these groups came together to form what we now call the Communist Party of Vietnam. The democratic centralism of Vietnam has also changed significantly from wartime to the subsidizing model era, to the early Doi Moi reforms, to today's socialism-oriented market economy era. Vietnam's democratic centralism today differs significantly from the implementation of democratic centralism in China, Cuba, and other socialist nations.
What? Why is there just a random break in here?
I don't know. We'll be right back.
This isn't even a live stream.
We'll be right back.
If you find the ideas presented in this video interesting,
Oh no, sponsor.
might we recommend Luna's
Sponsor or shill. Like the shill segment, that's why. Merch. It's time for merch, everybody.
translation of the Vietnamese curriculum on dialectical material.
Oh my God.
It's available now at banyanhouse.org/shop.
Okay, wait. I need this book.
Oh boy.
I need it.
What? Might as well use this. Oh, I cannot. That's weird. It's a green thing. Why can't,
I gotta
why can't
see how
use
bad
it?
it is. I mean, I already... Hold on a second.
So why is the buffering so bad all of a sudden?
The way that they try and minimize
Oh
what
god.
the actual mistakes were. Said on Twitter.
It's available
There we
now
go.
at banyanhouse.org/shop.
Okay, wait. I need this book. I need it.
Why is the buffering so bad all of a sudden? Yup, although I'm not finding of the citizens and of any culture, including our ancient and more.
See how bad it is. I mean, I already... Hold on a second. Oh yeah, I read theory. I definitely read theory. I got everything I need right here, baby.
Uh-oh.
It sucks. Like, she took one university course in Marxism-Leninism. By the way, I actually took an online course in socialism with Chinese characteristics from a Chinese university. So I'm as qualified to speak about all this shit as her. And I know it's all fucking nonsense.
I lived in a Marxist-Leninist country, so I'm the most qualified ever. Who wrote the book, Luna? Now that you can imagine who tries a bit.
This credential is actually less useful than having a degree from McDonald's Hamburger University.
Damn.
Working class path to
Now I
socialism.
crave burgers.
Lenin believed that many philosophers and leaders were diverging from the basic principles.
It's so fucking dull, and it's such bullshit. She literally says in the video, it's the masses that create history. And then the entire video is just Lenin said this, Lenin said that, Lenin said this. Let us worship the great men of history who actually make history.
True.
Marxism. For instance, the German social democrat Edward Bernstein sought to collaborate with the capitalists and believed that socialism could be achieved through reform within
Yeah, God, this propaganda is drier than Ben Shapiro's wife's vagina.
Oh my god.
Other popular philosophers
Poor
who
Ben.
Lenin believed were misleading the working class included Ernst Mach, Karl Kautsky, and Mikhail Bakunin. There were
Damn.
also other large factions such as the Mensheviks who wanted to abandon Marxist proletarian revolution in favor of other divergent philosophies.
Savage.
Lenin wanted to unite the working class through principles of Marxism, but he wanted to achieve this unity through democratic means. In order to achieve this, Lenin sought to build a Marxist political party which could lay the groundwork and help to educate the masses.
Oh. The Vanguard Party, because, you know, the masses could not handle themselves.
In an authoritarian, overly centralized way, but in a way that dialectically develops centralized unity alongside democracy.
Ah, for sure, for
As
sure.
Lenin wrote in the original version of the article, the immediate task of the Soviet government.
Freedom of discussion, unity of action. This is what we must
Don't make me laugh.
Beyond
Okay. This is a classic tanky tactic, by the way. If you ever see tankies pull a quote up and you see the ellipses, that's them cutting out a specific part of the quote. And a lot of them do this very intentionally. So for instance, there's a quote from Albert Einstein about Lenin. And tankies love to use this quote, but there's always an ellipses in this quote. And
Oh
the reason
no. Why?
Because Einstein
why?
says, I do not like Lenin's tactics. So they cut that part out in order to just have the parts where Einstein is saying nice things about Lenin.
Oh
On the
no.
bounds of unity of action, there must be the broadest and freest discussion and condemnation of all steps, decisions, and tendencies that we regard as harmful.
Oh
Only
no.
through such discussions, resolutions, and protests can the real public opinion of our party be formed. Only on this condition shall we be a real party, always able to express its opinion, and finding the right way to convert a definitely formed opinion into the decisions of its next Congress.
Lenin realized that the Russian Revolution held great historical importance. The Russian people were at a crossroads in deciding how they would develop the very first socialist nation on earth, and nobody knew what ideas would work in practice and which would fail. In order to test theory against reality, Russian communists would have to have an organizational structure and a philosophical framework which would offer as much participation for the masses as possible while staying true to the principles of democracy and social struggle. Firstly,
So basically, a glorified bourgeoisie revolution, as described by Rosa Luxemburg.
down by
Thank
Marx
you.
and Engels, and they would have to do this in a society which still had a powerful bourgeois class and many reactionary tendencies left over from centuries of czarist feudalism. As Lenin said in a speech at the Congress of Economic Councils in 1918.
We have begun.
It's actually so frustrating too. It's like, why they do this thing over and over and over again, where they only mention shit from like 1916, 1917, 1918. And then they say, oh, but it's also developed and changed over time. But they never get around to how it's developed and changed. And it was learning about how all of this stuff developed and changed that made me distrust Marxist-Leninists in the first place. Because
Damn.
it's disingenuous. These systems have fundamentally altered themselves over the course of 100 years, but they do this hero worship for shit that happened over a century ago. It's literally just like right-wing people and standing the founding fathers.
Begun this historical epic, an epic in which we are breaking up the discipline of capitalist society in a country which is still bourgeois. And we are proud that all politically conscious workers, absolutely all the toiling peasants, are everywhere helping this destruction. An epic in which the people voluntarily, on their own initiative, are becoming aware that they must not rely on instructions from above, but on the instructions of their own living experience. This is a task of enormous difficulty, but it is also a thankful one, because only when we solve it in practice shall we have driven the last nail into the coffin of capitalist society, which we are burying.
So Lenin believed that the people must guide their own revolution. It was, therefore, the task of the Socialist Party to give power and a voice to the people while educating the working class and raising class consciousness. Thus, the party must have a dialectical relationship with the working class. The party can't simply rule the working class from above, nor can the party simply follow the working class along reactionary lines. The party and the people
What was that noise?
one another, and the way that
Lucy, I have a question. I have all the answers.
democratic centralism.
Maybe. I
This
hope.
required a great deal of discipline, theoretical knowledge, and practical experience.
I have to send someone a photo. So while I'm sending someone a photo, you ask your question. Ask your question. Can you explain socialism versus communism like I'm 5 years old? Okay, I'm gonna give you a quick, very simplified thing. Socialism equals still that a state still exists, but you give workers more but you give workers control over the means of production. Okay. Communism means you have no state, you have no currency, you have no division of labor even. At least according to what Marx envisioned. Does that make sense or no? I've sent the photo. I see. You're in 20. So socialism is regulated by the populace, whereas communism government regulated? Not quite, because you don't have a state in communism. Like with communism and capitalism, both authority centered, but capitalism would be bosses, whereas commie would be no. Communism is stateless. Communism has no state. Communism is a society without a state. That's the whole point of communism, that there would be no state at all. Yeah, anarchy is actually pretty tied to communism as an idea. Anarchy is actually pretty closely linked to communism. That's why the biggest proponents of communism were also anarchists historically.
If the party and revolutionary leaders become too autocratic and commandist, forcing decisions upon the working class against their will, then democracy will fail and the revolution will collapse. Possible.
I'm more mad at her now than I was before. Because like, who is this content for exactly?
I don't know. Marxist-Leninists.
I don't even understand.
It's for Marxist-Leninists.
Becoming a dictatorship. If, on the other hand, centralized unity
it's for people who already agree.
Practice are neglected, then the working class will splinter and fracture into infighting, giving opportunists the opportunity to take advantage of democracy to put the bourgeoisie back in charge of society. There is no specific prescription of democratic centralism which anyone can follow at any given time. You can't just follow a checklist of rules and regulations in applying democratic centralism to the development of human organizations.
That's true, because it's not meant to be applied to human organizations. It's literally just for communist parties. Why does she have to try and make this deeper than it actually is? This doesn't make any goddamn sense. But she's also in such a good position with her audience because she can say whatever she wants, and then if anyone pushes back in the slightest, she'll just be like, well, you're not Vietnamese, so shut the fuck up. You have no say on this, and also everything that I'm saying is different in Vietnam.
It's that revolutionists have to constantly analyze the current situation and make corrections, recognize mistakes and failures, and look for opportunities to foster the mutual development of both democracy and centralized harmony. That said, Lenin did offer some basic principles of democratic centralism, which he presented at the Second Congress of the Communist International. The participants at this Congress wanted to build an international alliance of socialist revolutions, and Lenin proclaimed that
parties joining the Communist International must be built on the principle of democratic centralism.
Lenin's suggested principles thus became the charter of the Second Congress of the Communist International. The actual document is pretty long.
Also, Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin were in great conflict, and Stalin absolutely hated Rosa Luxemburg.
So I will just give you a brief summary of each principle of democratic centralism. And I will link to the full document in the description if you want to give it a read. But before we begin, remember, there is a difference between these guidelines for the implementation of democratic centralism for communist parties and the more universal philosophical concept of democratic centralism. So don't get confused. The principles of democratic centralism for communist parties, which Lenin laid out in the Second Congress of the Communist International, are specific guidelines for the application of democratic centralist philosophy to the organization of Communist Party. Okay, with that being said, here are the 10 principles of democratic centralism from the Charter of the Second Congress of the Communist International for Communist Parties.
Here we go.
Number 1, the grassroots party organizations are the organizational core of the...
Is she ever going to say, like, none of this stuff is even useful for understanding democratic centralism if you're only going to talk about stuff from 1918? It's crazy to me. Yeah, it feels like my brain is leaking out of my ears trying to listen to this because none of this is useful information.
I mean, history is
This is very
useful,
important. It means that workers must control the party at the ground level.
They don't.
The centralized national body must subservient to local grassroots organizational
They
levels.
aren't.
This gives the structure of a democratic centralist party sort of inverted pyramid.
This is it's literally the opposite. It's literally the fucking opposite. It's not, this is not how this looks. You flip it upside down. Like, Jesus Christ. It is a pyramid, but she's
pyramid
literally
scheme.
doing it backwards. Like, look, this is what it actually is.
Capple's being a hater again. Oh, Caffles.
Okay. How many lines we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck it. We don't need that many. In the top one, you have the Politburo. In the next one, you have the Central Committee. And then in the bottom, you have the local party cells. And that's it. This is the structure of the Communist Party. All power in a democratic socialist organization is centralized into fewer and fewer hands going up the pyramid.
That's impossible, Caffles.
Party is not accountable to anyone outside the Communist Party. They have full power
Oh, no.
in any country that they govern in.
That cannot be.
Where grassroots local organizations are the core basis of power in the party. Number 2, all higher organizations.
And the local cells are the only ones that might get vote. No, the local cells, they don't vote. Workers don't vote people into the local cells. The local cells vote people into them. It's the opposite.
Must be elected, are responsible for reporting on their work, and can be.
So, like, when they're saying democracy and stuff, like, all higher organizations must be elected, are responsible for reporting on their work, and can be dismissed, they're only talking about within the party. They're not talking about democracy in a country. They're literally just talking about the democratic procedures inside an authoritarian party that is not accountable to the population.
Don't say that, Caffles.
Like, by this definition of democracy, Nazi Germany was democratic because Hitler had the breaking vote between the 3 people who directly reported up to him.
Oh no.
It's really obvious. No high position should simply be appointed or selected arbitrarily. All positions and organizational structures should be elected, with the ultimate power of voting held at the local grassroots level. Number 3, the party is an organization of independent workers who are educated on social democracy. The party is not a special class of people. It should be composed of workers, and these workers must be educated in the principles of scientific socialism, including democratic centralism. Number 4, the autonomy of all communist parties must be recognized. No nation's communist party should have the power over the communist party of any other nation. The communist
So, like,
Well, that's total bullshit because the Soviet Union totally had power over the Communist Party in Poland. So what now?
I actually bring up a quote. This is from State and Revolution by Vladimir Lenin. The higher phase of communist society. So he quotes Marx. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination...
See? People often mistake the book that I'm reading right now, State or Revolution. Lenin's is State and Revolution, and I'm reading a book called State or Revolution, which is a big difference.
Of the individual to the division of labor, and with it also the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished. After labor has become not only a livelihood, but life's prime want, after the productive forces have increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois law be left behind in its
Interesting.
entirety, and society inscribe onto its banners from each according to his ability to each according to his needs.
Interesting. But first we need to do the game a bit. You've all came here for the game. or something. I hope.
Still the Karui barbarians advance upon us. Lions dead, his legions slaughtered along with every eternal man, woman, and child whom mine eyes watched at the foot of our axis. Should the need arise, we shall retreat through Bruce's gate, raising my barricade behind us. Yet our salvation is at hand. Far times demand heroic deeds, and through my arts our Lord Brutus will arise anew to defend us. Let the dry sands quench their thirst with Karui blood when our mighty warden delivers his judgment upon them.
Alright. I think there's gonna be a boss here. Right?
Too much clutter.
I think I'm gonna use a portal scroll. Wait, why am I here? What am I doing here? Oh. Okay. There you go. There you go. Let's try to do the boss, whatever. And then we continue Kefals.
My loyal Declan, give Our Lady Piety your absolute support and watching with my loyal Declan, give Our Lady Piety your absolute support and watching with absolute scrutiny. There is much to learn from the likes of the Inquisitor, the Umbra, and the Soulstone. I would hate for Piety to feel that she need shoulder such perilous wisdom alone. Dominus.
Oh, Brutus. Oh. So Brutus is like the butcher from Diablo 4. Okay.
Had you been my creation, Brute, you would not have fallen so easily.
What?
Too much clutter.
Okay. So what now? Thank you. We defeated the big bad. My goodness.
And Lenin comments on this by saying, only now can we fully appreciate the correctness of Engels' remarks, mercilessly ridiculing the absurdity of combining the words freedom and state. So long as the state exists, there is no freedom. When there is freedom, there will be no state.
Well, yeah.
Parties should be autonomous and allowed to build socialism based on their own material conditions. Number 5, all party members must eliminate the competition for territory between different parties and overcome the fear of other parties. This is especially important in the earlier stages of revolution, when various communist parties will no doubt exist in different regions and cities. These parties must find ways to work together and ideally come together in unity over time while combating reactionary and opportunistic parties and individual.
Oh, that's interesting. So then why is China trying to conquer Vietnam territory? Can you explain that to me, Luna Oi? Why is China trying to basically colonize Vietnam? What's happening? Where's the solidarity? Why do Vietnamese people hate China so much? Can you answer that to me, please? I'm curious about it.
Which seek to restore power of the capitalist class.
Really curious.
Number 6, there must be organizational unity, and at the same time, there should be purely ideological struggles between different social democratic ideological.
This is all.
Oh wow. So I guess China wanting to steal Vietnam territory is just ideological difference. China go num num, true.
Process, I can recommend a quite simple alteration. Dip the gem in a boiling solution of 6 parts blood and 1 part thormetic sulfite for no more than 13 seconds. Any longer, and you invite the crystals raw.
Oh.
Once the gem is withdrawn from the solution, you have but a few seconds to install the gem in the prepared flash.
Oh.
Should the gem cool too much prior to implantation, it will become inert, and you're patient with it. Trust in the bountiful talent of yours, Sharon. My thoughts are with you. Malachi.
Thanks. Thank you for trusting me. My minions will be strong.
Already lied. Democratic centralism prohibits factions. You cannot have different ideological struggles or different ideological trends. There's only one line that everyone needs to follow.
Trends within a party. There can't just be one single ideological prescription which all members must follow blindly.
That's literally what democratic centralism is, Luna.
Members of the party must be allowed to hold ideological
Hater is gonna hate, and Kepos is a hater.
differences.
They're not allowed. They're not allowed in any party. This is what democratic centralism is.
Mistakes can be made, okay? You know what is said to me? Nowhere in the average public curriculum is African history beyond slavery and colonialism elaborate upon. I know jack about the whole continent and the cultures they're in. Maybe I should make segments about it. I will make segments about Africa. That is my pledge to the 5 people that are watching me right now. I will do more Africa-centric content, but I need your support as viewers. Okay. African content. Yeah, I think so too. Posted an interesting recent stream while back on one of the... I forget the name. I can tell you already that apparently coffee originates from an African region called Kava, or Kafa rather. I think it's either pronounced Kava or Kafa, the African region from which coffee originates.
Yes.
Freely voice their opinions and concerns in party meetings. And
The legends say that people saw animals eating the coffee beans, things, and the animals got really excited, and so the people sort of discovered coffee. You can look it up actually. Coffee wiki. Should be a history. There you go. Ethiopia. There are multiple anecdotal origin stories which lack evidence. In a commonly repeated legend, Kaldi, a 9th century Ethiopian goat herd, first observed the coffee plant after seeing his flock energized by chewing on the plant. This legend does not appear before 1671, first being related by Antoine Faustus. But yeah, I first heard the Ethiopia Kaffa region legend of coffee from a person from Ethiopia, you know? And they also gave me some Ethiopia coffee to drink, which is nice. Made in a special brewer.
when solving problems, which must be balanced.
I feel like Walter White in the fucking back of the car just screaming, Luna! Luna, please!
With the goal of developing sense of...
Oh my god. So yes. I got my knowledge about Ethiopian coffee from a person from Ethiopia. Vice video on Liberal Library, I guess, which was... Oh, okay. Maybe we will take a look at it. We have reached the waypoint. Quest.
The son, death is welcomed with open arms. Did you end Brutus's suffering out of avarice or mercy? Only you know the answer to that one.
Oh, I love iced coffee much more than hot coffee. I agree 100%. Iced coffee all the way. Indeed, I actually only drink iced coffee. Some coffeers will dislike me for it, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I only drink iced coffee. Okay, hot cocoa is good. I can make an exception for hot cocoa, but I only drink iced coffee. Usually with add-ons as well.
The warden's free of his own prison. Well, since you're so bloody determined to cheat the britches off death, you better have one of these. Good luck. And when they write the song about you, just be sure to mention that it was Tarkley who taught you everything you know.
True. Wait, no, that's false. Okay, now we're gonna change the screen again so we can choose together. We have a choice. Clarity. Cast an aura that grants mana regeneration to you and your allies. Summon skeletons. Okay. Lightning Warp. Flame Dash. Wither. Body Swap. Which one? Which one, Sukhoi? Which one? Which way? Flame Dash. Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
Stay sharp. Stay alert. Where do I put it? Okay, where is the flame dash? There we go. Also stash some of that stuff so you don't have to come back so often. Ah, yeah, that's true. Good call. I'll just stash everything that I own. Wait, where? Where's all in? Control click it all in, except the scrolls. Oh, except the scrolls, huh? That's a scroll. Alright. Alright, okay, that's good.
Centralized unity and harmony in ideology and action over time, and eliminating bourgeois influence and sabotage within the party.
Sabotage.
Number 7, clearly identify the causes of contradictions among ideological change within the party, because it is a necessary condition for a healthy development of the party in order to educate the working class and avoid errors in policies, just as it is important for different ideological positions to be held. It is also important for the party to have an introspective awareness of these different tendencies. We can't just...
Oh no, it's not. I actually thought that...
retain ideological difference.
I don't know what's happening with the buffering. I'll have to look into it or something. I assume it's annoying for everybody, right? The problem with the buffering of the video.
Differences don't exist. Instead, we have to work tirelessly to understand the nature of ideological differences in order to negate internal contradictions as smoothly and harmoniously as possible. Number 8, in ideological activities. It is necessary to point out which issues are in agreement, which issues are still in disagreement, and to what extent. The party must get rid of the old habits, such as to accuse other people without sincerely and thoroughly analyzing dissenting opinions. It is easy for members of the party to opportunistically attack one another and to arrange themselves into factions.
That's
Some
ironic.
members may try to
talk.
Oh my god, what's happening with the buffering all of a sudden?
Toxic femininity in
What the hell? Hang out with my sister. Good night. Good night, Maya Mayor. It's getting late. I've got to get going. Thanks for the fun stream and nice chat. Good night. Good night, Moose Watcher. Might finish pretty soon as well, but you know.
Vietnam. I just got this card. What in the fuck is this? Hold on a sec. What?
Build their own personal power base and sow division within the party.
What in the fuck did I just get recommended?
For their own personal
hate
gain.
black people.
This must be strictly prohibited, and disagreement must be worked out in good faith, with the ultimate goal of building unity and harmony in the party. Number 9, provide party members with sufficient documents on party activities so that party members.
A video opened with a very bad timing of an artist who opens with what you've just heard. S.N. Baker. But don't worry, S.N. Baker is actually a very good creator. You don't have to be alarmed by what you just heard in the background.
Can independently study the disagreement in the process of party decision making. This is pretty simple and pretty important. Party activity must be documented, and documentation must be disseminated to all members so that.
Imagine like some tanky being like, wow, this is so true. I didn't know this. I didn't know that members of a political party are given documents related to that political party. Wow, this really opened my eyes. No one, I did not think that this was the case before watching this video.
Everyone can know what's going on at all times. Number 10. The party must discuss as widely and openly as possible all the issues and resolutions. Party members must have a complete self-conscious and critical attitude towards the party's resolutions. The party must create conditions for party members and workers' organizations to understand and to express their agreement or disagreement with the party's situations and resolutions via discussion, newspaper, group meetings, and etc. Nobody should simply blindly follow the party. The party's action and decisions should be constantly criticized by the membership.
Okay, fuck it. I can't listen. I need to put it at 1.5 for the next 10 minutes. I need this to end. I need
Oh
this
no!
to be over.
Caffos
I don't wanna
is
miss
so impatient.
To identify mistakes, clarify positions, and maintain an efficient path towards socialism.
Oh, that's so much better.
Okay, so this should give you an idea of the guidelines Lenin suggested for the implementation of democratic centralism for communist parties. Lenin based his principles on the philosophical foundation of democratic centralist philosophy, with the goal of maintaining the freedom to discuss and disagree within the party, while simultaneously developing unity in action and ideology over time. In a well-unified party, the ideological struggle must not be used to divide the party, nor to destroy the unity in action of the proletariat. Instead, disagreement and ideological struggle should be used to unify the party and the working class and to develop democratic structures. This is very important to understand.
It's hard to even like do really good commentary on this video because it's based off of a flawed premise in the first place. So everything that comes from that premise is also wrong. Like it just from the gate.
Everything you've just said
that this entire
is wrong.
video is wrong. It's flawed.
Understand, because disagreement and debate and internal divisions can easily be used by opportunists to build their own personal power, to undermine the proletarian mission of building communism, and to develop splinter groups which seek to disrupt and sabotage the working class from within. You see this a lot with Western leftists who use debate tactics and sophistry to sow chaos and division within the.
Oh my god. Chaos. Using sophistry to sow chaos. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm using sophistry to sow the seeds of chaos, I guess.
I love the idea that Vosh, because this is definitely about Vosh. I love the idea that Vosh is sowing chaos and division within the working class by
True, sophistry. By doing sophistry.
And the average worker in the United States would be like, who the fuck is Vosh?
True.
Working class. The goal of democratic centralism.
I'm sure tankies are doing a much better job by bringing people over to their side by saying shit like Joseph Stalin did nothing wrong and having like Stalin profile pictures. That's definitely the way to reach people.
is to
True.
elevate disagreement and debate so that it positively develops the party and the working
Definitely.
class as a whole. It's entirely possible for disagreement and criticism to be constructive. After all, we need to be able to identify flaws, mistakes, and weaknesses so that we can fix them and make our revolution stronger. This is why Lenin believed that disagreement and freedom of dissent within the party is so important. But if disagreement and criticism are used cynically and opportunistically, then they can quickly become destructive. So the goal of socialists must be to use democratic centralist strategies and tactics to use disagreement, dissent, and critique to the betterment of the revolution, while restricting people from using disagreement and dissent as weapons against the working class. In Lenin's time, there were many people who were opposed to the principle of democratic centralism. Some of these critics claimed that Lenin was too anarchistic and not centralistic enough. For example, in 1917, the bourgeois
Hold on a second. I need to woke scold Luna Oi for a second. Did anyone else realize that this video
no.
doesn't pass the Bechdel test? Like, there are no women quoted. Luna has not brought up a single woman. Wow. Cannot believe this.
Well, maybe that's because the most major woman did not agree with anything she said. Rosa Luxemburg was a pretty prominent figure, but she just didn't agree with anything that Luna spouts, so I guess out of luck on that one, I guess.
Government of Russia was against the seizure of land by the peasantry. The provisional government wanted land distribution to be worked out through compromise between peasants and landlords. Lenin strictly opposed this and supported the seizure of land and redistribution directly to peasants without compromising with landlords. Lenin wanted power in the hands of local peasants, and he believed that this would be the best basis for a national government which could deal with issues of land and justice for peasants. Other critics claimed the opposite, that democratic centralism was an authoritarian philosophy which sacrificed democracy at the expense of centralism. One such faction which accused democratic centralism of being too authoritarian were the Federalists. The Federalists called for a system which is purely democratic without centralism. Basically, the Federalists called for quote-unquote decentralized system for decision-making, in which participants could voluntarily submit to the system, but they could leave at any time.
What do you mean, quote-unquote, decentralized system? Decentralized systems are a thing.
The idea is that
Oh my
everyone should be
gosh.
able to enter or leave the system at any time and for any reason, and that centralism could thus be eliminated altogether, leaving a pure democracy. The mistake here is pretending that centralism is somehow inherently bad or even something that
With how much she goes on about white men, I totally see why she ended up hooking up.
I mean, centralism is
should be
pretty
avoided
bad.
altogether. The fact is, centralism is present in all human groups. Even federalist systems have to have some degree of centralism, or they simply fall apart into countless splinter groups with no cohesion whatsoever. So,
That's not
the
true.
opposition to the very concept of centralism is really just individualism. Democratic centralism takes the more realistic and practical position that centralism will always exist in any group of human beings, and that we should therefore.
That's definitely not true. Do I have to return to my favorite example, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? It was actually a highly decentralized country. So,
Try to understand the role
whatever.
centralism plays in society and how centralism interacts with democracy. As revolutionary movements develop and advance, the dynamics between democracy and centralism will constantly be changing, and it's the job of every revolutionary to study the relationship between democracy and centralism and to try to constantly develop and improve both democracy and centralism in the road towards socialism, to fight against false
Oh, boy.
accusations of authoritarianism. Lenin wrote in his first draft of the immediate task of the Soviet government.
Those who oppose democratic centralism always suggest autonomism or federalism as opposing alternatives, and consider those to be a solution in opposition to the instability of democratic centralism. But in fact, democratic centralism does not eliminate nor exclude anarchist autonomism. On the contrary, it includes the necessity to have autonomism internally. The same is true
What do you think happened to EJ? Like, something's going.
Uh-oh.
federalism. Democratic central.
Yeah, like something is going on with EJ, and I don't know what. I really want to know. Like, he just like completely bailed from the internet, but you still catch glimpses of him, like him doing the voiceover for this video. Who the fuck is EJ? Non-compete. Non-compete is an former anarchist, I think.
What can you tell me of Lithuania?
Who moved to Vietnam to be with.
You have to elaborate what you
could be
mean.
applied within federalism, and federalism does not inherently oppose democratic centralism. In a true democratic regime, federalism is just a transitional step towards true democratic centralism. The federal system does not in the slightest contradict with democratic centralism. In a true democratic regime, federalism is often only a transitional step towards genuine
Democratic
centralism. There's no
regime?
bigger mistake than mixing democratic centralism with bureaucracy and dogmatism. Now, our immediate...
What?
You literally cannot have democratic centralism without bureaucracy. It's literally a method for organizing a bureaucratic system. It just doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, this is also the problem with only quoting Lenin from 100 years ago when talking about this, because when you do that, people are going to make the assumption this is how the current systems function, but they have changed and warped over time.
That's
And
all I
in
got.
a lot of places, it's just indistinguishable from what it was supposed to be.
Like the Great Duchy of Lithuania is not the same thing as the nation state Lithuania, so I have to know what you
their own
mean.
ideas and express their own ideas as we move toward a common goal.
Surprisingly, Lenin was not opposed to most of the basic principles of federalism, especially in the early stages of revolution. The principles of democratic centralism uphold autonomy and grassroots organization as vitally important. So Lenin did not really disagree with the Federalists as much as the Federalists said he did. However, one way in which Lenin strongly disagreed with Federalists was their lack of adherence to socialism. Lenin believed that the only reason socialists should have a revolution and build a democratic centralist government to begin with was to build towards socialism and socialist democracy. The Federalists, on the other hand, did not believe in any one unifying goal or vision for society, and Lenin believed that this gave opportunists and capitalist agents the opportunity to disrupt the revolution and seize back control of society. Since centralism was discounted and disregarded and even denied by the Federalists, there was no explicit ambition to build towards.
This is what I mean when I say that it's fucking wild to try and teach people about democratic centralism. Well,
The Great Duchy is basically a big duchy ruled by a prince.
only using stuff from 100 years ago. Like in this history lesson where you try to explain to your viewers what democratic centralism is, how do you explain because okay, in the original conception of a communist party, it is a party that represents the will of the working class people. It does not have mass elections where people vote for who is in the party.
True, it does not. Quest.
Mervale dwells in the caves beyond the wrecks, at the head of Siren's Cove. Leave her be, and we can only hope that she continues to return fate.
We're gonna kill her. We're just gonna kill her. So whatever. There you go. Done it.
The party does all of its elections internally. But that's, in their worldview, okay, because they still represent the will of the people. But then you fast forward like 100 years, and now you have Jack Ma, like, I think he's like the biggest billionaire in China, or one of them at least, as a member of the Communist Party. It is not, it's not like a huge deal anymore for capitalists to be part of the ruling party.
Ah, yeah,
It just
that's true.
doesn't make any sense.
Control
from their
click,
own
true.
worldview. But that's why they have to focus on stuff from 100 years ago, because actually analyzing the current material conditions and how things have changed makes you realize that their ideology is Swiss cheese. There's so many holes in it.
Was harmony, unity, and centralization of thought and action. Without a centralized goal for eliminating capitalism and building socialism, the working class was splintered into countless factions. Democratic centralism is simply a process of uniting disparate factions together under the common cause of overthrowing capitalism and building towards a socialist democracy, in which...
And that's also not even true. Because
True.
as what I learned in the Socialism with Chinese Characteristics course that I took at a Chinese university, the goal of the Communist Party is not overthrowing capitalism. The goal of the Communist Party of China is quite literally building capitalism. That's why when I was debating the Yankee Tanky, I was talking about the primary contradiction in China. And the current primary contradiction in China is between the needs of the people of China and underdeveloped productive forces. Quite literally, they want to build capital. They want China to be a more advanced capitalist nation. That is the current goal of the party. It's not about overthrowing the capitalist society. They want to be a better, more advanced capitalist society.
Every single person has a voice within a self-determining government. In the early stages of revolution, principles of democratic centralism must be used to guide parties towards growth and acceptance among the working class. Disparate parties must then find ways to work together and merge together over time until enough cohesion and power is developed to seize control over the state, from the capitalist class to institute the dictatorship of the proletariat. Once the dictatorship of the
Even I can be
the
funny.
principle of democratic centralism must then be applied both in the organization and operation of the whole socialist government, the entire political system, and also in the management of the nation's socio-economic processes, with the ambition of building towards socialist democracy. I should note that no nation on earth has yet made it all the way to socialist democracy. The Soviet...
Was it the Confucius Institute? No, Tsinghua University. They have a socialism with Chinese characteristics course that I took online.
The Union never fulfilled all of Lenin's criteria of democracy. Vietnam today is still in the process of building towards socialist democracy, and we have a long way to go. It's actually very difficult to build a socialist democracy because of all the threats and challenges faced by the capitalist imperialist world. I have a few videos on many of the challenges and setbacks Vietnam has faced, but suffice to say, it's really hard to build a fully functioning socialist democracy. If it were easy, I'm sure someone would have done it by now, and if you think it's easy,
it's such
Jesus.
a cop-out.
True. It is.
Such a cop-out. Because they're saying like, oh, we can't develop a full socialist country because all of these capitalist imperialist countries are going to thwart us. Oh, I know.
Oh yeah? How many socialist countries have you built, Keffels? How many socialisms have you built? I do ghosts of elevators because it lifts their spirits. See, I look down from the video and you're blazing through the content. Look at you. True.
The idea, let's also become capitalist and imperialist. Then we can develop into more socialist or even more faster.
True.
It doesn't make sense.
then I hope you will stand up and lead your people to full socialism and show us how it's done. Anyway, even if you disagree with the principles of socialism, communism, Marxism...
Oh God, unironically, Luna, I did the how many socialisms have you built? How many? Name them
You can
all.
still use a philosophical framework of democratic centralism to analyze governments, political parties, and other groups of human beings. That's because
So it's not a philosophical framework. Once again, like, it is literally an organizational model. It is used for organizing a communist
It's
party.
okay. It's okay.
Crazy that she's trying to make this more deep than it actually is.
democratic centralism is at the core. Simply,
I am very deep.
and centralism exists in all groups of human beings, and that democracy and centralism mutually impact and develop one another over time. As Lenin said, democratic centralism is not a principle that exists exclusively for communists. It is, in fact, a recognition of basic fact about reality, which any group could apply in developing their goals. Okay, so now you have a basic understanding of Lenin's formulation of democratic centralism. And
Lemonade. Nice.
Okay. That was painful, but I think there's like there's a
done
real
it.
reason why this part of YouTube is dying.
Uh-oh.
Because they say so much and
Well,
have no substance behind the words that
True.
And over
Unlike me, I say tons, and I say it all. True.
time people realize this. If you're like an ML, a tanky, whatever the f you want to call the red,
They're so full of themselves.
part of that group, you eventually see the pattern over years that it's the same Marxism, Leninism 101 thing over and over again.
True.
Because the more you actually know about all of the deeper stuff, all of the intricacies of that ideology,
Uh-oh.
you realize how full of they all are.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet now and I'm gonna use this as filler. I'm gonna snipe President Sunday as filler, okay?
50% of foster kids will end up in prison because there's nowhere for them to go. Once they hit 18, the system doesn't want to know them. They get kicked out. They got nowhere else to go, and so they end up doing stupid shit that gets them thrown in jail. Or, of course, you have mentally ill people that they can't get their medication. They
I'll be right back.
can't get a job. They can't.
And then we'll do something.
They're
I
constantly.
promise we'll do something.
There's no system set up to keep them out of jail. And that's generally speaking what they're talking about when they're saying defund the police is take resources that the police need to deal with these people and give it to the people who
BRB.
actually fix the problem rather
Blech.
than just having a bunch of guys who are just grabbing all these poor people and just throwing them in jail because we have no other system in place to deal with them.
See, I would agree with that logic if I agreed with the description, right? Like where the thing is, at the end of the day, I'm not convinced that those other groups are fixing the problem, right? I am convinced that there are better solutions than the police, right? And there are ways that you can prevent the problem. But to me, that's very focused on either education, but mostly into early parenthood. Like all the research that I've seen on like criminology and stuff is that whether or not someone isn't going to be a criminal is basically decided by the age of 3 or 4 years old. And any efforts that you put on afterwards, as depressing as that is not actually going to impact whether or not that person is going to be a criminal. It's like, it's how much the attention, how much positive, good attention they get from their parent in those first early years. So for me, like, I would rather, if I was going to pick where I'd spend my money as a taxpayer, I would spend my money instead on, like, on paying people to parent, basically, and a UBI.
That's assuming a lot, though, about the extent of
Do I hear
interventions
cop
after that period.
sirens in the background? Is
Oh,
someone, are they coming for
shoot,
someone?
they found me.
Somebody.
Oh yeah, that's me. Sorry, I
Oh.
told you I live smack
Oh
in the middle
no,
of the
they,
city.
they found you.
Well,
She
no,
lives
run.
literally in the police station.
Yeah,
Okay.
I literally, yeah.
Temperate, I hate to cut this off, but
Yeah,
I
no,
do
it's
want to
fine.
respect people's time. Yeah, we got other people.
I
Thank
just-
you for coming on.
I just very,
Yeah, it
very
was lovely meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
nice to meet you. Just very quickly, though, I think on that point about your criminal future, whatever, being determined by the time you're 3 years old, maybe studies bear that out, but I think that's making some vast assumptions. That's making some vast assumptions about the extent of interventions past that point that are even being undergone in the first.
I'm back, having fun.
It's actually being done at that point.
We having fun.
Like not a ton that's tremendously.
What is this?
I think
I
a
mean-
point.
Okay, hi
Sure.
guest. What do you got for us?
So I think a point that was missed is what is the nature of local government and how it is.
I can call in.
How it is that the community police would be held accountable, and how its community would be able to
Oh my goodness, I could call in.
be accountable in the event that they do something wrong.
By Twitter. I'm kidding.
Or is
Oh.
are you asking me or are you asking Eris?
I'm asking Eris. There's a very big difference between, say, the current city council being able to make every single decision
Interesting.
versus something, say, sublocal that
Let me see the WEC
may
thing.
have more
How many people are waiting?
Can you give me just so I can understand?
Yeah, I don't really
can you-
understand the
Can you give us an example of what you mean?
Backstage does not have many people. I could call in.
on this is that
Should I call in?
at least looking
Yes, no, maybe so.
where at least in the West it's typically the RCMP, which is
Let's go, viewers.
is
Call in or no? Yes, no, maybe so.
I hate them.
yeah whether it's the city councils in control, which city councils
What are they discoursing? I guess defund the police or
versus,
something.
say a more responsive city council, I think is something that's really notable in if there could be, say, referendums on police action.
Call in, why not? What could it hurt? It could hurt my entire reputation. Or something.
Oh, wait.
or something like that.
I guess, but these are the reasons, like, if I'm understanding you correctly, then these are all the reasons why I don't like the idea of community policing. Because I feel like a lot of the solutions, like referendums and like votes and the city council deciding on things, like I think that's all insanely dangerous.
Essentially, I think that the police being very corrupt is quite a large possibility if the local government itself is very corrupt and controlled by entrenched interests. But this isn't necessarily going to always be the case, and I think that community policing advocates are
Isn't the police already extremely
some level of local government reform, or at least more activity.
Oh, I think even if the local
I'm not sure I have a strong stance on it. A strong formalized
there's
stance.
still a good chance that the police will be incredibly corrupt if they're a local community.
Well, you're kind of talking at
Like
the level
nearly
of we're kind of assuming that like we're talking a society on the scale of the hills have eyes. If we're talking like a city, it could be with
You just need the attention or something.
50 to 100,000 people, and local would simply mean that these are people who have to live within the city, and it's not it's not administrated from afar, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure that like a lot of these advocates we're talking specifically about, like a lot of times New York City is the one that's brought up as an example, and the majority, I'm pretty sure almost all the police officers that in the NYPD are like New Yorkers, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
probably live
they're
in
not
New York.
Spock.
No, yeah.
They're very
Yeah, I'm
local.
guessing.
No, sure, but
Yeah. So yeah, but I think that the issue, the criticism is that like there'll be. This comes from the idea that you have like these white police officers who are from like, I don't know, this wealthy neighborhood in Manhattan or whatever the richest police officers apparently live in, but and then they're going to
Manhattan.
a black neighborhood that they're not invested
Aristocracy is Canadian, right?
connected to whatsoever, and they're policing there.
That's
And
definitely
so the
that's definitely a
argument-
part, but I think if I may just very quickly, I think the issue is a little bit more nuanced than that. So it's not simply that there are, for example, white people from one part of town going to another part of town that's predominantly black and being entrusted to carry out justice there. The issue is that, in addition, the way in which these people are trained, what they are trained to do, how they are selected, and so on and so forth, doesn't actually reflect the interests of the community. It reflects the whim of an organization that itself is not
Right, yeah.
community. Whereas
The over policing, the
like a training regimen that that emphasizes attitudes that are conducive to a community's health.
Okay.
Not, for example,
Maybe.
treating the community as like a hostile entity.
But
to the
you understand,
Fallen
just from
military.
saying
Right,
that,
but back.
you understand the problem with an organization or community making a
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure.
structure which polices itself. You understand how that can be
Yeah, that's
very
true.
ineffective. And
Greater range.
But
for
hang on,
example,
but
the police do this
but
themselves.
what Eris is
The
describing-
police in their own community, right, in their own
Yes.
precinct, they create. They investigate
But Wick,
themselves.
the
and they find they've done
organization,
nothing wrong, right?
Wick, the organization will be doing that nonetheless.
What a smug look Wick is having on his face.
No, we have, at least when it comes to different affairs, we have other organizations. Ideally,
What a smug
we
look.
on organizations that they are not connected to, that they don't have that whole interest in. And we,
Yeah,
we
you're
do
that's
audit.
incredibly naive. If you look into any single case, almost without exception, of a well-known case of a
Yes, Wickham's bottom right. Wick is the bottom
in
of this conversation.
judicial killing of
Bottom.
either through
I think it's Emmanuel,
reckless use of force.
a VTuber.
They're going to have a laundry list of similar
I
occurrences.
think it's Emmanuel.
in their background that were noted, probably more that were not noted.
Aristocracy in the lower left, of course.
On their ability to interfere
And President Sunday in the upper
in
left.
that same capacity. Like,
Okay, if I'm understanding correctly, then I just want to say that I am completely in support of police forces and policing. It's just getting training, like community sensitivity training to whatever the issues are, like particular in their community. So if they're working in a neighborhood that's very Muslim or something, and like, okay, you got to engage with people like, you know, who are dealing with this and this and this, blah blah. I'm totally fine with that, right? Like but I feel like that doesn't, you don't need community policing for that. You just need, that's just like a few training.
no, sure, but the point I'm making though is that the issue is not fundamentally where the cops themselves as bodies are from. The issue is what interests does the organization that is collecting and training them reflect? Does it reflect the interest of a top-down
True.
bureaucrat who does not have an interest, for example, in a poor black neighborhood that is being policed in a very aggressive fashion? Or is it reflecting the interests of the community itself? Does
Oh, 5:14.
Like,
It's 4:16.
hand
So you're 1 hour in front of me.
and being a part of its own regulation, or so on and so forth. And that gets like very
I
complicated.
really reject this idea of like the bottom up thing, like especially when it comes to policing, because I just think about like yeah, they might be right sometimes, but like what happens if like the majority of that neighborhood is particularly religious, so as a consequence they're also very homophobic. So what about like and then that leads to them just, I don't know, I don't get.
Well, no, because you're
you're
confusing local policing with a partitioning of the states into an archipelago of microstates. It's not what's being suggested here.
Okay. Comedier, Kami.
Archipelago of microstates.
Anything else for us, or
Interesting.
line, so.
I think that Sunday really
Nailed.
explained the point I was trying to make better than I could. That it's the local interests that are being represented in the policing, and that
Wait,
in
let
some
me see.
situations there can be local control that
Tomfoolery.
doesn't represent the interests of the local people if an area is significantly corrupt.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate the question.
Yeah, I just want to ask this person in chat has arguing that I'm a lefty who's openly racist.
Grackle.
I just want
Grackle's
to
banned
say
from my Discord. He's not
okay,
allowed.
I just want to say I'm not a lefty, okay? And I don't have any consistent political
Blue.
views. And number two, the only people I'm racist to are the French.
I have no idea who this is.
Oh.
Oh, bring him.
Damn.
Hang on.
Give him one more chance.
Origin. Oh.
How are you doing, Wick?
I'm doing.
What?
Back
Oh,
out.
well, you gotta stay in the call. Don't click. There's a button that says join voice.
Oh,
Don't
boy.
click that button. That's a trap.
I ain't clicking it. How you
Okay.
doing, Wick?
I'm doing good.
How you
How are
doing?
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
See, the thing that's fascinating is hearing like a lot of, well, I read a study or I heard a thing or this is what it means, but really I'm actually not hearing anyone talk about community policing and the actual effects of it. The studies that have been done, we have 60 plus years of studies and kind of the things that are important on it. There's a wealth of information if you want to go.
I don't really have anything to add here, to be honest. It would be just a waste for me to call in.
Culturally aware of
If I'm to call in, it has to be something that I'm at least a
a
bit,
lot of people who live in
you
New
know.
York don't police in New York. Cops don't live in New York.
Does that make sense?
In Manhattan, it's too expensive. Police do not.
Like, I do need to have something to say
And they bus in.
on the
And actually
thing
found in psychological profiles.
that I wanna
Thing where they go there
pray.
to stop the evil.
That should be like a minimum requirement.
Vanguards protecting their city from the shitty people who are fucked up in New York. So that immediate thing of going there to fight the evil we see in LA. LA, which has a massive amount of gangland, literal gangland cops. They have cop gangs with like tattoos and shit,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Shield. It's wild. They also live outside and come in. They live in the Valley. They live in San Bernardino. They live in all sorts of fun places, and then come into the east side of LA, southern LA, South Central, and police there. And you end up in this really awful position where like the police force over indexes with white people in black areas by 50 to 60%, or even 2 to 4x. So you have this extraordinary mismatch.
X.
Cultural understanding, police understanding, but also the mentality of going in. So the studies have found over time that it doesn't help necessarily people's perception of the police, because we have issues with just bringing minorities into the police forces for reasons that I would hope it would be fairly obvious to everyone. But the big thing it does do is it reduces unwarranted violence, violence complaints, and unwarranted arrests. You have this really extraordinary thing that as people understand the culture they're policing, they actually deal with it as the culture. They're still cops.
Yeah, sure. You said that we have examples of it working. Can you give us
538
a
has done 3 or
good
4
ideal?
pieces on this. I'll happily post 538.
No, like sure. But what I'm asking for is a precinct or community that is currently engaged or has engaged in the past.
Sure,
in community
Hartford,
policing
Connecticut.
That has been super successful.
Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay.
There's only a few places.
I'm so skeptical of like when someone says the studies thing. Like you might be.
No, I
correct,
understand
right?
that, but you've
But,
been
yeah,
saying
it's just
things
'cause-
like, I understand that, but you don't have a background in this stuff or has worked in it and have done advocacy for it. So when you talk about the studies in it, you can go find that. You can be skeptical of studies.
Sure, but I do know the historical
Interesting.
consensus on
No, you
community
don't.
policing.
No, you don't. I mean, you don't. Why would you know that? How would you know what do you talk to people who work in community policing? Do you talk to union officials with police? How do you know
No, I'm
what
talking
the...
about the scholar like in the literature with like historians. Like so
Name one.
I think one of the problems is that we're probably talking about different time periods. Like I'm talking about
I'm talking about the last
like,
50 years.
I am curious.
See, that's why I'm not talking about the last 50
But
years.
if you
like, because
but if you could name one, that would actually give us a good.
You guys gotta
place
let
to-
Eris. You're both here. You're yelling at Eris to name things. She's trying to name things.
Name it.
Name things. Give her space, Eris.
Squeaky clean rubber ducky.
So what I'm talking about is that when it comes to a lot of like my current political and ideological thoughts, the vast majority of things that inform it, right, is just what I've learned in university and history and what seems to be historical consensus of things. My area of expertise is in military history. It's definitely not in this area. So I'm really relying on what I know is is consensus, and there seems to be a very strong
But can you name one?
consensus among social historians.
Actually, I'll
Right.
join
I-
Aries
I
on
honestly-
this because
I
I,
can-
think
I-
it's
I-
important. Let's talk about
I-
military
amongst-
history.
yeah, amongst-
we can actually
yeah.
apply this to military, because when you talk about an occupying force, what is the number one thing that you want when you're an occupying force? Across the board, and this is very much all the time,
Damn, Brooks.
who are helping you and who are part of that and who are part of that force and who are translators, go-betweens, the bureaucracy, the people who are enforcing, locals who look and understand the culture. You don't generally want people who have no conception of it, who see the locals as evil, right? In every occupation that's ever happened, we have
Okay,
a lot
you
of historical
definitely-
references there.
You definitely want some locals like giving you advice and giving you, but I also said that was totally fine with when it came to community sensitivity training. I agree, police working in a neighborhood that they're not familiar with and they're not familiar with the dynamics of the culture and the history of the region, all that kind of thing is very problematic. But at the same time, there's also like, I mean, since you seem to know a lot about military history, right? And I'm guessing a lot about
Not
war
as much as you.
crimes,
I'm just saying as an example because it's a few things. in there.
Let her
right,
finish.
is that these war crimes are much more common when the people who are literally down on the ground are the ones that actively have engaged with the people previously, right? And have, especially if they have a long history. So it's like the closer they are, the more. This is one of the reasons why people have moved and are like there's way less war crimes when someone is actually far more like there's a larger distance between the person and the perpetrator.
I'd be hesitant to say that. I tend to know what you're talking about. You're speaking of Southeast Asia, I think, could give us 4 or 5 examples of what you're talking about, where the people enforcing are also the people who know the people, and sort of the retribution comes, we'll say, in full force, in brutal ways. Totally agree with you there. But this is talking about community policing. This is it's a different thing in terms of like representing a genocide or how those things have taken place. The war
Yeah, but this is my
crimes-
problem with the studies that you're bringing up is that like,
Right.
and this is my problems with modern political ideologies in general. is that
Oh.
they're too short, right? Humans have been creating societies and have been.
But Eris,
developing
very
cultures
quickly, I just
for
want to.
thousands-
No, you got
Wait,
to
one second.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
For thousands of years, and on average, the average person, when they decide what they believe ideologically, politically, whatever, right, they are gathering information from the past at most 50 years.
Okay, but Eris,
as you mentioned,
Eris,
So,
no, but this
to me,
is
that's
very.
kind of wild.
I usually don't, but
This is very important. This is something you're kind of missing.
I'm a big history
You're saying that
person.
Local policing doesn't work because it's not as effective as operating essentially a colonial dominating force in military terms. Like your point of reference seems to be counterinsurgency.
No, that's not exact. That's not all what it said. Wait, what? Wait,
No,
can you
she's
repeat
saying
that?
she's
'Cause
saying
I
that
feel
we've
like I
got.
misunderstood.
May I try?
A debate.
Tell me if I'm fucked up, and I'll shut up.
Okay.
Then. so Sunday, she's saying when we talk about kind of human nature in these situations, talk about the police, how they deal with people. I'm coming at it saying, okay, we've got these studies of 50 years. I'm looking at because we got a ton more.
Yeah, but
studies
she's
now
saying,
of
but this
what-
is
but
the
she's-
no.
we
I
go
understand,
back
Brooks,
2,
but
3, 4, 500
no,
years, we have a lot
understand.
more info.
No,
Sunday,
Brooks.
Eris is here. Eris could tell us what she said.
No, but I thank you, Wick, but I was actually addressing something that Brooks was
I hope
saying.
I wasn't far off.
No, so the problem.
Oh my God.
Though, once again, is I actually thought your initial question was kind of important.
Damn.
I didn't hear any evidence that she'd actually engaged with the studies she apparently has problems with. I haven't heard any names. It seems like bluntly, and I don't have any like ill will towards you, Eris, but you're kind of talking out of your ass here. It feels like.
Oh my God.
Are we all talking out of our ass tonight?
No,
I'm just moderating.
We're all
okay?
Switch.
I
But I
don't.
would-
I
my
admit
answer
I
would
don't
be
know enough
simple.
about
I can totally-
community
I can-
Police, as we
I
have
can
them today,
totally-
haven't existed in more than 100 years.
Damn.
Beyond
I mean, I'm on YouTube. I'm not on Twitch.
now.
Well,
So
it just depends on your definition of what a community policing is. I'll
No,
say
modern
that, like,
police as we know it started in Berkeley in 1909. Like this is a thing that we've got.
Okay.
It's the beginning of it.
The
Yeah.
modern police organization, sure, right?
No,
But
the
when
structure
I'm
of
talking
policing
about
as we do it now.
okay, but I'm talking about like having a large force, okay, that has the exclusive monopoly on violence that is meant
That's
to enforce
even more
the
recent.
law. That enforce the law. No, it is not.
Yes, it is. What do you mean
The majority-
monopoly? What you're
Who enforced the laws in Rome?
It wasn't the police, Wick.
They didn't
was
have a police force. And,
No one
and
did,
again,
they
the
just-
way that
There would have been
things were
several
enforced-
bodies that had
There
their
been
own.
an armed group, perhaps, that if you broke the law, would
if
it
you
enforce the law?
well, no,
A single organization did not have the monopoly on violence.
mercenaries. There would be standing troops occasionally
So,
that were paid
armed
for
groups
by.
who got paid, right?
But there was no,
Yeah,
no. But
armed
hang on.
Random people.
There was
armed
no,
random
monopoly on any kind of force. That's why that is a modern
Yeah.
thing. This is why when
Even in the late 1800s, the idea of a militia that was out to catch slaves wasn't a government authorized body. There was no regulation behind it. It was, we may call the police a false regulative body now, and we may have commentary, but they are an official.
The President Sunday is actually correct here. There was no monopoly on violence.
Police chief didn't exist until 1910.
But these are all organizational.
That is
Yeah,
not
these are
at all
organizational
the
things.
case.
I'm talking about like what like the real again. This really feels like a semantic issue, right?
well, it's not a semantic issue.
It's not a semantic issue, no.
Based upon the structure of an organization.
Please, my God.
It's not.
It's like a semantic issue because there have always, most cultures have had some kind of force, right? Often it was a religious force, like
But it wasn't a monopoly. That's a big distinction, actually.
force that was just hired specifically by the emperor, right? There have always been individual groups. It's like
Okay, well, I got my
equivalent of what
answer
you
from
guys,
Rome stuff.
what the equivalent of what
Yeah,
you
but
are saying, right?
monopoly, it's a big thing.
But the equivalent of what you're
like
saying is that the army of
armies-
Xerxes
wait,
is a police
stop it,
force.
Stop it. So armies, right, have the equivalent of what you're saying is if I just go and say, okay, armies, right, are largely a modern invention, okay, and that's because in reality I'm thinking, okay, well, historically most kings, like individually, there was no standing army for the government. They would actually have to hire mercenaries, all this, blah, blah, blah. But it's like the function of the same. They were the function for the purpose of the discussion is
Dear
the same
God,
thing.
really? That's how you look at this? Absolutely not the case. There's a reason that we talk about things in terms of their historical context. When we talk about
So
an
in
army
Rome, they didn't
today
have a
versus an
police
army.
Actually, kings did have standing armies,
Rome
by
did
the
not
way.
have a police force, Wick.
Rome, yeah, the vigiles, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's wrong.
Vigilantes.
No, vigiles. So they were the watchmen of the city, basically. They were privately owned slaves organized.
Okay,
into groups
Wick,
that
what
could
does that
act
mean?
on the problems
Mercenaries.
of fire and conflagrations of Rome.
Privately-
This is just
But they-
police.
no,
with a
that is
different
not
the
fucking
case.
name and a different fucking organizational structure.
That is not the case. There's a reason that we
I
have
don't
different
understand.
names for
So
things.
did they enforce laws? Yes or no?
No.
No.
They absolutely.
Yeah, exactly, Sukhoi. You're correct.
They enforced
They were
laws based
private,
on how
Wick.
they
They
were
weren't
paid.
arms of
If
the
they
emperor.
enforced laws,
They
it
were
was
private
accidental.
police, but police nonetheless.
No.
Dude, if I beat the shit out of someone, I'm not out there enforcing a law if he happens to be someone who deserved to get the shit kicked out of him. Are you kidding me? Like, historical context is extraordinarily important in this. Otherwise, you're flattening
The
literally
Vigilantes acted
everything
as a
into being
night
the
watch,
same
keeping an eye
society
out
we
for
live
murderers
in.
Okay.
hunting down-
Wait, I just want to say it, okay? So I do think that it would be really interesting. I know someone who's an ancient historian, okay, who knows his shit with this. He's literally a scholar at the University of Florida, okay, and he's in
Sure.
this space. I think you guys should have him on. Okay, he knows way
I'm-
more
I'm
about this
game.
area than me because
Hey.
ancient history is really
Absolutely, I'd
interesting.
love to learn.
I think I would be like
Hook us
super
up, that'd be
interested
really
to
cool.
learn about that, about the intricacies of that, right? Because if I'm incorrect, I would love to learn about that. But I just feel like this is, especially when we're getting to the intricacies. I know that there were what you could consider police forces, but like whether or not they're, well, if you look at like the Pax Romana, like there are a bunch of examples that I could make arguments for it, but whether or not that is useful for my point,
Pax Romana.
or even
That's like
actually,
saying there was
Wait,
the
let me
internet
finish.
because
Maybe I should call in or
like this
something.
back then. Like the
No,
internet
no,
didn't
it's
exist.
not.
They're
Right, because-
functionally different
No, it's like
structures
you saying
entirely.
there was no
because I'm talking
communication
about
before the
I'm talking about
internet because we
I'm
couldn't
talking about a,
text.
But I wouldn't say
body
that.
that has a huge part, like a huge monopoly on violence, that has the ability to enforce laws, like whether or not like
But-
that
okay, but-
actually is a
Eris.
significant part of ancient Rome. The thing, and first of all, it
Lucy, I have a question.
changed in ancient
Ask,
Rome based on which emperor,
and I will
whether or
answer.
not we're talking about like the
Okay,
monarchy.
you
whether
can
or
you
not
can
we're
breathe
talking
for a
about the
second,
republic.
Eris. You can breathe for a
Wait,
second.
I
But I'm
can't
explaining.
finish. Bro, I can't breathe because you interrupt me all the time, President Sunday.
But you're just filling the void. You're not saying anything.
I'm not.
Oh, bam. That's so mean.
No, my point is that we're talking about like really fucking complex, intricate shit that.
Yeah, but you're
probably
making
has
a really
really
elementary error, like a really elementary one. It's really,
you-
it's really
you
simple.
don't
I don't.
know the
I
error 'cause
do.
you
I
haven't
do.
Let her finish. I
It's
got
fine.
the Sunday. Let her finish. It's cool. It's cool, dude. We're good.
Homeschooling is cringe
Sorry, Wick. Let it.
unless it's done via official channels.
like a pretty
Private schools for religious institutions cringe.
complicated
That's my
thing.
opinion.
The historical consensus that I was under the aware of, that I was under the awareness of that it basically has been that community policing, that there's been a massive amount of flaws with community policing, and I was under the impression that there was a long history of why we got to the point where we don't do community policing in the majority of Western countries. It wasn't just done by accident, and there is a long dark history of modern police forces, especially with racism. 100% completely agree with this. So I'm just saying, especially if we're going to get into like ancient history shit, okay, which is literally on average not even covered by historians.
You said thousands of years. That was your words. You said thousands. You said thousands of years. Even 1,000 years is too much.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
It matters
okay,
a
I'm
little
pretty
bit.
sure I said 1,000, but it's okay. So, I do think that we should bring on. I do think that we should bring on
Reach
Dr.
out.
David. So
I'll set it up.
that's what I'm saying. I think he would love to
I
come
will say
on.
this. I will
He's a
say
super
this.
smart guy.
Yeah.
He's not political. He's
I
just
will-
like
yeah.
he just cares a lot about
If
ancient
if
history.
I may have a say on my show,
Everyone's
I will say
political.
this. I am
There
not-
is no such thing as apolitical.
I don't know enough about community policing. I can simply point out when things are pointed out to me or things that don't pass the smell test. But that could be wrong. Some things are counterintuitive.
The
right?
thing
We
that's
gotta
amazing about this.
Yeah, I think that's a bit harsh to her. Yeah.
You got a bunch of people in backstage. I'd hate to keep them out. You got Loner Box waiting.
Yeah,
for
we're
God's
loner
sake.
boxes waiting. We'll get to you
The
guys.
easy
don't
thing
worry.
is, if you don't know, and I have moments where I don't know things,
The Adolescent Media.
and make statements
Loner Box.
because that's what you're doing is basically stating whatever
Then
the
if I-
current status quo idea is. Let's have an expert on. Let's talk to him about ancient shit. Let's have modern policing experts on who deal with this actively. Let's talk about
problem with
actually
that-
what the experts say instead of just going, well, it's probably this and it's probably
Yeah,
fine.
but,
Hey, you know,
but at the same time, you made a massive
I really
claim.
fought for you to talk. I really fought for you to talk and finish your point. The last thing is when you say something like, once a kid's 5 years old, they're going to be fucking criminals. You're completely off your fucking skis. You're completely over them. You're saying shit that is completely debunked and ridiculous. And that point, take a moment. Realize you have your expertise. I would love to hear about. I love modern war stuff. I'm a big war nerd fan. It's one of my favorite podcasts. I love that shit. I'd love to hear that. Stick to that. Don't say other shit. I don't go talking about other things. I'm here to talk about the stuff that I know, and that's what you should do. And that's the point.
Wick, what on earth is that
Wait.
pose?
I'm look.
You're not gonna let her reply?
I'm never going to gatekeep conversations to the experts, quote unquote. I think.
Okay,
Oh my
I
God.
just want to say that I heard that on an NPR, and like, first of all, I am no expert on childish studies. I was just reading about parenting advice because I was interested in it. Okay, and literally,
Go off,
it was
Brooks.
a discussion on NPR by two like PhD experts, and they were discussing about all the misconceptions that exist, right? When it comes to
Well,
early childhood.
You may love Brooks, but that just made me want to call in even less, okay?
And it was stated like it was
Brooks has
so
scared me away from wanting to call in.
it seems to be something that experts have said.
Do you know their names?
So I don't know. I could probably find them. It's
Oh,
an
okay,
NPR
that's
thing.
that's
I like NPR, so
Let's
I
bring
try
on a
not. I try
friendly
not to
face.
get it from some
Let's
bullshit.
bring on
I
a-
also just want to say that like I was getting talked over a bunch, right? But
I tried.
when it comes to ancient Rome, okay,
You don't try enough,
just
okay?
say that there was no public police force.
Eris.
Is
But
just,
but
it's
here's
just-
here's
it's
the
crazy.
here's the
No, but
problem though.
it's-
No, no,
it's
but
crazy, and
here's
you're
the
being-
problem.
wait,
No, no, but the
please,
reason
please,
why I'm making
please, please,
interjections.
Sandra,
The reason why I'm making
Liz,
interjections is because
Sandra.
you will say like 100 things
Oh.
super fast, and 50 of them will be
no,
wrong.
But I'm just trying. Okay, no.
But
I'm
there
just
is an
trying to say-
important no, but there was an important
Okay.
point you're just
Okay.
not that's just not clicking. And that's that when you're talking about the nature of a type of organization, to just flatten an infinite variety of organizations into the same thing so you can use one as a precedent for the other is conceptually absurd. You
I
actually can't
understand.
do that. You're not talking about the same kind of thing.
It's
You're
not
using the
absurd. I
evidence of
actually-
you're using other types of organizations, the history of a vast variety of other types of organizations as a precedent for how this very specific modern organization ought to be run. That's absurd.
Okay, what's absurd is you interrupting me constantly.
No, it's
right?
not.
Like I already
That's
have
you, too.
memory problems. You're making it more challenging. No, but there's a certain amount that you're allowed to interrupt, right? Okay, I would say like 25%. You take it to 99.
Hey,
It's kinda just a
blame
little
this
crazy.
milquetoast moderation. That's not on me. He's the police.
Okay, I'm just saying. Okay.
Oh my God.
Also, like when
Oh my
making
God.
like these grand statements about like the about the
You were making
history
appeals to
of-
thousands of
Wait,
years of human history. That was you.
Can't even
I was talking about-
finish
I'm
your
talking-
explanation.
I'm
Do you
talking
have like a
specifically-
condition, Sunday? Is this like a medical thing?
Because actually, at this point, it's starting to feel like a manipulative technique to always throw me off, so I can't make a statement. Like, I don't know if you're doing this intentionally.
You're
like,
able to speak
but
right now.
it's
You're
a little
choosing to take up
nasty.
this time.
Okay.
Right.
So
Huh.
I'm gonna just
that's the fucking
ignore.
meta when you interrupt someone to say that they're allowed to speak. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, when you're talking about something
You're
like
permitted to
ancient Rome,
speak, madam.
that guy got upset with me for making a comment about something that I'm definitely no expert in, right? I think few of us are.
Why is President Sunday so mean to aristocracy?
Never existed in the history of ancient Rome. It's like, bro, ancient Rome is a fucking. You're talking about this massive category of time, okay? And
I actually want to have a discussion with aristocracy.
that shit changed every emperor, all the time. Okay, literally, you had Augustus, who did establish like what is very similar to what I described as my definition of a modern police force. Right? The reason why I thought it would be interesting to bring in Dr. David is because he would be able to start talking about the intricacies of whether or not.
Although I do think that the monopoly on violence is very
idea of it,
relevant
okay?
in this
That I
discussion.
can't say, but but it's completely fair for me to say that there were what my definition of police force is, okay, in ancient Rome, right, and throughout history. That's like to just say that was invented a complete modern.
No, but
invention is just some bullshit that
the
like,
definition-
on
Okay, enough.
liberal Twitter.
Enough.
The definition of a.
We're going to go up. No.
The definition.
Loner's here to have a conversation. We're gonna let Loner speak a little bit, and then you can I'm sure you'll continue arguing. But if we continue down this road, we'll never get anyone else speaking. So Loner, go ahead. What do you got to say?
I just want to comment on something that happened like a little bit before the guy left. The internet's fucking insane. So when you mentioned, you can rewind the VOD by the way, all this happened. I took notes.
It's the guy.
Wick, when you mentioned the Vigilees, that fucking Rasputin-looking motherfucker just said
Rasputin.
vigilantes, and then started acting as if he knew what the fuck they were. Sunday, you denied that they were run by the state, that they were, you said they were privately operated. That's not true. The Vigilees were a response to a privately operated system that failed. They were set up by Augustus. They were taxpayer funded. They literally ran around the streets apprehending fucking robbers. They stopped riots. Like, if that's not an analogy to the police, I don't know what the fuck is. Like, I don't know. People just make up shit.
Well, I mean, legions did that as well. Like, the problem is that there's no distinction here between, and I'll have to verify all of this. But the problem with collapsing all of these into the police is that you lose all of the structural distinctiveness of the thing itself. Now, I mean, it's interesting once again that the closest analogy that we're finding is akin to an occupying.
I've got an interesting question.
There's simply no point being made
So I don't
here.
know enough about the Vigilees to like again. I was linked an article on it.
Well, Lonerbox has had the opportunity to scan Wikipedia.
I've got a question then.
So I'm doing that.
What is the difference between the people's militia and the police? What is the difference?
It's called the Vigilees.
Is it just a name?
The new firefighters of the fire brigade.
Difference between militia and the police.
Loner.
When Poland was communist, it had the militia.
That's why they generally
When
said
Poland stopped being communist, the militia was transformed into the police.
The definition, no, but
thousands of years.
Lonerbox, the definition of a police force is not just any armed body that is employed by some overarching authority.
That's
that
how
doesn't
I
make any
defined it.
sense.
That's how I defined it.
Yeah,
That
but
was
that's the problem.
what-
No, but Eris, the reason why I'm
That's how I
inter.
defined it.
Okay,
You're talking
please,
to
Wick,
me.
Jesus.
You're talking
So
to me.
fine, but
Like, come
Eris, the problem with that though is that if you're just literally defining the police as any armed body with some kind of overarching structure categorically,
And I guess the army is the
precedent
police.
established via that to judge how a modern police force should operate in conditions under modern statehood, you're effectively saying
Well, that's definitely not
under
correct
these
when it comes to
conditions-
the
these conditions that
militia in the
employ
communist
this
Poland.
brute squad to do X, Y, and Z, and therefore we should use this.
Yeah, but the militia belongs super to the state in
specific type
communist
of
Poland.
police
They're
force
not
over here.
warlords. That's such a
But that's also like the
Dominant.
Vigilees again. They weren't paramilitary. They were under the emperor and they were taxpayer funded. I feel like okay, yes or no? Do you think that's a reasonable analogy to the modern
But what
police, or is
you're
it just
what you're
completely
describing is identical to the Roman legions. Lonerbox. Are we considering? Are we considering? Well, were the Roman
That's like
legions not?
comparing the modern
Were the
police forces to
Roman
the modern
legions?
police
Were the Roman legions not publicly funded and supplied? and at the command of the public.
Yeah, but
Yes,
I would
they
also
were.
say if someone came to me and they were talking about like a military or an army, I wouldn't say, oh, well, they're technically not under the single arm of the state. But no, I would say that's a good analogy, right?
No, but
It's a
would
good
you
analogy of a modern army.
but would you say though, like I notice you have to fix on the Vigilese, but would you say that the Roman legions were the police?
If they engaged in some policing, maybe like National Guard does policing sometimes. So
Yeah, but it was an organization that was directly under the government
That's what I
in
have to
Poland.
ask you. Because if by policing activity we mean simply doing violence at the behest of the state, Rome was an empire. Like, what do you think that means?
policing would usually mean like
let me
dealing
ask.
with crime at a local level, because like they deal with the similar crimes that police today deal with. They guarded the baths at night. They dealt with theft. They dealt with fucking burglaries. They
Also, keep in mind during the
so if yeah, they were some kind of police. They're not the modern police, which is why I put modern as a prefix, but they're pretty analogous.
there's the Polish game called
They would have engaged in
martial law,
engaged in a night watch.
and the army was called during the martial law.
Citizens in a city.
So, did the army become the police during that time?
About what the claim made, right, was about community policing,
Yes.
and aristocracy made the claim that the reason we don't
Well, technically, militia is supposed to be made from the people
the
or
reason we don't
something,
engage in community
and more local. Local policing is the militia, I guess.
as a society, as a world, moved away from it because of all the problems that it necessitated. And she cited the problems with community.
Well,
policing in
actually,
the past as
just
well.
just to address that very quickly.
That's
kind of
accurate?
no.
I
I
make sure that's accurate, Aris. I want to ask Aris, was that accurate? What I just said?
Yeah, sure.
That's a
Can
little
can
bit
we-
no, but I
wanna
need
be-
to.
can
I
we-
actually,
can we
Aris, I
ban
actually
the
wanted to.
misogynist in chat though.
Which
Like,
one is
legit,
misogynist?
Like
Jesus
the
Christ.
dude who's just always asking about like my OnlyFans and like all this crap.
That's gross.
Get the name and
Sorry, I
mods
need
deal
to
with it.
OnlyFans.
account.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Whoever's moderating in my chat right now,
Only chat. Only what?
then deal with it.
That's actually a bit worse for you though, Eris, and I'll tell you why. Because litigating whether or not under these loose definitions there were quote unquote police for even a couple hundred years prior to now, for that claim as given by Wick to uphold, you would have to show that that was actually the rationale underlying the organization of the police in present day, and I think that's impossible. That you're essentially claiming that this is the reason that they are organized now. This was a self-conscious decision. We have looked at the history.
Yeah, I know, but Eris doesn't have OnlyFans. Eris doesn't show her face.
And we have determined that we just need. That's not how that happened.
Wait, you don't think? Okay, that's kind of wild to me, right? Because to me that would just be a truism. So I'm interested in this. But that.
Why would that be a
lot-
truism?
that
There should be a discrete set of
Wait,
facts
let
that
me
establish
finish,
this. These
let
are
me finish
decisions.
my sentence.
Yes.
Oh my God, please, this is okay. I'm trying to ignore what you're saying so I can continue my thought.
Okay.
Right? But it would make sense to me, just as a truism, that there would be certain rules and certain laws that, especially that you see consistently across the majority of countries around the world, especially Western countries, where like.
Okay, I'm going to the backstage. I'm gonna ask my questions in a nice, polite way. Okay, I'm gonna introduce some politeness into
Let's
this.
just look at the medical field, right, where you used to allow doctors to practice on their family members. Okay, and but then there was a very famous case when that went really problematic. So then they made a law, and then there were
Options,
what's it
sound,
called? Sorry, I'm having like a brain.
master
fart.
volume,
It's just
and
when a type of law comes in because of a justice decision, in the courts.
Precedent? That's not.
Yeah,
me
legal
see.
precedent. So, because of legal precedent, right? There are.
Hello,
100%,
Daedalus.
I am sure that you could be a.
I'm gonna make you
great
louder.
okay, and make a really
I've
long
decided to call into this thing.
of
I'm watching it on my
court
stream.
cases that developed
They're
over
doing Rome
time,
dirty, I
just
gotta
in,
go
say,
fix it.
something like the UK.
You're what?
That led to a
They're doing
situation
Rome dirty, I
where
gotta go fix it.
now
Oh, I just want to ask a few
a
questions.
lot of regulation with the
Okay, I'm just gonna ask a few questions. I'm not gonna
some negative
be
things,
mean.
okay, but have also made some improvements to the issue.
I'm here to introduce some civility and
To me,
niceness.
that just seems
Okay,
like a bit
what
of
do
a
you
truism, so
think?
it's like it's kind of
Okay. Well,
weird
that shouldn't be
you
because
can't-
when
that
you're
you wouldn't
A
be
moment, can I make the video a bit
no,
quieter?
you're misunderstanding me. If you
Are you on board with me introducing some niceness to the conversation?
Always, Lucy.
is
Of
the
course.
result
Nice, thank you. I actually do have a few questions, and I want to hear what all of them will have to say about it.
You're going to be able to show.
You want to hear the questions before they happen, or would you rather wait for me to ask them on the thing?
Then that claim is
I apologize. I'm trying to listen to two things at once.
Same, but
decisions made in time.
so you want to wait?
If you can't,
Yeah, let's wait. I'll
Okay.
stick it around.
Okay.
No, but if you're
about the move away.
well, you're saying
from
why we don't.
policing.
You're saying why we don't have local policing. So at some point there would have to be a decision. Yeah.
I'm gonna call in.
The history of
I'm calling in if I'll have the opportunity.
local policing. We're committed to justice, just too
No one,
corrupt.
no one, that's not how change and progress on average is made.
No,
It's so
but
rare that
no,
it's
no,
made
but
with
hang on,
a-
hang on. Your claim
Come
though,
on,
your
dude.
claim though is very particular. Your claim was not that there is a
No,
chain.
and you need it to be
your claim
particular. That's
is
the
not that there.
problem.
Your claim is not. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Your claim is not there was a chain of shifts over time that is continuous back in history. That's trivially obvious. Your claim was that the reasons for why a federal as opposed to a local structure was preferred, or why a top-down versus a locally rooted structure is preferred, is because of that history. If there's no if there's no awareness of
Oh my, true.
particular flaws or the particular
Like true.
point to,
I think I got really mad at the AI thing and animation.
We have to be so pedantic here. Why can't we just say,
this
hey, the
isn't
reason we don't
pedantry. If
go
you're making
back-
Pedantry is good, actually.
making an historical claim and you can't provide,
I love pedantry.
Stop.
That's just
What all I'm saying,
being
all
untrue.
I'm saying, right? All I'm saying is that
They call me the pedantrix, the pedanter,
why we chose this
the pedanty,
now that we have.
the pedant,
Look back now today.
pedant to the medant.
How they did in the past, and we say, maybe we don't want to go back to that. So regardless of why we got to here in the first place, why can't we just say that, hey, the reason we don't want to go back to that is because of X, Y, and Z?
because
I'm not
we
saying this shit happened in one day. I'm not saying that there was like a
nobody
massive
said
revolution.
no. I wasn't
Okay,
saying you said this
to
shit
lead to
happened one
that.
day. You're
Okay, but-
confused. So
But, like, it's a combination of historical of legal precedent, okay, of scholars, right, discussing.
You're so left your body watching the animations. True.
Incredibly complicated.
I was so mad that now I'm feeling really nice.
It's strange.
You-
and
you-
it feels like you just want to. It feels like it. Feels
I love pedantry. I love democracy.
1 second. It feels like you specifically need me to have like this very specific.
I love democracy.
Attitude of how I regard it, and that's just not. I'm not being that strict. Like,
Loner.
It
you
sound-
need to in order
I love
to be a
democracy.
strawman.
I want to reply to this quickly. So it actually sounds like
Yeah,
it
well,
actually
you were talking
sounds
to me.
like
Sorry, I know Suddenly confused himself for me. It happens.
no. She
He said-
addressed me. I'd like to reply quickly
Well-
before you go.
Oh, Wick's the host.
You've been
I
here
don't
the
care.
whole time. Lonerbox just got here. Let's let Lonerbox talk for a little, for a moment, for a bit.
For a bit. I knew it was gonna say for a bit.
A website like the history of the police in the UK, because the people would attribute usually the founding of the British modern police in like what early 1800s, which is again like earlier than the other guy said. But yeah, like it goes back to like 800 AD. It's like a constant.
But that's already when the nation state was established, so it's not really a strong argument from Lonerbox, I think.
With the military, though, but people aren't typically arguing about what kind of occupying military force they want to govern their communities. They're talking specifically about who is responsible for keeping peace and order in a particular kind of way in a modern context. And they're talking about a specific relationship to a specific kind of state as well. It's not as simple as just saying, there's just a natural progression from way back when they were privately hiring like people to put out fires and catch slaves in Rome, to
Yeah, and it wasn't privately; it was taxpayer funded.
well, it began privately, and taxpayer funded is a little bit tricky when you're talking about Rome as well. That's actually not distinct from the private in the same way that you're thinking of. But moreover, the issue I'm having here is that we have these sweeping historical claims being.
I also have issues. I have issues, Gigglers.
Zero sources
But don't worry, I'm
and
gonna.
asked for elaboration is now treated as pedantic to want some kind of evidence for these extremely important and dangerous
I'm
claims.
excited to see you do this.
Why-
Lucy.
what is
We can
dangerous
have
about the
all the
claims that they have
VTubers in
police
this
in Rome?
stream.
Because that is being used.
I'm
as
sorry, what?
justification for models of police
have
now,
all the
i.e.,
VTubers in.
who and how the people who are responsible for
I'm gonna
administering a death
I'm gonna introduce some love, okay?
selected and organized.
Yeah,
Like, that's important.
I'm just gonna ask 2 questions and nothing more. And listen. We need love, you know? It's what we need. And solidarity as well.
Fucking solidarity.
It's true. My speciality is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. So I'm not sure if this will be helpful, but I have a few questions about a different period and time and the police.
Wick, are you familiar with a place called Carthage?
I really look forward to it.
Thank you. This will be my first talk with aristocracy if it manages to happen.
It'll probably happen.
Hey, Wick, I got a question for you.
Amazing. Great. I'm streaming, so it's good. It's all good.
Lucy's the duckiest streamer.
True. The Polish Jewish trans streamer.
So, well, to be clear,
And you're represented in Sunday's chat.
Oh yeah.
In Sunday's background.
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I had my turn and
Okay.
I don't really have much more to say.
I don't have.
Or 2.
I only have 2 questions. 2 questions. It's not gonna be mean. It's gonna be nice in my style. All right. I'm gonna mute the mic for now.
Horrors of Rome in modern society.
Rome.
You were jumping steps, you were crossing bridges, you were dotting lines that
Crossing bridges.
crossed or dotted or dealt with.
Crossing
Again, I
bridges.
don't know enough about community policing.
Well, you should look
to
into
have
the.
a
You should look.
strong take on this,
You should
but
look.
what I am absolutely able to point out is when someone is simply using kind of this obfuscation of trying to narrow someone's point down to a very, very specific thing that they can deal with, rather than dealing with them as what they are trying to communicate.
Well, Wick, when you're talking about like a precedent, which is specifically what Eris is talking about, you're talking about something particular in every case. You were saying
Dotting lines.
Therefore,
I love dotting lines.
Well, what do you mean? Can you elaborate on this? And you refuse to. Your argument rests on nothing. You're making it up.
I love making stuff up.
I will let the audience decide who is making it up.
I'm making it up, and I'm not on yet.
Lonerbox, do you have anything else? I want to get to the last person before we go.
Last person.
To reiterate, what was it the guy said? If you
Last person.
just wish that fucking Alexander Dugin Rasputin looking cunt would have followed his own advice. That was so fucking annoying.
Diadalis is going to be the last person. Oh my god.
I stand people talking.
Well, I'm not gonna talk to aristocracy, I guess.
Eris still is not able to name a single study related to this.
If you want, like, I can start.
Hi, I'm really
finding
important, by the way.
historical. Yeah, if you want, I can start. I could honestly like go find like.
I don't like you, Wick.
That,
I have.
Tweet it on Twitter.
I'm really salty if this really is going to be the last person. I'm not gonna get in. Wick saw me in the waiting line and decided not to.
You can, as a matter of
It's
fact.
discrimination.
Definitely not the modern definition of study.
Well, not sociological studies, but you absolutely.
It's Slav discrimination and anti-Semitism.
Of records and things of that sort, and make
And stuff.
inferences about them and so on and so forth. Certainly, in the case of regime analysis, where you'd be talking about precisely.
Yeah, I agree, but I
those
have a
types of
feeling that
organizations.
those types of studies would.
It's preferential treatment to the
Well,
North
nothing.
North
I'd
America.
rather you talk to an actual ancient historian, right? Like
Sure.
That would be very interesting.
Sure.
Daedalus, go ahead. What you got for us?
I'm an ancient historian because I'm basically ancient
We were doing
history.
Rome dirty, and I'm gonna do a little correction here. So you have the vigilantes, and they kind of act like a police force in the same sense you have a medieval night watch. But you also have a riot police explicitly in Rome, and the urban cohort set up by Augustus as well. And like these are distinct forces with distinct patterns, but they're a lot more closely related to military than they are to a police force. Like the explicit idea was that Rome was supposed to keep military out of Rome, and that kind of went
There
on
you
the
go.
wayside when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon, and that's about when the military started taking over policing in Rome. and it shifts and changes over the years, especially as you go. You have another couple thousand years of Roman history to go from there. So, like, I don't think we can draw a straight line from Rome to England to America for policing.
Well, I agree. You definitely can't draw that line, right?
Yeah,
That's why, yeah, again, I definitely agree you can't draw that line. There's a lot of major differences. There's some minor differences, and there are similarities. For me, where the similarities are what lend me to my current decision. But I would be really interested, again, to talk to an ancient historian to talk about whether or not those similarities are actually impactful, as impactful as I think they are. But I agree, you can't draw like a simple line. Like, there's obviously a lot of differences.
Oh, I guess I won't be able to
Obviously, there's a long
ask
period of
my
time where
brilliant.
vigilantes did not exist. I mean, I guess it's just
What are the similarities? Can you elaborate?
Oh my god, I don't want to rehash this. Please, dear God.
But you didn't say it
Fair
once.
enough, fair enough.
I'd like to know the.
She doesn't want to rehash it. She doesn't want to rehash it. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got for you. That's all I got
you,
for you,
buddy.
Wick. Thanks.
By the way, Daedalus, before you go, introduce yourself and your channel.
Am I gonna be pulled in or no?
I'm Daedalus Media. I am half of
So mean.
history. You can find us over. We do
Okay,
history
I'm gonna be
variety, so,
extremely
couple
quick.
times a month. It's good.
And be so quick that it's gonna be like The Flash or something. So I just have 2 questions. It's concerning very recent history in Poland, because I've heard the talk about what is and what isn't the police, right? And I guess we're all familiar with the communist period of Poland, right? Correct?
Familiar enough. Let's. Yeah. What you got for us?
Okay. So I guess my 2 questions would be, what, in your opinion, is the difference between the militia in the communist Poland and the police later on when the system changed? And the second question is, because during the so-called martial law period in the 80s, the army was called in to take care of the population, namely the opposition. Did the army take on the role of militia or the police at that time, in your opinions?
I don't know enough about it to.
Yeah, I do not know enough about communist Poland. I apologize, Lucy, and hi.
Hello, hello. So militia and
Again,
the
I
police.
don't know enough about it to have this is very specific, and I don't know.
It is, but I guess we could broaden the question to what is the
What is the difference between a militia?
and the police?
Right. I honestly, in form and function, its name.
I guess it's a question to everyone.
It's a police force, absolutely, right? But it also has other duties that the police generally doesn't. So the militia would also be expected to, for example, fight off an attacking army, or if someone invaded the land. Whereas a police force wouldn't have that specific responsibility, training, or expectation. But I think that a militia can absolutely fulfill all the roles that a police force can. It just they have more expectations thrust upon them.
The important factors that, like the distinctions that are important to me and what lead me to my thoughts, is explicitly the enforcement of the laws upon their community. Like that's like a group that's dedicated to that, and solely dedicated to that.
Okay.
I think that enough is a specific distinguishing like factor that I think is enough for me.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's a bit of a problem with the Vigilance example, though, because
Okay.
the responsibilities included.
Unfortunately, we can't go like super hard into this because again, time constraints. But thank you,
Okay.
Lucy, for coming on, and thank you for that question.
I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you read the Wikipedia about it now.
My goodness. Well, that's over. Nobody knew because nobody's as educated as me on the thing, unfortunately.
Again, time constraints. But thank you, Lucy, for coming on, and thank you for that question.
Oh, my goodness.
Wikipedia about it now.
Oh, Let's listen more.
Wants to do that.
I didn't invoke thousands of years of history for the police.
Last guest of the
But
night.
not least,
Gonna close out and Sunday.
I guess I'm gonna
Sunday, you
leave
coulda-
the
you coulda made a friend
backstage.
here, but you didn't. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh my god.
I don't want to take up any more of anyone's time, but Wick, we need to do a everyone versus Sunday panel. Thank you. Okay, good night.
What the?
It'll
Maybe
make
we
money.
will. We're gonna do. So what we got coming up? Just let me.
If I only made
let you guys
friends,
know.
nobody would watch that.
Okay. So
goodness.
tomorrow
That's
I'm
why I
gonna
have
be
more
talking
subs than
about
you.
Tuna Chip. And then Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, so a little later than I normally do. Friday 8
Ah,
8 p.m.
I
Eastern,
tried.
Talk done left on to face the world, to
Very
face
smart guy. Love
critics
Salkin.
of him. He is going to be purposefully dogpiled by a group including Counterpoints, Kevin Logan, and there'll be a few others.
It really was a bit kind of low. Sorry, I was AFK. It was a bit low, but it's okay.
'Cause I've-
We can always swipe the audio from Prison Sunday stream.
I've known the guy a long time. I think he's gonna wipe the floor with everyone.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
I think
What,
he's an
put your
excellent
money
debater.
where your mouth is. Okay. So
Yeah,
if he
I will.
wins,
I'll bet $10.
Okay, so 2 subs to
10
Wick's
US
channel. If you win,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
there you
if
go.
you win, I'll give you 2 subs to your
Yeah,
channel.
so-
Okay, if you, I win,
Totally win. He's
you
a very
give 2
smart guy.
subs to mine.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Yeah. All right.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay.
There was a department in Poland for the militia. There was absolutely a department. That's the,
Nice meeting you too.
you know. So like the difference gets actually really blurry.
Toothwick, what the fuck's going on?
What about it? Like,
You
it's
accept
getting
you
better?
accept you accept
The
a
movement-
The difference gets really blurry.
replace your
Sure.
teeth, and now here
Where
you
is
are
it
just
going?
rolling in the dough, but no tooth. What's going on?
Oh, because these things don't happen overnight. It is in process.
You're a
but that
swindler,
process
Wick.
is between me and my dentist.
You're a
It is
Scammer.
for public-
Scoundrel.
You're choosing to forego teeth for money.
Yes,
like
this
a
is,
monster.
Like, I am dealing with the vanity.
I need
with the eating issues. I'm dealing with all that just to make a little.
I kind of think it's distinguishing. I kind of like it.
I need
I like
teeth money.
I think it looks. I look homeless.
No, you got
I
kind of
look
like it. You got kind of
struggling.
like. You remember at the beginning of the
I
first
had a
Sherlock?
much better. Did you know me when I didn't have this issue?
I did. So you remember? Yeah, you never mind. So you remember the opening from the?
Why is President Sunday so mean to aristocracy?
Close. He's got the crooked tooth. That's a cool look. It sticks out. It's got. It's a.
It's not a cool look.
Slight. The
It hurts.
The rest of it look perverse.
Please give me money for the dentist. I've been walking with a chipped tooth for over a year now.
If they think I
Please help me.
the
Help me.
GoFundMe has some ways to deal with
Help.
it. They can go through those channels if they honestly.
I
think
couldn't even
rotting these
call out my channel or
simply
something.
because I haven't gotten it done in the time frame that they wished I would have. If they think that, there are ways to deal with it. If they're just trying to be little drama farmers, then I give them no oxygen. And in fact, addressing it at all is a mistake.
Also, the Vigiles were all ex-slaves. Just a point of information. But
Yeah, I mean,
Arrivederci.
like, look, they weren't. It wasn't a good police system. No,
There
I'm
wasn't
saying.
a police system at all.
But anyway, for now, good night.
Oh, that's over. Should I call into President Sunday now? Or something?
Well, that was pain. I think we're gonna do Sam Stater tomorrow, guys. We're hitting the 5-hour mark, 4-hour mark, I guess.
Wimp!
Thank you very much.
I've been streaming for 6 hours.
Daedalus, are you available? Who do you think will be on the Everyone versus Sunday panel? Well, hopefully everybody. SDL is good. I hope he does well. My hope is that he's just not dogpiled with stuff from the past.
Wimp.
Breathe Sunday? I can't breathe. There's pollen in the air.
Chill a bit, please, Sunday. True. Sashi, true. Why so mean to aristocracy?
Yeah, no Sam Cedar. We're gonna do Sam Cedar tomorrow. That took longer than I thought.
But like militia's potential duties are really abstracted and broad. Did the Polish militia call themselves like the militia department, or was their militia head with doubles? We're gonna look it up a bit while listening to President Sunday. I'm available. Okay, let me see. Milicja Obywatelska.
See if I can't pull in Daedalus for a bit.
hope it's
running
like in Polish.
Because it is true. It would have been good to have a lot of the information to hand. I don't know where on earth Lonerbox was getting off going after Brooks's appearance, but moreover, his description of the Vigilese was not incorrect. Him saying vigilante was him.
Okay, so that's not important right now. Milicja Obywatelska. Milicja Obywatelska, Polish pronunciation Milicja Obywatelska, in English known as the Citizens Militia and commonly abbreviated to MO, was the national police organization of the Polish People's Republic. It was established on 17th. So it's considered, the wiki considers it a police organization, that certainly. It was established on October 7th, 1944 by the Polish Committee of National Liberation, effectively replacing the pre-war police force. The citizens' militia would remain the predominant means of policing in Poland until 10th May 1990, when it was transformed back into Policja, so into the police. The term militia or militia had been adopted from the conjugate term militia used in several communist countries. The term is derived from militia, which derives in etymology from the concept of military force composed of ordinary citizens. In most cases, it represented a state-controlled force used to exert political repression, especially with its elite ZOMO squads. Under both communist and post-communist government, the Polish police system had traditionally operated under the auspices of national authority. So yeah. Poland went under the influence of the Soviet Union. In 1948, the country's strengthened turn towards Stalinism brought the beginning of formalized totalitarian rule, in which one party ruled autonomously over all sections of society. Training for the force was conducted in the town of Legionowo. So I guess it was the police in all but name. Could be potentially the answer.
Identified with that activity. So when we're talking about like American police, we're not talking about an evolution out of the police. We're talking about a specific body that became anointed with the name police, when for a very long period of time police referred to basically the entire administrative arm of the government. So not the slave catchers, not the burglar arresters, not the armed guard, not that kind of thing. Those and everybody else. The people who
when in Poland the militia, I guess, was just police and all that thing.
With taxes, If you're, and this the case not actually that long ago at all. So if you read Hegel, for example, the police are being referred to in that vein there. That's a far cry from 1,000 years ago. Moreover, the other claim which I had much more of an issue with, which is not like there being a continuity between these two, but that the preference, whose preference, we never actually got an answer on. But
wait, I'm gonna refresh and see if they're already talking or something.
Of some kind of legal or intellectual reflection on the history of I guess city stewardship going back thousands of years. That's absurd. And unless you can actually, even if it wasn't absurd, even if there was like a perfectly reasonable reason for this, unless you can actually show a decision that references that, you're just making that up. That's just that's an historical event you're drawing upon that didn't happen.
Yeah, like I understand a bit about.
Okay, they're talking about
comes from, and like there's no real preference for a top-down structure, because what you really have a preference for is localized structures. You have a lot more policing power in the sheriff's offices than you do in any federal agency, because federal law applies basically nowhere but Indian reservations.
Interesting.
Well, there was that as well. I think Lonerbox brought up the National Guard, which is interesting because what that highlights, precisely because the National Guard is state-centric, as in like the National Guards are of the states that comprise the United States, that's a locality. It's a federation of localities. Now, granted, in some cases, very large localities, but that is precisely not a federal body. There's just a preference for, there's a heavy preference for the local, provided it manifests in the militarized police we associate with riots in New York.
What's not accurate? Sorry.
Astonishing.
What's not accurate?
Yeah, the National Guard is a really interesting case too in American military history because they are specifically set up to be able to be police, and the American regular active duty military is not.
I don't know. I was getting the distinct impression from that conversation that it was actually just bullshitting band-aids.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where she was coming from, and I would love to know what papers are being cited so I could go look into them.
I don't think there were papers being cited. That's the thing. See, Brooks had like specific examples to bring to bear. She was asked to provide one name. Yeah. One. She couldn't name anything. It's like, why are you coming on to make these grand declarations about this kind of thing? You have an audience. Like, aristocracy is not as small. I mean, she's not like massive. She's not like Loner Box size. But like, and even he's not like massive.
Bigger than me, that's for sure.
Who are going to be spreading this stuff to other people.
Bigger than me.
Arguing this in the same way.
Everybody's big compared to me.
This has a cascading effect.
That's not fair.
Maybe not a definitive one, but like, you don't just make claims like that. You don't just make like broad historical claims with no evidence and then try to dance around the fact that you have no evidence. You have no credibility at that point. It was incredibly frustrating to see. I think what's really frustrating about Loner Box is that I know from what I've seen of him that he's capable of being more rigorous than this. So for him to just jump in and then just insult the person and then provide
okay, I'm not a big expert on that.
Basically, what happened, because I wasn't making a claim about the actual structure of the Vigilese. I was just pointing out that they weren't modern police because that's trivially obvious if you know anything about the history of the modern police. Not even just the history of the modern police, but why even they're called the police in the first place. What he was doing was, let's see. So initially, when Wick was kind of stuttering on the vigil,
NT.
Brooks jumped in with vigilantes, and incidentally, like the words obviously are connected with each other.
No, they're definitely related.
They are. But obviously the Vigilese were not vigilantes. But he didn't dispute that after the fact. But the Vigilese, as I'm reading here, which by the way, every single person in that call was quickly Googling them during that conversation. They were ex-slaves that were originally privately owned and used for firefighting, and then occasionally, at some unspecified time, maybe by the early 3rd century apparently, they were deployed at night to keep an eye out for burglars and to hunt down runaway slaves.
Yeah, and like...
Which, by the way, and to maintain order in the streets.
Also.
Yeah,
structure
but,
also,
yeah,
if I read in the Wikipedia article down a little further, the structure is identical to Marian legionary structure at the time.
Yeah.
So they're effectively patterned off of the military.
Well, they're effectively just a corps of expendables.
And they fall under military command eventually. Actually,
which is why it becomes
their job.
Well, here's the point. If you're going to say that the stakes aren't important, this doesn't lead to genocide. If you're drawing a connection to the Roman legionaries, they are infamous genociders. They committed one of the greatest atrocities to human history
Hello.
by completely annihilating.
I'm sniping this chat. Hello, Arkael.
Like there's not a trace of it left. We don't have any of their literature. They were basically wiped off the face of the earth.
Hello, Arkael.
Yeah, and that's another
yeah.
Complicated.
Talking about Rome.
How are you, Arkael?
It's a massive and not centralized in the
Rome.
same way.
It's an empire.
Rome.
She mentioned the Pax Romana at one point. The Pax Romana refers to a period of economic prosperity and just being out of war. It was not affected by a police force.
No, and Rome would have been like a lot of policing outside of Rome, the city itself, is and in the outer edges of the empire is done by the military. So, like, particularizing it to ancient Rome, the city itself, is really tricky.
Well, I know what we should do. I know what we should do. Daedalus, you and I need to embark on a series of research streams pertaining to this.
Interesting.
We need to pin this down. And
Yeah, I gotta go dig up some old books first. But yes.
And if Lonerbox wants to call Brooks Rasputin-looking ass, he needs to return to classifying different types of spores and fungus.
Oh my God.
Thank you for joining me, and go subscribe to Two Guys Talking History with Daedalus. It's good
True.
stuff with terrible camera
With
work.
Hetman.
We're gonna go over that sometime, okay?
Wait, what?
Thanks,
Alright.
Sunday. Yep.
How's my camera work?
Where am I sending you all? Let's see.
To Lucy. Maybe. Hopefully.
I'm sending you somewhere. Let's
But
figure.
then I'm going to have to.
See Jose.
There you go. Let's go.
Cheerio.
All right, I'm going to have to give you some content now, I guess. Raid, hello, hello. So I guess I'm going to have to say, oh, it was so sad. Nobody knew, nobody understood the answer to the questions. My expertise, my knowledge is too niche for everyone. Hello, everybody. Sunday Raid. Hello, hello. Yes, like and subscribe. More books. Yes, I'm a real nerd. But I'm the #1 President Sunday or better. I was smugly going into the call thinking, wow, now I'm gonna ask. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription, Jessica Foss. Thank you. I was thinking to myself, wow, now I'm definitely gonna get a thank you for the subscription, Semaphore. Now I'm really gonna get a nice, discussion going when I ask about the militia police thing, when I ask about the martial law period. Everyone's gonna be excited because I'm like in a real history company, so it's gonna be awesome. And then everybody just answered with, oh yeah, I know nothing about this. I have zero knowledge about this. And I was just left sad, to be frank. But I think there's one aspect also. Join the White Forest page since you're here. lucyhaz.org.live. There's one thing that I feel like that was touched upon a little bit, but people just moved on from it very, very swiftly. Like, I feel like the monopoly of violence is a pretty crucial thing, especially since it's a thing quite intimately tied to the rise of the nation state. The nation state gave rise to the fact that there's one entity, the state of the one nation, which had the monopoly on violence. You did not have private lords anymore who privated their small little private armies. That was not a thing anymore within the nation state. You had one police force, one army. The state has monopoly on it. And I think people glossed over this really important fact quite too readily, if that makes sense. Militia versus police, yeah. It was a little bit of a trick question because basically the militia in communist Poland was the police in all but name. But more interestingly is the army within the communist Poland and within the period of when the military basically took over in Poland. It was called the period was called, I said the thing twice now, the Marshall yes, the martial law period. When the army went in, tanks rolled into like the city, and people were arrested. My father was also arrested because my father was in the anti-regime resistance of the time. Let's see. Let's read some of the new chatters. With Brooks, they knew everything. But Roman legions are basically the same as Mother Camps, so case closed. I don't know about that. I agree Wick seems to let Lady monopolize this panel. We often say, oh, the lady's name is aristocracy. We often say junta for military rule. Martial period is a good name. Yeah, there is a game. We might actually play the game at some point. It's called the Martial Law. I might stream the game. It's a Polish game about the period. So if none of you know about it, there's a game, a Polish game called Martial Law. I'm gonna read you the synopsis. Martial Law is a game about difficulties that came with communism in Poland. The story is shown from the perspective of a man who is abandoned because of his low social status. He tries his best to be there for his daughter despite the difficulties. So we definitely will play this game, especially since I fancy myself a history streamer. You want us to play it right now? Do you want us to play the game now? Vote in the chat by saying yes or no. And we will be able to play the martial law game. And you'll learn everything you need about the history of the 80s in Poland, especially since the game has very positive reception. All right, let's go. Exit the path of exile and enter the Polish game, which, by the way, I will have to set it up on the OBS. Okay, I have to add it now. Game capture, add, BBBBB, add source. Oh, it's so loud. I apologize for this. I apologize. The game is really loud. Okay. I'll make it quieter, don't worry. Martial law. Okay. It's now better. Apologies, gigglers. Thank you for getting the tier to subscription. Yeah, boy, Topoy. Thank you. Thank you for this. You're making me less of a hobbyist with every passing second. Okay. We are now playing the game. BBB. We're gonna make... It's about communism in Poland. There you go. Does it? Controller, please. Okay, it does not support the controller. That's a shame. Or maybe it does. It does. Okay. I can only watch streams with Subway Surfers in the background, but another game will do. Also, in the upper left is the cat that I used to have. New game. Options. Full screen on. Language. English. Okay. Do you want us to play? Okay, I cannot handle this game in Polish. I cannot handle having to translate every single sentence from Polish. New game. Loading. Press any key. We are gonna press any key. Polish People's Republic, December 1981, when my father got arrested. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Ah, how time flies. I've never played this, by the way. I need to get my daughter something for Christmas. She had been telling me about this doll from East Germany for several months now. I'm glad I was finally able to afford it. Thank you for the subscription. Okay, I also tried to get her favorite candy. What? I didn't get a ration card for tangerines? How? Yes, food was for... The Polish viewers break. If you want to buy food, you must have a ration card and money. Without a ration card, it was practically impossible to buy food in stores due to shortages. Oh no, it must be some kind of mistake, I think. No, it's not. Like, it was a big thing. And people from Germany actually offered a lot of food to people in Poland. This is gonna be the worst Christmas ever. I hope she'll forgive me. Like, our family got a lot of nice gifts from people from Germany. I hope her mother will see her today. Let me see her today. Okay, how do you play this? So we are in communist Poland right now. Didn't communists kill Santa or something in the war on Christmas? Well, not in Poland, because Poland is an ultra Catholic country. Aha, the toilet. You can do this. What a small apartment. This is so sad. Tribuna Ludu, a famous communist newspaper. Martial law in the whole country. Oh my god. Let's go out. Where did you get this carp? Press space or A on iPad. It's available at Bartosik Street. Okay, I'll be right there myself. Wait, what? I can punch? What's that? Oh, Jesus. Have you heard about the RAF Red Army faction? I'm not sure what you're referring to. This game looks genuinely interesting, but unfortunately I have to wake up soon and still have to sleep. I'll have to watch this tomorrow. I'll take to everyone later. Good night. Good night, Giggler. Seizes the toys from the capitalist West to fairly distribute. The Ludi Tribunal, my favorite paper. True. Tribuna Ludu. Let's go. I don't recognize that street that was actually named in the game. Militia, see? The militia. It's not the policja, it's the militia. Milicja Obywatelska. Hello, comrade. Long time no see. Would you like to discuss some important matters? You know I don't do that anymore. Sure, I need to relax. How about we discuss even more important matters now? Sure, let's do so. More hick, of course. Did I get drunk? The end? What the hell? I got drunk and then it was game over. I've told you I've never played this before. Okay. Oh my goodness. Pfft. Your liver failed. I guess. No. You know I don't do that anymore. I don't do game overs anymore. Can I punch him? I guess not. What a game. What part of the city is this? Pevex, I remember those stores. Just like real life, true. Excuse me, I'm sorry for bothering you, but I really do need this Tangerines card. What for? You really think I care? Zbigniew. Please, sir. I would not bother you if I wasn't important. Zbigniew, leave me alone. Are you drunk? I promise I am not. Please just listen. Thank you, Toxoplasmopus, for subscribing. Also, I should get the camera under the alert box. I promise I am not. Please just listen. Oh my god, that is so... Have you ever played Pathologic? Not yet. What do you need that card for so badly? It's for my daughter. I can't afford those without the card. Please. How old is your daughter, comrade? She's almost 12. Why isn't she with you? She's with her mother. She won't let me see her much. I want to make our Christmas meeting special. Poor child. She could use some tangerines for Christmas for sure. Will you get anything else for her? I am sure you have more on your mind. I really wish I could do more for her, you know. I wish I could be a better father one day and afford all tangerines in the world just for her. This is interesting. I know that because my childhood sort of was partly in this period. Just a bit, but it was partly in this period. So, when I was small, I had very specific allergies. So I guess we got extra cards for me to get fruit and stuff like that. What a beta caring about his daughter. True. Sad. Okay, we're gonna choose this. I can tell approaching a stranger here, you don't even know if I am one of the bad guys. I do hope you're not. Damn, you made me feel guilty looking at how good of a father you are trying to be. Why is that? I just realized that my mother has to spend another Christmas Eve alone, said Zbigniew. How about your father? My father is not... He's out of the picture. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I understand. Oh, I have a proposal and a request at the same time. Huh? I'll give you Mandarin cards and more. Jump in to help my mother. See if she's missing something before Christmas. Sure, definitely. She definitely needs some help. I'll come over to help. Thank you so much, comrade. I'm sure I'll pay you back somehow. Where does your mother live? The next block, the first door. It is easy to find. Won't your mother be scared that a stranger has come to her? You have a good heart, so I don't think I have to worry about it. You can do it. Merry Christmas. We'll see you again. Aww. Wow. So nice. Pevex was a chain of shops founded in 1972. This is actually really nice because it actually does give you a lot of real historical info. During the communist era in Poland that accepted payment only in United States dollars and other hard currencies, instead of the country's indigenous currency, the złoty, Pevex was the only source to get goods that were not available in Poland at the time, like electronics from the West. Also, the currency in Poland was so weak that if you had not a huge amount of dollars, you were really rich. I do remember that. I also remember that my father had a lot of money, and he once just left it somewhere by mistake and felt really guilty about it. Won't any of the women interact with the men in their families? I'm not sure. should have a whole debate about it. We should have a panel about it. True, sending another dude to help his mom. Was that legal? Sort of, yeah. Though technically speaking, in the law in the Polish People's Republic, there was a death sentence or something for owning dollars, so it's really weird. I'll have to look into it. There was some really weird law that actually made or like owning dollars illegal. Let's go to the mom. Damn, I didn't ask which house number that is or what's her name. How do I find her now? Curfew. Look, this is a classic mail thing. I remember this. No elevator? That's not realistic. Is this the mom? Excuse me? Bożena. Good morning. What can I help you with? I'm looking for a certain woman. I have to help her with Chris. I am her distant family member and I came to visit. Oh my gosh. It's almost like the grandson scam that people do now in Poland when they go to older people and scam them out of money. Huh. Can you tell us something more about her? Lonely old woman, no husband. Her son has no time for her. This asshole, you probably mean Janina. She lives next to us there. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Huh. Merry Xmas, said Bożena. What a mean crone. Who is there? Said Janina. Your son sent me. Son? Yes, he said he has no time to help you with Christmas and sent me. He never has time. Who are you anyway? I am his good friend. From work. How do I know if you are not a thief? Sorry, I'm not his friend. He asked me to help with the organization in exchange for a card for tangerines. How do you say Merry Christmas in Polish? Wesołych Świąt. Wesołych Świąt. So it's basically in Polish you just say Happy Holidays. Just asking, I know more about Francois Spain. Not a massive amount, but I have more interest in that region. Okay. I lost mine and I wanted to buy my little daughter a few. She loves them. Who doesn't love tangerines? Come in, I'm Janina. Call me Janina. Okay, that's not... Either the translation is really bad or the writing is not top notch. Come in, I'm Janina. Call me Janina. That's... Okay, that's pretty clunky. I know it's not those years anymore, but at least I will rejuvenate myself a bit. You really believe me now and aren't afraid? I have nothing to lose. You just want to help. Sorry for this introduction. I am Stanisław. Come inside. I have to close the door so the kitten doesn't run away. It's really cozy in here. Kitty. What a cute kitten. Aww. Wait, I can move? I'm gonna break into your house. What a weird feeling. Something is wrong? No, I don't think so. It's just I don't remember having so many people here for a long time. It's one person! What do you mean so many people? Like, it should be I don't remember having a guest here for so long, for a long time, but so many people, when you have one guest, come on. Oh my God. There's just the two of us and a cat. Okay. I guess the game itself acknowledged the problem, so it's okay. Did he just... Never mind. I think that's intentional. True. I guess it is. But it's still strange. Maybe they see ghosts. Maybe. That's right. Only my cat is here for me. What about your son? Or rather the Polish... You do say that in Polish. Let's go. My son is a busy man, has his own family and an important job to take care of. The important job of being unemployed. Yeah, his job. Anyways, I can expect him to care much. I think it was meant to say I cannot expect him to care much about me, but they had cats? I thought that communists outlawed them. Rob the old lady. Oh my God, that's so mean. And since my husband is dead, I can't get myself to open up. I am so sorry for your loss. What happened to him? If you don't mind telling me, of course. I don't. It's closing! What is going on? They are closing the fish headquarters. Can you get me a carp from the fish headquarters, please? Not a problem, but will you tell me the story once I get back? Of course. I owe you that much. You did so much for me already. I've literally done nothing. I just offered some help. No one's done that in a long time. Carp is still a classic Christmas Eve dish in Poland. It is one of the easiest fish to breed while being quite large, etc. Damn, you're learning about Polish culture and history. Aren't you glad that you're here? Listen, I need to take a nap before my dentist appointment tomorrow. I'm finally getting my teeth cleaned. I'm bad procrastinator. Have a good rest of your stream. Love and solidarity. Indeed, love and solidarity. I'm really liking this game, but I would prefer 3D graphics. Well, it's like it's an indie game. Oh, I almost forgot. Tell them it's for Janina. They will understand. So it's an indie game itself, you know. What city does this game take place in? Partyjny bełkot to nie informacja. Okay, the babble of the party is not information. That is what the sign on the thing says. Oh, party gibberish is not information. There you go. There's the translation. I think my translation was close enough, okay? I think I was close enough. Cinkciarz. What the? Oi, don't you have any dollars to sell? I don't. Bleh. Interesting fact. Cinkciarze, named from distorted change money, is a colloquial term for people who dealt with hard currency in the times of the People's Republic of Poland, that is dollars. Although the practice was illegal, the authorities turned a blind eye and even cooperated with them. There you go. Hrot is about communist Czechoslovakia and has 3D graphics, but might not be what you want. We might play it in the future. I don't mind playing it in the future, to be honest. The atmosphere is just right. But a PS1 style of graphics as Silent Hill would be great. Yeah, but I think that was outside of the creator's budget, probably. Oh, I guess I have to wait. Waiting in lines was also a big thing in the People's Polish Republic. Everything all right? Miss, can you hear me? Zofia. What? What happened? Where am I? You fainted. We are near the fish headquarters. Damn, I can tell I am too tired and old for this. This is the 4th queue I am standing in today, and I can't get all the things I need for Christmas. You know what? Stay here and I'll take care of it for you. Really? Thank you so much, mister. The protagonist is a saint, I swear. The saint protagonist. Oh, this looks really like, yeah. The interior really looks the way it was. Is everything alright with the lady you helped? Said Halina. Yeah, she will live. That's so harsh. How can I help you, sir? 2 carbs, please. One of them is for Yanina. She told me you will understand. And the second one is for this lady I helped. I told her to get some rest outside. People help the people. True. Here you go. Unironically, during those times, people had stronger connections with one another. The communities were unironically stronger. Capitalism did bring about a lot more of isolation between people. What about the payment? The world is missing the people with a good heart like yours. We had some extra anyway. I don't know what to say. Nothing at all, comrade. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Aww. This game is apparently pretty short as well. There's your promised carp. Oh my, thank you so much, mister. My name is Zofia. It's great to meet you. Of course, it's great to meet you too. You getting things ready for Christmas too? Yeah, those are not for me. I'm helping an old lady. Ah, what a cute doll. What's it for? It's for my daughter. She was asking for it for a long time. Yeah. You got a daughter? What a good father you must be. Yeah, she's not living with me. Anyway, long story. How are you feeling? A lot better, thank you. I have to run. Got a lot of things to take care of. See you around. Wait, how can I repay you? No need. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. Wow. Wowzers, trousers. Let's go to the old lady now. Jumping and hitting. Boom. Am I going to be forced to fight? At some point? Hardly gibberish is that information. Remember that lesson. And what are you doing here? Yeah, what was I expecting? Come on, let me take you home. Oh, back already. Yes, and I got your cat. Hey, buddy, don't explain yourself to me. There's your owner, buddy. I wanted to go out and check the board, but I probably forgot to close the door. Oh, I forgot to give you the money to buy the carp. I figured it out I figured it out without it. Funny story. Come on in. You're going to tell me everything. Don't you run away from me anymore, bad kitten. It's not too heavy, is it, the carp? No, he's just moving around too much, wants to run away. Wait, give it to me. I'll put it into the bathtub. Yeah, I usually buy the fish alive, which to me it's a bit of a barbaric practice, but you know. Okay, now tell me what happened. So, wait! I'll make us some tea. Don't shout. 3 cups of tea later. And then I found your kitten outside. It was the most interesting story about buying a carp I've ever heard so far. I wasn't expecting such an adventure too. Well, it was not a huge adventure. You promised to tell me more about your husband. Henrik was a soldier of the Home Army. You know, the Home Army was the army during World War II. I was a liaison officer. That's how we met. Probably during the Warsaw Uprising. Quite cute and simple and successful graphics. Not bad all over at all. Love the cat. The old lady is a KGB assassin. She's undercover, earning your trust before she strikes. Oh my goodness. Aren't you in a hurry? No time for chit chat. We have a bit of time to hear about the World War II uprising time. He was hitting on me on every occasion. Can't lie, he was handsome, but I liked his caring personality the most. It was pretty rare during the war. During the war, there was no time for love. It was impossible to predict if you would live to see tomorrow. Once the war was finally over, he proposed to me. I was so happy. Then Zbigniew was born. You know him already. It was just perfect. The people helping people here reminded me of the book A Paradise Built in Hell. It's a really good book if you want a bit of hopium. Nice. I will look into it. Too perfect. The brigade commander was invited to meet the government. It was suspicious because the government was fighting the soldiers of the Polish underground state, claiming that they had collaborated with the enemy. That's actually true. Obviously they were not. But Henrik went there anyway. He never came back because people from the army were just arrested by the new communist government. It was all a trap. He got arrested. This is correct. He was tortured and then he died. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. You don't have to say anything, darling. I just miss him a lot. But I'm much better now. Better? How so? I needed someone to talk to for a while. It is one of the best Christmas gifts I could get. Thank you. Not a problem at all. I'm sorry, someone's knocking at the window. It's in the game. One moment, okay? Okay, I guess it was in the game. I thought someone was knocking on... I thought someone was knocking on my window. Apologies, gigglers. Apologies. They found Lucy swatting and... No. Who could it be? It's in the game! I thought I was... Oh my god. That was embarrassing. Too immersive. True. Oh my goodness. In my defense, sometimes people did knock on my window just like that, okay? Merry Christmas, Mom. It's the sun. Oh, I wasn't expecting you here today. I know, but I had a lot of time to think. I have something for you, but I'll give it to you later. Good audio design. True. You shouldn't have. I am in your wall style of video. Oh, I see. Stanislav came to help. Damn, I'll be going because it's late. And I'll still have to do some shopping for my daughter. Promise you will visit me sometimes. I promise. Thank you for today. I mean, sometimes people did knock on my window like that, so I was like, what the hell? Wait up. It's promised a card for tangerines. And come over after Christmas. I think I can find you a pretty decent job. See you then. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, thank you. Of course, Merry Christmas, Yanya. Okay, Yanya. Merry Christmas. I've never heard Yanya as a shortcut from Yanina, but... Actually, my grandmother was called Yanina, and the short for that was not Yanya, it was Yashunya. It was not short, it was like the cuter version of Yanina was Yashunya. Past experiences shape us, don't they? Yes, absolutely yes. Let's get out of here. Oh, it's the night. So late. I wonder if the Pevex is still... I guess not. Am I supposed... How can I do the shopping still? It does not allow me to go in. Finally, a dark night in a game. True. I don't know where to go though. I need my tangerines. Am I gonna be attacked by hoodlums and have to punch them? I'm ready for them. I tried punching a person. I sure hope we're on the right track with things. Oh? Centrala Produktów Naftowych, CPN, at that time, CPN was the only source for obtaining fuel or lubricants because it had exclusivity for sale. At its peak, it had over 1,400 fuel stations and a fleet of almost 600 road tankers. It's her mom knocking. She's angry. Okay, maybe I can do shopping here. Finally, I got an excuse. Come knock and I will knock back. Break the walls for Turkey to get health back if you do. Foe was a burglar. Oh, let's do shopping. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the $15. Wow, you still exist? Yes, I do still exist. My goodness. I'll have some tangerines, please. There is my card. Tangerines for Christmas are for sure a great choice, comrade. These are for my daughter. Heh, mothers, you know? She won't let me see her when I'm trying to visit. She was always like this. I should have known the first day we met. But man, she was such a great woman back then. Why are you telling this to the shopkeeper? I would like to get your... What? Why? What are you saying? I just got back from my martial arts practice. Welcome back. She had so much passion to make the world a better place for our baby. And my daughter, she deserves the world. Such a smart child. She certainly didn't inherit it from me. I'm just a stupid worker. Damn. Christina. Sir, there is a line behind you. Please stop talking. Oh my goodness. Please, sir, leave. I mean, I guess that's super typically Polish. I guess that is a very Polish thing to happen. Damn, I forgot candies. I think I could help, says Zofia. Oh, look at you. Hello. Hello, take this for your little one. Rumors spread fast. I already know about your ex-wife. Did you do an investigation? Well, let's call it an accident. I did get the tangerines, yeah. Thank you very much. How can I repay you? I should be the one returning a favor for the morning situation, but if you ask, I'll take the opportunity. Do you want to spend Christmas together? I would probably spend it alone anyway. Yeah, sure. I'm glad. See you on Christmas Day. And my sister recently saw a movie called Tangerines. Wait! Where do you want me to meet? Where do you want to meet up? Calm down. I will find you. What a wild game. We're exploring the communism. Communism is when people just found one another randomly. Not sus at all. It's not sus, it's communism. Let's get into this house. Don't worry, man, you got this. Oh, it's the okay. Hello, Gosha. What the hell do you want? Mom, who is that? She's my daughter too. Please, Gosha, it's Christmas. I miss you both a lot. Okay, we're gonna select this. Fine, just promise you will be leaving soon. I promise. So mean. Communism is the imposter and sexy insert working among us. Why is saying the second bad? What do you mean? Who says that? What do you mean? That's so mean. She's my daughter too, sounds too possessive, okay? Hello, baby. Dad came to give you your Christmas gift. Oh, thank you. Marilka, what's wrong, baby? Marilka, Dad whispers, why did you cheat on Mom? I am old enough to know. And she refuses to tell me. What? Why would you lie to her like that? What are you talking about? I would never cheat on you. You cheated on me. Shh, not in front of the child. Wow. The second one sounds emotionally manipulative, and the first one doesn't? Listen, I come from a bad family, and my child as well was used often, okay? To me, that feels more manipulative. She's not a child anymore. She deserves to know. Your mommy left me because she found herself a good member to the Communist Party. Damn. Real communists don't believe in private property, so it's not robbery. Oh my goodness. You need to leave. No, you need to you need to tell her the truth. Here, baby, I got you these. The doll you wanted, some candy, and tangerines. Thank you, Dad. I will explain everything. Listen, baby. I was and I'm still a very bad mother for wanting to turn you against your father. I was just confused. Confused? Are you serious? Sigma. I avoided my dad because you lied, said Marilka. I know, but you weren't supposed to know. Are you kidding me? Listen, I don't care about the relationship anymore. I only care about my daughter. You need to let me see her more or I will be taking her with me. Can we talk in private? Sure, but you need to promise me we will explain everything to her after we are done. I promise. Baby, go and play outside. In the middle of the night. Go and play outside in the middle of the night. That's safe. The mother sucks, F. Gosha. Look, the guy I'm with now has a lot more money and he can give Marilla a great future. Jesus. Let's go get your pneumonia. While it's snowing, I know. Maybe. Oh my goodness. What? You don't believe our child would be able to achieve her goals without some stranger's money? At least have her put a jacket on first. True. She's so smart and talented. Did you hear her singing? I know she can sing. She's special, but she needs the money. Money will not save her from the trauma you have caused. I know. Please come over to see her anytime you want. She deserves to have a father, a real father. What a soap opera-esque. What the heck? What's happening here? What about us? Do you see us getting back together? No, I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. I already knew that. What's happening? What is this scenario? If Gosha was my mother, I'd hate her for all my life. I just wanted more money, so I just found a new guy? What's happening? Nah, Sigmas don't care about the temperature of others. It's time, better spend grinding. Oh my god. Unrealistic. Why would she change so fast? That is actually a bit unrealistic, to be quite honest. They both love their daughter. That's why they're trying to kill her with the elements. True. Oh my god. Sure, let's do that. Here, take this. I was supposed to spend it on tangerines, but I talked too much to the cashier and she asked me to leave before I paid. What? Is this for real? Immature people are like this sometimes, actually. The cold streets will toughen her up. True. Aha, that sounds like something you could do. I know, right? Actually, it should be, that sounds like something you would do, not something you could do, but okay. It could be an abuse tactic to change his mind. The end. Those were the days, my comrades. Wait, I lost? What am I supposed to do to win the game? What? We lost? Again? It's snowing. Oh, I guess we didn't lose. I guess we're continuing. I thought it was game over, but I guess it's not. Ignore your wife. Steal the daughter and run a few lots because she died in the cold. Try quitting to the menu. Wait, I'm retrying from 0? What? Hello, comrade. Long time no see. Would you like to discuss some important matters? Sure, I need to relax. How about we discuss even more important matters now? No, that's enough. I made a mistake. Those were the days sound like a Soviet soap opera. Isn't it a song? Maybe. Can I do something else? Do I have any other options than this? I don't. I guess we're gonna get the tangerines again. Oh my gosh. I think I know what to do. Steal the card. Fight. Okay, do we want to steal the card? Press yes if you want me to steal the card. Fight. Or no if you don't want me to fight for the card. Steal it, says one person. Who else? I need more votes. Steal or no? Fight for the card. You cannot be... Can you be racist in the game asking for a friend? I probably not. Be a liberal. Steal it, says another person. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Steal it or no? Let's go. I need your advice. Let's go. My morals say steal it. What the? That's... Oh my goodness. Your morals say steal it? Grand Theft Polska, okay. Steal the card, fight. What the hell are you doing? What up? I lost. You died. This is what happens when I try to steal. Okay, we're gonna steal it now. Okay, I'm pissed now. We're gonna steal it for sure. Get him. I died. I don't have time for you. What an awkward battle system that is, by the way. We're gonna kite him. See, kiting is always good in any game. Catch him now, militiaman. Lady from the store, careful, militia is coming from the left. Go behind the Pevex. How do I go behind the Pevex? Here. I see that you are quite a wrestler, comrade. Damn! We unlocked a alternative route. I see you're quite a wrestler, comrade. It's not like that. Everyone says so. Also, where are my manners? I'm Tadeusz. Damn. I'm Stanisław. They almost caught me. I've seen that, but they are not too smart. But in broad daylight during working hours, fight under Pevex. This is for my daughter. For daughter? I wanted to buy her tangerines for Christmas, but I lost my card. I saw that he had it. It was sticking out of his pocket. I just wanted to ask if maybe he would give up on one assignment, but he turned out to be a bum, and that's how I turned out. I'll do everything for my little girl. This is the power of the working class. The Roman police are coming for you. Soon. What did they do to you? Son, what did they do to you? Oh my gosh. It's her. I can tell he is fine. Was he someone important? More of a lucky guy. He managed to get into the party and is having fun. His father has been dead for a long time. Why? He was a former Home Army captain. Former is a good word. He survived the war. But it means nothing. They tortured him in prison. Yanya has been alone since then. Damn, we get the same backstory. Golden woman. Then why are we beating up her son? I'm so sorry. Thank you for your help, by the way. I am not going to bother you anymore. I gotta go. Wait up. You're a stone cold killer now. True. Maybe I will have suggestions for cooperation for you, looking after this action. What? What does that mean? Looking after this action. This translation is horrid. Are you interested? Looking after this action. I know what they're trying to say. I can see in my mind what was being said in Polish, and the translation is horrible. This action. Kill them for tangerines. Torture. Why are conservatives against communism then? I don't know. For this favor, that would be appropriate. Easy, comrade. It's not about that. I'm a member of the security service. You're safe. Alright, what's the matter then? I'd need some help with a certain protest. Christmas is coming and I don't want to use force to deal with it, but I'll have to if it's needed. And I think you'd be a right man to help me. I'm fighting for the government now. And how am I supposed to help you? I have an idea for a diplomatic solution of this problem. You'll try to talk to them, but you have to be aware that they might not want to talk and use force first. What if I don't agree? You can simply go away. Okay, I can help. That's an answer I have expected, comrade. How are we going to exit from here? There are tons of militiamen outside. Calm down. From now on, you're with me. There's my Fiat around the corner. Come on, you'll be driving. I don't have a license. Did I ask if you have? If you have it, follow me. Get him! Slow down, comrade. He's with me. And who are you to stand up for him? Security service agent. You want me to show you my papers, or are they irrelevant? I apologize, comrade. Alright, gentlemen, we're done here. Problem solved. You're driving, right? Sure. Hop in and floor it. I can actually drive! No, that's funny. We're actually driving. Oh no, the Roman legions. That's funny. For a second, I thought I would be able to jump with the car. Wow. What a sound the car makes. I love this game. Tadeusz, get out of the way. Get out the way, I'm in a hurry. What's going on here? There's a strike in the ironworks. Workers haven't gone outside since the 13th of December. And what is my purpose here? You'll appeal to their souls as if you were one of them and make them stop. We're going to go there and talk to the strike management. What the? Yes, they do have an entire management team for this protest. And they deal with it really seriously. Am I going to meet Lech Wałęsa or something? What am I supposed to tell them? First of all, tell them that if they leave the ironworks today without any intervention, they won't get hurt. If we let them occupy the ironworks any longer, they might cause the blast furnace to go out. If we let that happen, ironworks is going to be closed due to restoration, and employees will be left jobless. They won't be arrested and they won't lose their job. I guess I can try, but how am I gonna get it? Comrades, let him in. Good luck. I'm just a random person off the street. Am I supposed to defuse a strike? Game over, they'll assault you. Where is your pass, Jan? I work in the factory across from here, and I want to join you. I've been sent by here by militia, I just want to talk. Get the hell out of here! Why ain't talking with nobody? I guess I can lie now. One moment. One of our boys says you look familiar. Get in. What? Do I? Why are this National Guard villages 1950? Where are these National Guard villages 1950 police Celtic wars in 1980s Poland? Because this is how 1980s Poland rolled. How is the strike going? We think about finishing it. Why so? Many people abandoned the strike when they got their salary, says Krzysztof. Some of them got arrested, and we might share their fate. Perhaps it's not that bad of an idea. It's not gonna change anything. Are you going to let the ruling party for that? What? What does that mean? What the hell? And you are going to let the ruling party for that? I have no idea what that means. Is there a canonical reason why the main character can fly? Is he stupid? Organize an uprising. True. Let's go. Do you really want to wake up every morning in fear? Worry if you have food for your family. Push yourselves to the limit. Hold on for a bit longer. You think it's a good idea? You want to live in such oppression? I was threatened by a security service agent and sent here to stop your protest. But I'm standing here, willing to strike with you as one. Grzegorz, he really sent you here? Yes, I got an offer that I couldn't refuse. Stay together! Long live the justice! That day the strike has ended during the leaving the Ironworks to rest. You let me down, comrade. Get him! The end. For freedom. Ending number 3. Okay. So I guess we've played this amazing game. Nice. We've lost the thing. So I guess that's it for today. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. It's been 7.5 hours stream. Cringe Uprising gets crushed by Chad Militia. True. So it's been 7.5 hours of stream. And if you enjoy the Lucy Has a experience, then please, first of all, join the page, which is here. It's actually 6:30 a.m. in Poland right now. It is 6:30 a.m. I've been streaming all night. So join the page, consider subscribing, donating, hitting the bell, hitting like on the YouTube page, watching the videos, and leaving comments under the videos. There are many nice things that we're looking forward to doing, okay? This channel is just getting warmed up, okay? And I hope you will come to more streams. I hope to see you on the next stream, which will be tomorrow, actually. So I'll see you. Love and solidarity, which I always write with a heart. Love and solidarity. And I hope to see you on the next stream when we will be discussing more interesting stuff. Good night. Thank you. And I'll see you next time, hopefully. All right? All right. Good night. I press end stream now.